my prime. Ha, let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. I ain't gonna let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me a stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top floors. Me and too smart to drop costs, and I got 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. 2, that's fine with us. 3, come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. Go and line them up. 2, yeah, that's fine with us. 3, go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Let the blood run cold and the guests know they in my world. The best of both, seen a little more. That mean the less I know. Only thing I gotta do, collect the dough. 2 fire for the matches. Do the math, kid, put me in and raise the average. Savage, 0 to 100, that's the bandwidth. Standard, my end zone dance on your casket. Can't win. 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. 2, that's fine with us. 3, come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. Go and line them up. 2, yeah, that's fine with us. 3, go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line my prime. Ha, let me tell them one time. I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed, same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. I ain't gonna let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me and stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top floors. Me and too smart to drop costs, and I got 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. 2, that's fine with us. 3, come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. Go and line them up. 2, yeah, that's fine with us. 3, go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Let the blood run cold and the guests know they in my world, the best of both. Seen a little more, that mean the less I know. Only thing I gotta do, collect the dough. Do fire for the matches, do the math, kid, put me in and raise the average. Savage, 0 to 100, that's the bandwidth, standard. My end zone dance on your casket, can't win. 2 fists, I'm a problem, nuisance. Who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. 2, that's fine with us. 3, come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. Go and line them up. 2, yeah, that's fine with us. 3, go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime.
सब कहते हैं कि अपने सपनों को अगर हकीकत में बदलना है तो खुद ही मेहनत थोड़ी ज्यादा करनी पड़ती है और इन ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स के लिए आज से ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट दिन कुछ नहीं है। सेमीफाइनल्स चल रहा है BMPS 2026 का और आज है सेमीफाइनल्स का आखिरी दिन एंड हम आ चुके हैं दिल्ली के अंदर जहां पे ऑडियंस तैयार है। आर यू गाइस रेडी? एक बार फिर करेंगे, आर यू गाइस रेडी? ऑडियंस तैयार है, आप तैयार हैं, ये प्लेयर्स तैयार हैं और कुछ ही देर में अब एक प्लेन पाथ आपके सामने आएगा जो अपने सपनों को हकीकत पे लेके जाने का काम करेगा। तो विदाउट किसी डिले के शुरू करते हैं आज का दिन। ऑडियंस एक बार आखिरी बार, आर यू गाइस रेडी फॉर द डे? चलते हैं हमारे कास्टर्स के पास जो पूरी तरह तैयार है एक्शन की कहानियों को अपने जुबान से आप सबके पास लाने के लिए। तो
atmosphere is electric inside of the arena right now, but of course, this is the penultimate day of the BMPS 2026 semi-finals. One last opportunity before you move inside of Jaipur or you are getting head to straight. The last chance qualifiers. Of course, my name is Salty. Joining alongside is going to be Necro and iSuper Johnny. And I want to ask you something. Today is going to be a very weird day, of course, and I think the energy sets it up already for it. 3 rondos and 3 matches of Miramar. Are we excited, lads?
Of course, excitement's going to be through the roof, right? Especially we're going to be kicking things off once again on the map Rondo. And since we're also going to be seeing 3 rondos, you already got to understand how excited I am right now. I'm a big fan of aggression, I'm a big fan of fights, and today we're going to be seeing a lot of fights.
I think everyone is excited, Johnny, but of course, every team will get those 4 matches tonight, right? A total of 16 matches to be played, 12 matches done and dusted. We know what is going to be the target. The top 6 qualifies to the grand finals.
Yeah.
This is going to be an immense climb, but 2 rondos, 2 Miramars, does that help you in your cause? Like, what do you think?
I mean, it can go either way. As Necro said, I think we are going to witness a lot of action for sure, but today the lobbies are going to be very sweaty. Everyone gets 2 Miramars and 2 rondos each to try and secure a spot inside of the top 6. And if you have a look at the overall rankings, I think it's just the bottom 4 that are going to face a few struggles. They're going to be under immense pressure, but apart from them, everyone else will still be in a fighting position, or at least till the start of the day, they will be.
You know, since you talk about overall standings, why not just let's have a glance at the standings itself. We do have still a Reckoning Esports at the very top of the overall rankings. 12 matches played, 113 points. Nebula Esports quite safe. Lads, we do have the top 6 in front of us. Necro, any team do you think they've got the axe on top of their necks, they might slip up?
I mean, we've got Lastade, God's Reign as well, who can actually slip up. And speaking of Lastade itself, right, yesterday's performance wasn't that great. They were only able to perform in one of the games, and after that, Lastade Esports was just completely flop. And the same conversation can be said for Genesis Esports as well. Sometimes they're inside of the top 6, sometimes they're outside of the top 6. They've just been going back and forth at this point.
And it's quite weird seeing two teams with 2 chicken dinners each not be inside of the top 6, to be very honest. I mean, it's as Necro pointed out, the inconsistencies in the performance of not just Lastade, but in Meta Ninja as well, who right now find themselves on the 10th spot.
You know, in my opinion, anybody who is going to be inside of the first 2 pages of the overall standing still will have the chance. The last team being TAG. Mathematically, by the way, I still believe White Walkers can actually do it as well. I mean, 2 rondos, imagine. There's always going to be that sense of factor. You can land those 30 bombers back-to-back and you might be back in the race.
Hey, man, possibility is always there, but there is also a possibility that I might show up one day with some superpowers and actually start flying.
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility that tomorrow I can get a 6-pack, but of course it's not going to happen, right?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ignore that fact straight up. But to be honest, there's always going to be that elimination factor as well. Bottom 2 teams getting eliminated out of the competition. And I think we will have to focus on that because these teams, they worked so hard for like an entire month. And now in this juncture itself, this has never happened, by the way, in the history of BGMI. 2 teams getting eliminated from the semifinals itself.
Exactly. I think that's the one thing that creates a lot more pressure on these players. It's the fact that semifinals will have eliminations in them. And of course, as we talk about eliminations, we have the highest point scored on a map of Rondo. It was by Dragonclaw Esports, who aren't even here anymore.
Yeah, since Dragonclaw Esports was not able to make it, and if they are still able to achieve a 32-point marker in just 1 game, then just imagine, even if the team that's currently at the bottom of the overall standings, as this man says himself, mathematically it's possible. If White Walkers gets a 32-pointer, they're halfway there, right?
They certainly are halfway there. And I mean, 2 30-pointers, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be back in the top 6. And Dragonclaw, they display a little bit of aggression. I think on the map of Rondo, you do get that leeway as well. In spite of the fact that you're getting taken down, there's that chance of a recall. You will bounce back. You get that second shot at life. But the matches of Miramar, I think that is going to be a little tricky for all the teams out there. 30 points on Rondo is possible, but can you manage 20 points on the map of Miramar? That is going to be a big question.
Look, realistically speaking right now, okay, I do believe that only the top 16 have a shot at making it inside of the top 6, right, without a doubt. And if anyone from the top 16 gets a massive game on the map of Rondo, things are going to be set. But so many people are just focused on the map of Rondo. I also do believe that Miramar is going to be holding a main string as well. You should not just be focusing on Rondo. There's also 3 Miramars, and even if you get a 20-pointer on the map of Miramar, that can be course-changing.
It of course is going to be very surprising if somebody can score that consistent 20 points on Miramar. But Rondo has been a points galore for teams out there, Johnny, and we do have the stats. REVENANT XSPARK, 28 points on the map of Rondo, has been their best record so far. And REVENANT XSPARK, I think they desperately need a similar start.
Of course they do. I mean, every single team right now that's in a fighting position, not just REVENANT XSPARK, this also goes for Lastade, it also goes for Rondo, God's Reign on Rondo, that they need to get those 20 points one way or the other. And as we have always been saying, if you aren't really able to hit double digits on the map of Rondo, then that map has already slipped out of your hands. You need double digits. Be it 10 eliminations or 10 points for placements, get the chicken dinner with just 1 finish, but double digits is the most important thing on Rondo. And I think this is where the struggles kind of get clear, because Meta Ninja, well, their performances on Rondo haven't really been noteworthy, to be honest.
And it's also because Meta Ninja is not really a team that likes to move on early on and take those fights, right? They're pretty much like a position-oriented team. They like to play defensively, and that's why they've been struggling on this map.
But on this Rondo leaderboard, as per se, I think Autobots is the most interesting name over here, because while we see Autobots on the 18th position right now, with 13 being their best performance on the map of Rondo, let's not forget during BGI 2026, Rondo was the map where Autobots would shine the brightest. This was a team that was good on aggressive front, and since the map allowed them to take those fights early, they would end up securing a lot of finishes within the first 5 to 6 minutes of the game, and then bow out in the mid stages with 10 to 12 points on average.
You know, I still believe like Rondo is going to be an important factor, but let's just focus on the teams who are still going to be around the top 6 right now, because a couple of names out there we've mentioned already. Lastade, it's going to be a very important day for them. But one team nobody expected to struggle inside of the qualifiers, struggle inside of the survival stage, and now they are here is going to be Genesis Esports. They're on the 8th spot, 83 points. They're just 10 points shy of making it inside of the top 6. Necro, we do have their stats in front of them, and your expressions tell me you are thinking something specific.
You mentioned nobody expected, but I expected this. Genesis Esports has been struggling throughout the entirety of the BMPS 2026, so for me, it's not something that's completely new.
But to be fair, I think I agree with what Salty said a little bit, to the extent that during the qualifiers, when we started the journey of BMPS 2026, that is where we expected Genesis to actually carry the form from BGIs, but that didn't happen.
But well, let's move on to an interview.
Hello everyone, मेरे साथ अभी खड़े हैं जेनेसिस के IGL ग्रेविटी स्वागत है आपका. It's been amazing so far, but अगर हम BGIS की आपकी जर्नी देखते हैं और BMPS की जर्नी देखते हैं, थोड़ा डिफरेंस देखने को मिलता है प्ले स्टाइल में और उस कॉन्फिडेंस में. आई वुड लव टू नो कि क्या डिफरेंस आया BGIS से और BMPS में.
BGIS जब एंड हुआ था तो मतलब सब लोग अपना अपना सोच रहे थे कि क्या चीज़ बेटर कर सकते थे उस टाइम पे. तो उसके चक्कर में सब लोग थोड़ा सा अपना अलग बेस स्टाइल चूज़ कर रहे थे कि क्या पता कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, बट वो टीम गेम नहीं हो पा रहा था उसमें. तो उसमें फिर हम लोग की जो सिनर्जी थी उस पर बहुत इशू हुए. तो अभी वो ठीक करने में थोड़ा टाइम लग रहा है, बट होपफुली आज आपको जैसा हमारा पहले गेम पे था वैसा देखने को मिले बस.
ऑलराइट, परफेक्ट. देखो ग्रेविटी, आप सेकंड आ चुके हो ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट में, थर्ड आ चुके हो, फोर्थ आ चुके हो, फिफ्थ आ चुके हो. आई वुड लव टू नो कि जब इतने क्लोज आके आप हारते हो तो आप अपने आप को वापस कैसे मोटिवेट करते हो अगले टूर्नामेंट के लिए और अपने टीममेट से क्या बातें करते हो.
नहीं, मेरा तो यही मानना है कि हार जीत तो लगी रहती है, मतलब पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ है. बट वही है कि हार ही रहे खाली अभी तक. जीते नहीं तो एक बार जीत के भी देखना कैसा लगता है. तो वो जब तक नहीं होगा तब तक मेहनत करते रहेंगे उसके लिए, और होपफुली आपकी बार BMPS में वो देखने को मिले आप लोग को.
मैं बस ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि उसके बाद टीम्स के साथ क्या बातें होती है, प्लेयर्स को क्या कहते हो आप.
नहीं, उस टाइम तो कुछ नहीं कह सकते. उस टाइम तो यही रहता है कि कोई बात नहीं और ज़्यादा मेहनत करेंगे, क्योंकि उस टाइम सब लोग ही अपना अपना कुछ ना कुछ उनके दिमाग में चलता रहता है. तो वही है कि उन लोग को भी थोड़ा स्पेस चाहिए रहता है खुद के लिए भी, सोचने के लिए, थिंक करने के लिए. तो सब अपने अपने में रहते हैं. थोड़े टाइम में फिर से प्रैक्टिस स्टार्ट हो जाती है.
ऑलराइट, आज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट दिन है क्योंकि सेमीफाइनल्स का आज आखिरी दिन है. टॉप 6 में आपको आना है आगे बढ़ने के लिए. कई बार आप टॉप 6 में आए, कई बार बाहर भी हुए. आई वुड लव टू नो आज की क्या प्लानिंग है.
आज तो 2 राउंड है जो हमारा अच्छा नहीं जाता कभी. तो हमारा तो यही रहेगा कि 25 to 30 पॉइंट्स लेने 2 राउंडों में. और हम लोग मतलब कॉन्फिडेंट है कि आज हम लोग का राउंड अच्छा जाएगा. और मिरामर तो ठीक ठाक जाता है, बट वो भी अच्छा करेंगे, ट्राई करेंगे वो भी, इसमें भी इनफ पॉइंट्स आ जाए कि हम लोग क्वालिफाई हो जाएं. बाकी तो जो हम लोग प्लान करके आए हैं उस हिसाब से चीज़ें हो जाएं तो बहुत बढ़िया है.
यार, आई हर्ड कि आपके कोचिंग स्टाफ में भी थोड़े से चेंजेस आए हैं. आई वुड लव टू नो कि क्या चेंजेस हैं और उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट आया अब तक.
नहीं, कोचिंग स्टाफ तो मतलब पहले भी नहीं था, अभी भी नहीं. अभी भी हमारे पास बस एक एनालिस्ट हम लोग ने उठाया है, बस वही हमारे पास, और कोई कोच वोच नहीं है हमारे पास.
ऑलराइट, व्हाट डू यू थिंक कट ऑफ कितना हो सकता है आज के दिन के एंड पे टॉप 6 का.
115 to 120 आएगा मेरे ख्याल से, क्योंकि उतना ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स है नहीं ऊपर वाली टीम्स के भी और नीचे वाली टीम्स के भी. तो अगर ऊपर वाली 1-2 टीम ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल लेती हैं तो कट ऑफ कम ही जाएगा मेरे ख्याल से. तो
कोई यानी स्पेसिफिक टीम जो आपको लगता है कि बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है इस टूर्नामेंट में और कड़ी चुनौती देगी आपको.
मेरे ख्याल से आर्यन का टीम गेम बहुत अच्छा है, तो मैं उनको बोलना चाहूँगा कि टीम आर्यन फिलहाल तो टीम गेम जैसा उनका लग रहा है उस हिसाब से तो मतलब उनसे गन फाइट लेने में बहुत मज़ा आएगा.
टीम AX जरूर यहाँ पे एक चुनौती दे सकती है, बट थैंक यू सो मच ग्रेविटी. गुड लक फॉर टुडे. आई होप विल फाइंड अ गुड वन. दैट वाज ग्रेविटी फ्रॉम जेनेसिस esports.
61 finishes, 83 total points, and 1 chicken dinner is what Genesis Esports stands with right now, but they're on the 8th spot. I think Gravity was a little nervous about the Rondo situation, and I don't sense that confidence. Do you feel the same as well, Necro?
Of course the confidence is clearly lacking, right? The way the man was speaking, he was a little bit nervous as well.
Yep.
And he mentioned Rondo is not their great map. Even Miramar is not a good map. So technically, if you try and sum it up the entire day, today's day might just not be Genesis Esports' day. But he also mentioned that today is also going to be a good day for them.
You know, it can be disastrous, it can be pretty good as well, but Johnny, we do have the schedule in front of us, and we also have the group split. Group A and B, they're going to play the first 4 matches, and then of course Group B and C are going to play the last 4 matches. We do have the talent prediction as well, and it seems like there are going to be some common names. Necro, I'm not sure if you're going to be happy along with Icy Baby. That non-confident interview you were talking about in Genesis is your prediction.
Come on, he's not confident, but I'm pretty sure Hunters is confident. And once Hunters wakes up, it does not matter who's he getting IGO'd by, who's next to him. He's going to destroy everyone.
Hey man, I mean Johnny, I still feel like that was just the confidence for the interview, because inside of the game, Gravity becomes a different beast altogether. We have spoken about him, we have spoken about Reckoning as well. And all of the teams have done fairly well They're chasing the trophy, and that chase starts now in this match itself. The first map of the day, last day of the semi-finals, it is going to be the map of Rondo.
And of course, probably the most aggressive map as well, since off the rip, we're going to be seeing a lot of those teams just try and scavenge for those points. And off the rip, if you're able to get a great start in your hands, anywhere between 5 to 6 elimination points, that's already going to be a successful head start for you in the overall standings. Right now, the plane flat path starting all the way from the right side of the map towards the left side, which is going to be Jiaothin. A little bit tilted up north, but still Neox Factory and Test Track, it's going to be in contention, including Stadium as well, Johnny.
Exactly, and I think Stadium and Test Track are the two positions where a majority of these teams are having their eyes pinned right now. On the other side, Yulin, it's a spot where you can glide towards. It is going to take a little while, but it is also another open position where the teams like to take these fights early. Apart from that, we are going to see that standard 1-3 split formation from a lot of these names. And of course, right off the bat, Necro, let's start talking about your prediction, because Genesis are one of the first few complete squads to take an exit from the flight.
And Genesis Esports is actually dropping pretty much away from Neox Factory and Test Track. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why they haven't really been able to farm a lot of frags, why the entirety of the map Rondo is currently lacking when it comes to performance coming through from the side of Genesis Esports. Genesis Esports should really go and try and go for those aggressive starts. They do have the firepower. They've got players like Viper and Hunters himself, and they can actually sustain taking those fights as well head-on. And as of now, speaking of taking head-on head fights, we've got 4GR taking fight against Wyld Esports. First man, Dragon OP already taken care of, and for Wyld Esports now, it's just going to be Rico across the proximity.
Yeah, but it's not going to be an easy fight still. Mysterious 4, they were looking for a third party, but through the window, the spray from Arthur. He's going to be able to find Henry. Early pick secured, but there's another third party from the backlines. Reckoning Esports looking to close in, and Arthur now finally feels a little bit of pressure.
Spotting out the man in the front as well from Reckoning Esports as of now, though. It's going to be a bit of a halt in the aggression. Reckoning Esports looking out the utilities. A man gets knocked out. Nicely done. Even Wyld Esports is now chiming inside of the fight, and the man from Wyld, he's actually collecting a few frags for himself. Rico was able to get one of the frags, instantly gets the confirmation as well. Reckoning Esports, that aggression is now being put on a halt. While speaking of the players of 4TR, a man is taken down low. He's slowly and steadily patching himself up, trying to get back in the race once again. But for 4TR to convert this fight, it's not going to be an easy one. Meanwhile, you've also got God's Reign taking a fight against Take Pozon. Too many teams clashing against each other, expected this. And teams are desperate for the points as well. Speaking of God's Reign, right now their heads on the swivel, sitting on the 6th spot in the overall standings.
This is right where the cutoff falls. And God's Reign, I think this map of Rondo becomes very important for them. They need that safety net on the overall leaderboard, but we spoke about them a few moments ago. Last man left alive from the side of Wyld Esports, still trying to juke the players of 4TR right across in the other room. But we switch focus now. Necro heading towards the apartments of Stadium. And over here, Autobots, Ralphie tries to make a big play against the side of Rising Esports, but isn't really able to succeed. We have Lobster waiting in the building across that nade. It is going to be a brilliant one. Finds a knock and brings the fight to a 1v1, but has no idea exactly where the players are going for a revive.
And that's the question, right? But Lobster, he still wins that duel. Unacceptable. Rising Esports, it seems like they're just waiting to be slaughtered by the players of Autobots Esports. And now one last man, that's going to be Fox OP, ripping all those shots. And Lobster, he shuts down 2 of the players instantly without even breaking a sweat. But the man himself is taken down low, and he cannot withstand that damage from VXT.
I was looking on the stage and I saw the players of Rising Esports still have a smile on their face. I like this attitude. They know they made a mistake. Lobster with an assault rifle, not even with a shotgun, just ran into them face first and mowed down 3 players from the side of Rising Esports. It gives them complete control of those stadium apartments, the side of Autobots, but resetting from there, that is what we have to see. VXT were there in the backlines as well. But again, we head back to New X Factory where Gokul from the side of Wyld Esports just charges forward into Reckoning. Isn't really able to survive. 4TR with the follow-up do find one finish for themselves, and well, it's not just Levi. Lovish was also knocked down over there. So 4TR, they have the upper hand, but now forced into a different fight. God's Reign with the utility from across the road.
Oh my god, Revenant XSPARK! A nade from Cyrax, it's gonna find a quick 2-piece, and instantly both those players put to sleep. You gotta feel bad for Revenant XSPARK. These sort of mishaps, they really do fiddle with your mindset.
And Cyrax, especially a man currently on fire. His entire team is doing great inside of the game. It's not even a question. 102 points in the overall standings. They just need a 20-pointer, and they're already set for the day. God's Reign, speaking of them, even they've got 3 men standing in, still the recall's up, so God's Reign can actually go for some risky plays if they want. Delta PG tossing out those nades, but those nades not exactly on the mark. And there's no one even nearby God's Reign. There's one man in the outskirts, and Viper is sitting all the way up top. So God's Reign, if they do want, they can definitely push up.
He's 2 floors up, and I don't think God's Reign are aware about exactly where Viper has positioned himself. But on the other side, AX getting destroyed at the hands of Wyld Fangs. Well, God's Reign, they have had enough of it. Now finally the push comes to shove. They push into the side of 40-odd, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Arthur is still there on the stairwell, and the pinch from the players of God's Reign, it is phenomenal. 40-odd, they have no answer for it, but maybe Team Tamilas might just become the reason for the early demise of these lads from God's Reign.
How often do you see Delta PG whipping shots like that? And look at Aim God. The man literally believed that he could fly, and then his wings just get clipped off.
I believe I can fly.
Exactly what I was trying to refer to. But Team Tamilas still not done yet. They've got a few recalls up and available. And now Justin tossing out an aid, not even close. For God's Reign, Equinox has been the crazy playmaker. Even yesterday, shutting down Revenant XSPARK and denying that chicken dinner, it was just insane. Especially when Revenant XSPARK were so desperately searching for a good game. And Team Tamilas, as of now, man in the outskirts, just trying to find some sort of an opener. Nades exchanged for both the sides. Equinox, his position's all compromised, and now both the players in front of each other. The man at the front's got his hands on the Uzi, but I highly doubt the Uzi can do anything. And Equinox, once again, he wins that duel. Beautifully done. The Octopus, he's got too many hands, and you can't win against him.
Exactly, and again, I mean, it's not just the hands, it's not just the reaction time, it's the presence of mind in that play. The early damage just out, then the peak at point blank range just to make sure that he gets that extra advantage in the fight. But Hunters, he's getting pressed, and Zero Arc, they do not want to let Genesis Esports slip away. Wyld Fangs Prey God falling prey to the players of Genesis, and even Chandan falls casualty to Hunters. 3 finishes on the board for Genesis Esports. It seems like all the concern showed in that interview earlier on was placed in the right minds, and Genesis Esports, they might just clinch away a spot in the top 6 after Rondo is done and dusted.
Genesis Esports, they come in at the right time to try and scoop up the remaining scraps. And around Test Track already securing a few elimination points for themselves. 4 so far. It's a decent start, not a great one. And even 4TR, look at them, Johnny. 4TR getting 7 frags off of that entire scuffle. God's Reign getting 7 eliminations off of that one. But the concern is going to be that 4TR's only got 1 man standing. Why are they not going for a recall?
I think at this point, it's again the same mindset that we spoke about. Rondo means double digits. From here on out, either go for recalls or just try and play for survival. But again, positioning is going to be very important. And 4TR, flex shot. He is stuck, surrounded by a recall tower under pressure by Mysterious 4, and the other one taken over by Revenant XSPARK. Other than that, not a lot of options remain. Look at where he is. Can't even push for the center of the circle. It's a big challenge to bring his teammates back.
No way, flex shot. Come on, you got to take this one. You got to go for the leap of faith, my friend. You cannot just keep on playing it all by yourself, especially when you do have the recalls available. You need to get the fallen comrades back up. 4TR, you cannot play this suppressed.
Hey, you can have a leap of faith, but if you fly too close to the sun, you end up getting burnt.
Well, at that point, you're speaking of a rocket, my friend. It's not a leap.
Not a rocket. It's the most iconic story of all time, the story of Icarus.
I have no idea about that, but Mysterious 4, it's not a great spot to be in, but at least it is a decent spot. Does seem well fortified as well, so there are a decent bit of covers available. And that's going to be the players of Autobots Esports in the far away. Revenant XSPARK Ninja all by himself, and once again, Revenant XSPARK getting caught apart in some of the most weird spots. Jabbing as well, gets struck down. Ninja John somehow was able to fiddle with both of them, and he actually gets away with murder. An instant backup as well arrives. Revenant XSPARK, they're not done inside of the game just yet. Ninja John holding that spot down. It was so crucial.
It was crucial indeed, and now it's a 4v4. Payne with the nade finds the opening, drops Payne his life from Zero Arc down to the floor. Sarar He's looking for a trade, has the
Oh
info
my
as to where
God.
the players of Revenant XSPARK are, and they do manage to trade out pain for pain. But still in this 3v3, I believe Revenant XSPARK, they have the upper hand. Sarvar is way too low to be revived. The bleeding needs to stop in Revenant XSPARK. They have the pressure to make this bounce, but Proton falls. Trace with a sliver of HP can't really continue fighting against Chandan anymore. But finally, the knock is still going to be found. How does he do that? Pixel of HP with an SMG, and he still finds the opening.
That is just crazy. And Zero Arc is not done yet. Sarvar still standing in the back lines. A man's knocked out. Zero Arc fights down to a 3v3, but Ninja, he pushes once again the S12K. This man is replying back pretty well. Ninja right now seems absolutely evil. And Revenant XSPARK, with that being said, they also do eliminate the entirety of Zero Arc. There was also a bit of that third party around the spectrum. It's also going to be Mysterious Ford around the block. And even Eggs trying to do the same thing. A lot of these teams now getting attracted to all of the commotion that's currently happening. And all those Bs, they're also getting slaughtered.
All of this is happening just because recalls are still up. But the only problem is if you are regrouped, if you're running around with a 4-man roster, then it becomes very difficult to try and first survive that team fight and then bring your teammates back. Mysterious 4, though, still waiting on the sidelines. They have halted the approach of this charge, of this bounce. Goku is there, Henry joins in. Shots being taken by Trace, but with that angle, it's kind of difficult to take Henry down. Maybe Naman in the distance can fall, and Revenant XSPARK will have the opening, but Genesis Esports up against Autobots. So Reeve spotted out. They do have the pitch going. And well, they are going to find the last finish from the side of Autobots as well. Autobots Esports eliminated kind of early, to be honest, on this map of Rondo.
Yeah, Genesis is done playing it passive now. They really do want those points, and they're actually claiming those points as well. There's a man currently eliminated from the game, but it's all okay. Gravity can also be recalled. Genesis has all the 4 recalls up for available. And they can actually go and directly recall the fallen comrade as well, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be the game plan. But still, it's also about the placement inside of the circle, and that's when Genesis Esports, they can definitely fumble things up. Rising Esports on the move as well, and right now Rising Esports, once again, the goal is similar. Try and set yourself in the center of the circle and then stick to the rest. And in my opinion, I'm not really a big fan of this spot that Rising Esports wants to contest. It's not a good spot at all.
Well, it's not going to be good. God's Reign already down, and players Rising Esports still continue to build up the pressure. But we have Reese as he falls. Maybe this is the deterrent for Rising Esports that they did not need in this fight. Aquinox with just around 10 HP, still standing, still fighting, almost drops Baba, but now it's down to a 1v1. Delta PG lobs a nade. His own teammates take a little too much damage, but Delta PG does not want to stop. And with this, bam, finds the final nail in the coffin. Rising Esports are not going to rise anymore on the map of Rondo. They're going to have to wait for the next few maps to try and make that bounce back.
They somehow survive, Johnny. This is just unbelievable. And now a third party as well for Team MLS. They instantly wipe out the existence of God's Reign. God's Reign were already beaten up and battered. And eventually, they also get eliminated from the game. Team MLS were not able to secure a lot of elimination points off that entire third party, but at least they do get away with some. And as long as you're getting even a singular elimination point, that's still going to make a lot of difference in the overall standings. Right now, Team MLS sit at 15th spot. If they get away with a chicken dinner with more than 25 points, Team MLS, the comeback is already halfway done.
It's not just them, right? It's Revenant XSPARK, it's Genesis as well now with God's Reign out of the picture. And Rapid Chaos moved down to the 6th spot. Genesis, they have a target clearly set. They need about 15 points from this game total. And that should push them in a decent spot inside of the top 4. Revenant XSPARK, a 25 bomber, 30 bomber to get that safety net going. And it seems like with the kind of form the players of Revenant XSPARK have showed up in, it might actually be possible. We have the recaps of those fights earlier on, taking down the players of Zero Arc, another squad before that.
Revenant XSPARK need to show up in this sort of form, right? It's pretty much like a do-or-die scenario for them. And let's not forget, if you also start talking about Wyld Fangs, today's Spray God's birthday. And Spray God have to give himself a slot towards the grand final to the BMPS 2026, but as of now, Meta Ninja, they actually collide against Mysterious 4. It's quite back and forth as of now, but the man from Mysterious 4, he somehow finds 2 quick strikes. Goku as well pushes in tandem. He's able to dismantle 2 of the players from the side of Meta Ninja, and now Fierce is the only person left alive. But Fierce, he's still fighting back. Eventually, even Fierce gets eliminated from the game, and that's going to be it from Meta Ninja.
But that was very risky of Mysterious 4. 3 players, all 3 of them were extremely low, and they made that bounce. Fierce could have potentially caught all of them off guard, but it seems like this third party from the players of Wyld Esports might be that nail in the coffin that finally shuts down and pins Mysterious 4. Goku falls, the third party from Revenant XSPARK. Point stolen by Shreyam from Wyld. But Wyld, they have to be cautious about the third party as well, because they are also in the direct line of fire.
Yeah.
Last 2 players left alive from the set of Mysterious 4, Naman and Henry. Both of them have no real HP to work with. Finally, the first aids come online, but it's still a 2 versus 4 situation. Naman falls. Henry's the last man left alive, and all he can do is just hide in a corner and wait for someone to third party, pick off Wyld Esports, maybe get a few knocks going so that Henry can at least either steal those finishes or maybe just play for survival from here on out.
Versatile Esports is just so cheeky. Smoker from the sidelines just constantly stealing away those elimination points. And the only reason why Wyld Esports have lost out on a man is because of that one player, Smoker. Mysterious 4, the fact that Henry is still standing, it's just unbelievable. He was supposed to be eliminated way too far back. And right now the man's still breathing, and he seems like he's in peace as well. Wyld Esports, you gotta make the pounce right now. You're wasting too much time. The longer the threat lives, the more difficult it gets to eliminate it. And as of now, Henry is definitely going to make it even more tougher. The nade's cooked up from Henry, and the nade was tossed right on top of Henry as well.
The panic sets in, runs back, closes the door, just a sliver of HP onto Henry. He's been a phenomenal player for the side of Mysterious 4 this season, just helping the team find their way in towards the semifinals, and all because of plays like this. A spam through the smokes, and he finds Goku. Wyld Esports again are just down to their 2 players who are struggling, it seems like, inside of these compounds, all because of one man.
What a knock that was from Henry.
Impressive.
And he's actually looking to make that bounce as well. Smoker shuts down another man from Wyld Esports. Now the situation's down to a 1-on-1. Dragon versus Henry. Who's going to win this fight? Wyld Esports. They were playing it too passive for no reason, and there's a chance he could have won it. But Dragon, one single shot from the S12K is going to save the day, but for what? He's the only person surviving from Wyld Esports now.
Valiant effort from Henry, almost finds the third man in that fight as well. And a lot of questions raised for the players of Wyld Esports. Why would you go back again into the line of fire of VXT? You knew exactly where they were. But Dragon, I don't think he's going to have any answers for that. VXT themselves show up asking the same question, and now it's a 4 versus 1 situation. Rex in the back lines, 3 players pushed up all the way, and Dragon, he has no escape.
Yeah, the man's trapped. Dragon cannot even play a lot of angles now. And I guess, Shawnee, the easiest question to ask over there is, why did Wyld Esports not push when they knew it's just one man in the front?
Exactly.
You've got 3 players. Even if 2 players get knocked out, you can still easily overwhelm them and trade it out.
In that fight, confusion from the side of Wyld was clearly visible. First getting third-partied by Revenant XSPARK, and then by the players of Versatile. So, quite unfortunate. It should keep the players of Wyld extremely low in the overall leaderboard. I mean, they are the ones under the threat of elimination from this tournament, but we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the maps go.
They're just fighting to keep themselves outside of the bottom too, but Johnny, the next circle popped up a while ago, and Genesis Esports right now seems like they've got the most amount of control. And if they do play the cards right, if they do play it patiently, they can actually snatch away a massive chicken dinner as well. Right now, they sit with 8 finishes on the block.
And there they are on our screens, just regrouped and huddled up all the way towards the center. Versatile, they are going to have a line of fire. And from the radar, we could see Team Tamalas as well. Could be a big threat for the players of Genesis. They are going to need those deployable covers to work for them. Oh, and they are aware of the threat from either ends. We do see Fury checking up on the squads in the distance. Now finally a spray committed for the players of VXT, but no shots make contact. And VXT are able to find some space inside of this play zone.
Oh, VXT. He's catching standing, but well, there we go. The moment I say so, he gets knocked out.
Broke his ankles with that one.
Yeah. Found that loose spring. And now Spartan as well, he's getting chipped away. Genesis Esports, they already know they've got a prime spot. Genesis Esports knows as of now, there's not really a lot of teams currently contesting them. While teams like REVENANT XSPARK still getting beaten up from the sidelines, the opponents just surrounding them from all the different angles. iQOO's on another team under a lot of pressure, even they need to perform. Things haven't been looking great for iQOO's on in the semifinals, but this name, it's supposed to perform. They cannot fail. Too many hopes and a lot of dreams.
Dreams could shatter at any moment. REVENANT XSPARK on the low ground. iQOO's on, just keeping track of where the players are. But Bunny needs to be cautious, as Trace from behind that airdrop has been tracking his position all this time, and at any given moment could potentially stand up and start taking those shots.
And I'm pretty sure that's what Bunny's also skeptical about.
Yeah, he's just paranoid about it, and he has every right to be, but I think for how long can you ignore the greed of just those bodies running out into the open in front of you?
There we go, nade tossed. I'm pretty sure it's not going to go anywhere. It's not even going to be close, but... Or maybe it is going to be close.
It is close.
Hold on, it does deal a lot of damage to Trace. The man's taken down to just 1 HP. Barely surviving on his liver. That got way too close for comfort. Trace almost going to be knocked out. If 2 nades were tossed at the same time, Trace was done for.
Well, this is about to get very tricky, and especially for the players of REVENANT XSPARK. Would you look at that, now forced outside of the play zone, but Genesis Esports, Necro, they have to be celebrating the shift of the circle right now. They have decent cover to work with. There's a cluster towards the southeast as well that is going to be forced to fight against each other. Yeah. And all Genesis has to worry about is just dealing with the players of WeXT, who are just closing in against them.
Genesis Esports, in my opinion, now it's time for them to actually step outside of the comfort zone for a little bit and try and get rid of VXT. If I was the IGL of Genesis Esports in this scenario, my call would have been, guys, let's get back in the vehicles and let's try and scoop up the points in the back first. Let's clear the back lines initially and then think about what's going to be happening in the sidelines.
Move along the ridge, take the fight against WeXT. You have the numbers to work with. And this ridge blocks the fire from Team Tamilas as well. So I do agree with you. There is a possibility for Genesis to actually clean the backlines first, and it makes their lives moving up a whole lot easier. The worst thing that could happen over here for Genesis is them getting sandwiched between REVENANT XSPARK, WeXT, and Team Tamilas at the same time.
They can actually try and smoke off the entirety of the line of sight for the REVENANT XSPARK. And then they can try and commit to the fight against Versatile. There's a lot of these scenarios where Genesis Esports can easily clean out the entire existence of VXT, but they have chosen to play this one passive. VXT catching a bit too much of that hurt upon themselves. REVENANT XSPARK, their existence right now seems like it's also a big thorn in the way for VXT. What is now going to be the game plan for REVENANT XSPARK, though? How can they place themselves in a good spot inside of the circle? One-man paint is already there, a little bit on the edge lines. And look at Ninja repairing the vehicle as well while he's also traveling.
I mean, efficiency at its peak, I guess, but we're going to have to see how efficient they are going to be with this end game. We are finally in that placement point bracket, 8 teams still alive. And as of now, none of these names have been able to achieve double digits in this map of Rondo Necro. It's such a big surprise, but I think AX might just become the next team to be eliminated from this game, as finally there's pressure upon them. It goes on closing in, but it seems like REVENANT XSPARK, they are falling prey to the players of Genesis. Or maybe it is Genesis that are taking the tumble. REVENANT XSPARK, they do manage to finish off Hunters, but there is WeXT in the backlines. And Viper, we know right now, along with the rest of Genesis, is just desperate for points. That spray right on the head. Spartan falls, and Genesis, it seems like this is going to be the start of it all.
I'm not going to lie, I don't really understand this move coming through from REVENANT XSPARK, but if it does work out, they will have one of the best spots inside of the circle. Viper getting chipped up way too low. This nade has to be on the mark, and it does find the knock as well. Ninja finding a crucial knock, threading that needle, but the backlines as well, not too secure yet. VXT possesses too much of that threat, and eventually VXT also gets eliminated from the game. A nade tossed, and that's going to be the end for Ninja. But REVENANT XSPARK is not done yet.
They're still here, down to the last player, Payne. And well, with that single-digit placement point, they will have double digits. Gravity falls. Genesis down to their last player. Pain, does he have the nades to work with? It drops Fury as well. And Viper was already quite low. He needs to heal up to re-engage into the fight. There's the first aid popped up. The nade lobbed out. Viper again dropped down to around 10 HP. And Pain is just waiting patiently. Spots the man, lobs the nade.
Oh
and the
my
damage
God.
is enough. A 1 versus 3. And before the beginning, there's the end of Genesis in this game. They are still outside of that top 6.
But Genesis Esports get away with 12 points in total off of this game, Johnny. And I do believe that's going to be more than enough for the start itself. 12 points in one game for Genesis Esports. It's a great start. And in the future, they can do a lot better, try and convert a better game. But as of now, Reckoning Esports against Team Tumulas, and Team Tumulas, they need to win this fight no matter what. Speaking of Reckoning Esports, they've already got the leeway, they've already got the cushioning in the overall standings. Bro, now he's trying to face off the man from the Team Tumulas, and eventually he wins that duel as well. Team Tumulas, they lose out on some crucial battles, as instantly 2 of those players get eliminated from the game.
What a play, what a switcheroo coming from Pro, just bobbing and weaving, dodging every single shot that was taken in his direction. But Team Tumulas, there's a very quick follow-up. Roman, he falls as well, and it's down to just Justy and Mr. IGL who are fighting for the lives and the survival of Team Tumulas. 82 points on the board, 13 in the leaderboard, but Wyld Fangs, they say no as the nades come flying. The artillery strike will catch Mr. IGL off guard, and Justy becomes the last surviving player for the side of Team Tumulas. Necro, I think this has to be a game for Wyld Fangs. This is the match that gets them inside the top 6.
Seems like it, Johnny, without a doubt. Should be a game for them. Once again, things can be messed up even from this scenario, even from this position, they can actually mess things up. Wyld Fangs spraying down the foes in the front. Reckoning Esports, with just 1 man surviving, that's going to be Pro himself. And for Reckoning Esports, they don't even need a massive average. They've already achieved 119 points in the overall standings.
Yeah.
If the man's able to squeeze in a few more placement points, that's already going to be 120 points mark past. And that's when you can say Reckoning Esports have guaranteed qualified.
Yeah, this is the average. They need 4 points per game, and they are going to be good. But I think outside of that top 6 bracket, Wyld Fangs, Team Tumulas, and Hick Bozon still fighting for anything they can grab for themselves. AX, another team from the podium, sitting 3rd on the overall leaderboard right now, spotted out and put under pressure by Wyld Fangs. And RN and Cyrex, I don't think there's any escape for these 2 lads. They are going to be pinned and kept pinned outside of the play zone.
Wyld Fangs hasn't really been playing an aggressive game this time. They've been taking things quite slow and cautious. And as of now, for Wyld Fangs, they just want to try and find a way to wipe out the existence of AX. But at the same time, sidelines are something they need to be worried of. That man from Reckoning Esports, he can possess a lot of threats. He can definitely be the venom that can shut down Wyld Fangs. Reckoning Esports under heavy fire from the players of Wyld Fangs, and even the sidelines, even Hick Bozon, they're still standing inside of the game. And if anyone does win a chicken dinner, that's going to be a great momentum boost. Especially for Wyld Fangs, this just reignites the chance of them qualifying. Blue on the move, AX is going to be forced to move outside of the comfort zone, and AX is now just getting beaten down. Cyrex knocked out, Aryan moves out in the open, Sensei in the front is taken down low, Spray Guard peeks out, and Aryan is somehow still standing against Wyld Fangs, and eventually he gets eliminated from the game by Hick Bozon with a 3rd party.
But Necro, this seems like the game for Wyld Fangs has just been ruined, because we see the players getting confirmed by the man from Team Tumulas as Justy with an aid finds the pick, finds the finish for himself, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Hick Bozon stand the biggest chance of winning the chicken dinner in this match. But it's all down to Justy. Is he going to go after Wyld Fangs, or will he continue to fight against the players of Hick Bozon? And I think Wyld Fangs, they have decided an answer for him as they move on the flank, and they are going to force him into a line of fire.
Indeed. And the main fight's going to be between Wyld Fangs and Hick Bozon. It's not even a question. But that one lonesome survivor from the side of Team Tumulas is also going to be the decider. If he does manage to strike even 1 man from any of these teams, instantly the entire battle just favors the other team. And Wyld Fangs right now lose the grip on the fight. 1 man knocked out, that's going to be the big player Golden as well taken care of. Hick Bozon right now with the man advantage. The situation's down to a 2-on-3. Wyld Fangs, things not looking great. The chances of them winning the chicken dinner is now looking pretty bleak.
Well, the god amongst men, he is getting naded right now. Wyld Fangs, they do get a revive going, and Connor has done so well, just dodging all of this utility, making sure that he stays on his feet, stays on the flank, and keeps the pressure up on the players of Higg Boson, and he's pushing even further. This is the one thing Higg Boson needed to deny the pressure. It is there, although they do still find the pick on the Sensei, but Kana, he's there in the backlines. We've seen him pull out a clutch against the players of 8-bit, but not this time, not against the God Particles themselves. Higg Boson, they managed to clinch out a pretty decent win on this map of Rondo.
Yeah, that was too much for Kanha to handle in that scenario. All the three players were standing from the side of Higg Boson, and for Wyld Fangs, they were just not able to find that one crucial knock. And that really just came down, or brought down the entire stuff for Higg Boson and even the players of Wyld Fangs.
Hey man, I mean, it's nothing new coming in from Wyld Fangs. We had discussed this yesterday as well. Come down to the second position, maybe the chicken dinner still seems to be too far for them. But at least it was a good game coming in from Wyld Fangs, also a decent game coming in from REVENANT XSPARK.
But now this is a discussion that really needs to happen. Not really the performance they were hoping for. I think they needed a little bit more eliminations over there, the players of Higg Boson and Wyld Fangs. Although from their side, I think Wyld Fangs should be okay. They are inching closer to the 8th position, to the 7th position, and this was just the first game.
Yeah, they're definitely getting decent amount of points, right? The average is looking decent for Wyld Fangs, but once again, a decent average is not going to be closing things out, and you're not going to be moving inside of the top 6 with a decent game. You need at least one chicken dinner today, Johnny, because the teams above Wyld Fangs as well, they're getting decent performances. No one is doing too bad. Even REVENANT XSPARK had a solid game. Genesis Esports as well had a solid game. So teams above Wyld Fangs as well are moving up slowly and steadily.
And it's not just them, it's also the teams that were already inside of the top 6 that are doing well, with God's Reign having a decent number of eliminations. They were able to hit, I think 105 is where they were at the end of the match.
You know, we'll have a look at the overall standings, but for now, GodX, this man, I think has been the exceptional player for Higg Boson as well. 5 eliminations at such a crucial stage. Higg Boson now, I think they're still in the 16th spot, Necro. With this game itself, they are going to be rising up, hasn't it?
Yeah, they are going to be rising up for sure. And I think one thing that GodX, he's a phenomenal player. We've spoken about it. Does not do well under pressure.
Yeah.
You need to help him relax a little bit. And as soon as he gets relaxed, you see what he does, right? Comfort zone hits in. The man does not have a lot to deal with. Just tell him where to shoot and he's going to make it happen.
I think if you tell him where to shoot, this man is going to shoot the entire place down there, shoot the region down as well. But again, coming back to the qualification aspect, Higg Boson, was this the ideal start, or do they need to amp it up even more?
I mean, of course, the expectations are a lot more, right? It's not even a question that Higg Boson need to amp it up, since the elimination department, it's still lacking by a big mile. Higg Boson did not have a lot of elimination points at the end of the entire game. But speaking of REVENANT XSPARK, right, well, Payne was the man who really popped off. 7 frags on the board, 1139 damage dished out as well. REVENANT XSPARK is now finally playing like they've got free hands and they're taking fights.
You know, Johnny, I still want to ask you this. Payne with 7 eliminations. This man was kind of missing throughout the competition with the kind of impact he left inside of BGIS. But now do you finally think REVENANT XSPARK is on fire?
I think they are, and I think it is the one thing that they were waiting for. REVENANT XSPARK, as Necro says it, and I also agree with him on it. I think has the roster with the simplest game plan out of all. Just take as many people out as you can before you get finished off inside the game. That should be the game plan for REVENANT XSPARK, not just on Rondo, but on Wrangles and Miramars as well. And I think they were relying on Payne, on Trace, on all of these players to actually get into their prime form, which was missing in the semifinals. But now, since Payne has come up, I'm just hoping Trace also makes a comeback.
You know, it certainly does make a lot of sense, but just saw the smiles of Reckoning Esports and their players as well. 130 points. They're sitting at the tippity top of the overall standings. I still want to know, is there going to be any sense of danger for these lads?
Nope.
Can they bomb 4 games and still have a threat?
I don't think so.
Necro?
I feel like at this point in time, look, the top 2 is secure. It's not even a question. I think the top 2 is unshakable. Other than that, yes, the positions can be swapped. It's not even a question. If someone else from the latter half of the board gets a 30 bomber, for example, if Genesis Esports gets a 30 bomber, if God's Reign as well ends up moving themselves even higher, then the teams around the 3rd spot is also going to move down. And that's where the real breakthrough comes through.
By the way, at the start of the day, one thing we kind of missed out on, as you said, only the top 2 were safe, because both the teams in the top 2 were over 110 points, both Reckoning and the team right next to them. But apart from that, third position is where the side of AX was with just 99 points to their name. The team on the 6th at the start of the day had, I think, about 92, 93 points. So there was just a 6-point difference between the third and the 6th spot. And that 6-point bracket is what everyone is targeting outside of the top 6.
It's not just the 6-point bracket, Johnny. I'm still looking at teams from Group C who are there inside of the top 6. Myth and Rapid Chaos, by the way, they've got 96 and 98 points respectively.
Yeah.
And I still feel that is not going to be safe at all right now. Let's just go on a cutoff point discussion because we do have the match rankings on our screen as well. Hig Boson just picked up 18 points from the match. Team Tamil has with 15 and Revenant XSPARK with 15 as well. I think the cutoff is going beyond 125. I want to know your thoughts, gentlemen.
No, I don't think it's going to go more than 120 points. I believe it's still going to be inside of 120 because there's also going to be a possibility that the teams at the top start creating a vacuum, right? We're still waiting for teams like Nebula Esports to make a comeback in the upcoming groups.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then you've also got a few more names like Rapid Chaos Esports that can do a lot better. Myth as well, they can continue with that same momentum. So I do believe that there's a big chance there might just be a massive vacuum unless someone else from the latter half of the board just surprises us and somehow pull off a crazy comeback, right? We're speaking of teams like 4TR. We're speaking of teams like Rising Esports or even
Autobots,
Autobots Esports. Or maybe Meta Ninja can once again reclaim that spot. But if that does happen, then the cutoff goes high.
You know, speaking of Hig Boson right now, you talked about how somebody from the second half or the bottom half of the leaderboard can make a bounce back. I think with 18 points, yes, the comeback is still not really on the cards, but I think it's a step in the right direction, Johnny.
It is a step in the right direction, as you said, but I think on the overall leaderboard, it is exactly as Necro said. I think if Reckoning Esports and Nebula just show up and perform the way they are performing right now, there's going to be a vacuum. The cutoff might be between 110 and 115. But if everyone else, because Genesis did well in this game, Revenant XSPARK did well in this game, and there were a few other names, Hig Boson as well, the team that won a chicken dinner, they are going to be closing in as well. That is going to keep raising that cutoff, which right now is with Rapid Chaos on 95 points. In Genesis Esports, a few more finishes, they would have been in the top 6 again. This team is always falling a little bit short.
You know, I have an interesting take, by the way. I still believe it's going to be a slightly difficult job for teams from Group A. Namely Revenant XSPARK, Wyld Fangs. They're going to be the first ones to set the target. Group C comes in later. They know exactly how many points they need to acquire to try and push them down as well. Is that a challenge for Revenant XSPARK and teams like Wyld Fangs to have that leeway, to have that buffer?
Group C does come in later, but Group A is also playing the final 2 games.
Yeah.
So they're also going to be there in the final few moments, right? They will have that extra bit of push for themselves in the overall standings. And right now, what Revenant XSPARK needs to do is think of it as this way, that they need to set up a target.
Yep.
And if Revenant XSPARK sets a target big enough, then the other teams won't be able to breach through. But at the same time, man, the overall standings are way too deceiving. Since there's so many teams, or from the teams from the groups, you haven't really played the games. Once they do make a comeback, there's a chance that Myth Official might just get a rocket start and directly surprise all of us.
100%.
Yeah, I want to add one more thing to that, because as he said, if we're just going to go based off of group, then Group B is basically done, because there's only just one team in the entire top 10 from Group B, and that was AX at the start of the day.
And I don't really see any signs of comebacks as well coming in from them unless and until Hig Boson does something absolutely interesting.
True.
Maybe it is going to be the start of something, but Hig Boson, they definitely need a shot of energy, lads. And if you want a shot of energy for all of yourselves, then we do have some lovely Monster Energy drinks, lads. Necro is already sipping on one. It absolutely unleashes your inner beast. You can see the beast sitting right there as well. I'm pretty sure the beast, the rest of them, they're sitting on the stage and we'll be waiting to find out how many of them can qualify. But lads, again, bringing the conversation down to something that has been happening for the first time.
Yeah.
Elimination from the semi-finals, not going ahead to the last chance qualifiers. Still the last 2 teams, they are at that spot. VXT doesn't really seem to move, Necro.
Hey man, whoever designed this tournament, call them Jon Snow, because White Walkers are not going to be there anymore after this.
Okay, listen, I don't really get that joke, but moving on to
You're
It
saying
is,
a lot
it
of
is, it
things,
is, it is joke for the thrones, man.
Yeah.
I've not watched it.
Understandably so, but never mind, you've watched a lot of BGMI. Give us a prediction for the next map then.
All right, well, my prediction for the next game is going to be that Revenant XSPARK gets a chicken dinner. Finally, they're going to be hitting the target this time. They're not going to be
Miramar.
missing barely off the rip. Yep, I believe Revenant XSPARK will get it.
I mean, sure, man. You want Revenant XSPARK to succeed. I want to celebrate tonight, and since it's Spray God's birthday, I would want Wyld Fangs to do well.
Makes
Oh
sense.
yeah, I kind of agree with that opinion, I guess. Spray God's birthday, the birthday gift is still pending so
Yeah.
far. And I think the only gift that Spray God would love is a ticket to Jaipur.
Exactly. At this point, all of these lads, that's the only thing, that's the only present they're looking for. No one wants anything else. And apart from that, I think I would also love to see Genesis try and bounce back on Miramar as well, because I think at the start of the day, as Necro sort of pointed out, that Genesis, Erangel is their map. Erangel is the map where we are seeing Genesis pop off and be consistent. And today is the first day in the history of competitive BGMI that a play day in a pro LAN event has no Erangel.
It's a day of breaking records, Johnny. It's a day of creating history.
It's a date with destiny.
A lot of firsts. A lot of firsts so far.
Hey, one thing that's not first is Icy Baby 1-2 joining us on the desk. Icy, how are you doing?
What's up? Well, I'm feeling good, for sure. But it is going to be very, very nervous as well, especially for some of these teams, because eventually we are going to see some for our first 6 teams making towards the grand finals itself. But on the contrary, I feel sad at the same time because we are going to be eliminating 2 teams from here itself as well. So I don't know. There are teams that I'm rooting for. There are teams that I'm not exactly rooting for.
Icy straight up
Who are
lying.
you
He's
not
not
rooting
sad.
for?
He's not
Wait,
sad.
Who are you not rooting for, Icy?
I keep it to myself. You know, there are some things that you should say, but there are some things you shouldn't be saying.
Yeah, that's
here on
very bad
podcast.
of you, man. You can't just give us a tease. You can't
Such
just
a
be a
diplomatic
tease.
man on the
There's
panel.
only one team that starts with V, so yeah.
We?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean...
I think he's talking about Vanguard Esports, but they're not here at
they're not here
BMPS.
anymore. I think he's just leaving it very vague as to what where the exact value of that team is going to be, and well, we
Johnny-
just can be versatile about what we can think about the team names.
By the way, I've never heard of a commentator who gatekeeps information, man.
Yeah, true. Hey, a lot of firsts happening here, right?
Well, for all things considered here, seems like coming... And speaking of first as well, I think this is the first time in BGMI history where we're having, 3 games of Rondo and 3 games of Miramar on the same day with absolutely no wrangle. And I
Exactly.
think the biggest change for all these teams has to be the tempo control. Between fast-paced, slow, and then fast-paced, slow, it will mess up their internal clocks for some of these teams.
And speaking of internal clocks, ladies and gentlemen, turn it up a notch because it is going to get hot. We are flying over the dirty and the dusty deserts of Miramar, this time with groups A and B playing it out. And certainly we are up in the skies once again. Traveling from Trailer Park towards Truck Stop. This is going to be a long flight path for sure. But I see again, majority of the teams would love to go towards the north. They are already very deviated towards the north. Teams going towards Los Leones, teams going towards Impala, Chumacera. I think it's going to be a tough stretch.
It is truly going to be a little bit of a tricky one here, but let's just hope the teams is able to adapt here. I think one of the biggest tempo mess-ups here is that, you know, playing Rondo, you see how fast-paced the game is here. It's all about quick decision-makings on the spot. Things will slow down a little bit here in this map itself, so that small little tempo can mess up your game for Game 3, Game 4, and onwards as well, especially for, I think, Group B is the one that's going to be playing 4 matches back-to-back. So hopefully that is going to be something that it's a very minor issue, but it can overall affect the macro rotations of the entirety team as well.
I actually still feel like for Group B, it's going to be a great disadvantage because imagine this, for Groups A and C, they would know exactly the target they will have to achieve in the last 2 games, right? And I'm not saying it's easier than setting a target out there on the overall standings, but when you know a specific number that you have to cross, I believe the journey just gets so much more easier.
Well, speaking of a little bit of target here in the semifinals, we've had a lot of unorthodox circles for these past 4 days, and here we are going to be bringing it all the way to the southeast corner with a little bit of a twist as well. It may or may not shift on towards the double islands. A majority of teams have a lot of experience as well. We've had one earlier in BGIS, and we've had one last year, and I think this is going to be a big problem as well because God's Reign is going to be the closest to that advantage as well, but I think God's Reign will need to plan accordingly whether or not should they make a decision on hugging onto the shorelines in case it shifts down there. I'm not saying it will, but there is a very, very high possibility.
We've seen circles like this, IC, before, and this time, once again, if it does go to those 2 islands, it's going to be absolute cinema. But for one team, that is going to be absolutely important to qualify.
I swear,
if
the circle actually shifts to the double island in this map, BMPS 2026 semifinals is officially the most disgusting phase ever. Almost every circle, it's a scam.
Yeah, I still remember that military base circle. By the way, you and I were casting the game last day. It's just absolutely terrific. from the BGMI gods to give us a scam like that. And for the teams, you like to watch them struggle for sure if you are a neutral fan, but then the level of gameplay that arises from that situation is also quite brilliant. But for now, let's focus on the teams a little bit. We do have Wyld Fangs going through the terrain. They are migrating a long distance. For GDR, it's going to be an ideal day at office. They do have their ancient drop location of Impala, and we know it. Impala, they know every single nooks and crannies, by the way.
Yeah, probably. But from this perspective now, it seems like Team Tumblr, they've just scouted out the team rotating rather early as well, and that's actually Wyld Fangs. So I'm very surprised that Wyld Fangs is actually trying to call dibs on the zone, and I think they're actually prepping for in case if the circle actually shifts on towards the double islands here. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation. Meanwhile, Reckoning Esports in El Pozo, they did scout out a couple of unwanted teams around them. That's going to be Zero Arc. But for Zero Arc, they pretty much abandoned ship. So it seems like Reckoning Esports is going to waste a little bit more time to be a little bit more cautious. Potential third parties coming through, but I don't think Zero Arc wants to stay too long here, considering after how far the circle is away from them. So they are going to make a dip. Reckoning Esports, what are they going to do? Are they going to assume there's no one, or are they just going to back off? That's my bigger question here, because that small little interval of indecisiveness may cost them like a 1 or 2 minutes time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for Reckoning Esports, it doesn't really matter what their approach is, unless and until they try and go after teams who are trying to qualify here. But then a very important rotation coming in from Revenant XSPARK, I see. They are on the 8th position of the overall standings. 91 points is what they have acquired so far, and it seems like right at the get-go for Revenant XSPARK, it seems like the southern rotation seems to make sense for them.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense just because of the fact that it is also in case that the Puerto Paraiso might beat the circle as well, and heading towards Los Leones from the south side isn't too shabby. There's a lot of loopholes and entrance that can push through. Meanwhile, on screen, Meta Ninja on the wild goose chase, scouts out Team Tumblr, flies across the hills, takes 2 down, and just like that, Meta Ninja finds 2 very, very great start picks here.
I'm just starstruck, by the way. Fierce flying around the corner. Still managed to land that shot as well, and somehow Yavin, who was driving, also did manage to land that shot. Meta Ninja. Isn't this the most interesting team inside of the semi-finals, by the way? I mean, imagine the kind of start they had inside of the competition. The first 3 days, the first 3 games, in fact, for Meta Ninja, they could only acquire 5 points, or 3 points, in fact, if I'm not mistaken. And then, of course, in the last 3 games, 52 points. Meta Ninja rose across all the difficulties and hurdles, but right now they're on the 13th spot, I see.
Yeah, except for that game 4, 5, and 6 here from Meta Ninja, everything has been downhill since 7 10 here from Meta Ninja. So today itself, it's all about bounce back, and the previous game, Meta Ninja didn't really do too bad. But again, they need a big number here because, again, there's only 6 spots available here for the semifinals. And in this case, the current seeding here, I think Genesis, I don't really know the exact number for 6th place right now. But Genesis is right now the closest to it. So it's still very, very far-fetched here. Meta Ninja needs back-to-back good games in order to stand a chance to actually push into the top 6. Mathematically possible, but a very, very difficult task. But at least I know for a fact that Meta Ninja is not going to be the part of the bottom 2, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom 2 equation, I think, is going to be between the last 4 or 5 teams out there. I'm going to put in VXT in the mix of things, maybe White Walkers, potentially even Wind God as well. True Rivers, I see, let's just not jinx that. I'm still believing the fact that True Rivers is going to make it out of that position, by the way.
Yeah, but on screen now, seems like Meta Ninja runs in a different team as well. It's going to be a read from Autobots all by himself, and now he's going to be forced to fend himself here. The rest of Autobots a little bit too far off. They're calling the cavalry here, but Arif finds the first knock first.
This is bad news for Meta Ninja right now. Autobots have called in for cavalry. The covers are going to be popping off any second, and Arif did find the first knock. Look at that, the second knock is going to be there as well. Meta Ninja, they are absolutely shattered right now. One man gets taken down, yet another nade sails in. Autobots, they are driving crazy, but from the back lines, it seems like there's going to be a third party. Mysterious Foe come into the picture. Lobster finds a trade for him, but Fierce is also going to be there for the trade fire. Meta Ninja is looking to fight back with everything that they've got, I see.
Yes, and Autobots now trying to beat our issue here. They're trying to reset as well. Meta Ninja still expecting a little bit of encounter, but it seems like we are going to be expecting a third party with Mysterious Foe comes in for the chime, and the nades from Fierce will find another opener. Autobots just like that, they clean out Meta Ninja, but Mysterious Foe, perfect third parties. Autobots, they are hurt, they are weak. Arif still down, Ralphie's still low. And the rest of Mysterious Foe They're still deciding if they should go for the execute here. Nades are going to be the priority right now.
It's going to be so unfortunate for Men and Ninja to actually bow out of this game in such a manner. And now look at Mysterious 4 as well. They are lobbing all of these nades. Autobots, Eggy trying to fight back from a situation where it seems like Autobots is crumbling down. It's going to be a 4v2 the nade. Just so much damage. A sliver of HP for this man, and he finally falls. The nade from Naman connects in Mysterious 4. They are almost about to invade inside of the compound. Ralphie is going to be the only man standing between them and the finish of Autobots. Can he really prevent the onset of the inevitable? The shotgun does strike, but no knock's been found, I see.
Yeah, he's down low as well. He doesn't have a mess. He's pretty much surrounded. Mysterious 4 should be able to get this in the back. Autobots might just have a back-to-back terrible game here. And with this performance from Autobots, and now them getting flushed out, they should be out of the race for the top 6. Oh, such a devastating blow here for Autobots. But great timings here coming from Mysterious 4 to kind of put the dent in the works. But it seems like the circle will not shift to the island itself. It will shift back up north in between Minas. It seems like Los Leones is going to be out as well. We are going to be seeing teams out in the open here. Reckoning Esports having a very decent start into the inner zone. Rising Esports as well. But in the center of the zone, there's not a lot of compounds to work with. So it is going to be no man's land. Very, very tricky circle to play.
You know, but amidst all of this chaos, one team is really going to miss the rest of the action. That is going to be Meta Ninja. The timing of their push was quite nice. They also did find the first knock of the day against Autobots as well. Not of the day, but technically of that particular fight. But the way Autobots responded, the way Mysterious 4 charged up, it certainly was a little unfortunate for Meta Ninja right now. But have a look at this. GDR up against Rising Esports, right in compounds next to each other. And I see for both the teams, it is going to be a very crucial stage of the competition. GDR on the 4th spot of the overall rankings, but one slip-up can actually cost him a lot.
Yeah, agreed. And speaking of slip-ups as well, Meta Ninja decides to go ham onto his Team Tumblers. This pretty much puts a dent onto his Team Tumblers' comeback here. But for God's Reign and also Rising Esports inside the zone right now, they do have one of the God spots to kind of anchor down and hold down inside the zone. But there's no reason for them to engage against each other. Like Rising Esports, they're just playing for the end games, but God's Reign will have a little bit better in terms of spatial vision here to try and zone people out. But the question here is, do they want to engage against each other? Neo is able to hear all these commotions, but there's just no reason to fight right now.
And once again, a look at this fight. Look at the way Arib and Lobster did try and bring this fight back for Autobots as well. Meta Ninja tried everything in their power to try and keep their position up, but Mysterious 4 was just absolutely flawless with the utility usage as well. Naman from the back lines. And then, of course, Goku. Actually, I've been spotting this lad Goku for a while now. I think I've been noticing his gameplay, and this man does have something special. Mysterious 4 in totality, I still believe a comeback is on the cards, but then it's still very far-fetched for them. 77 points on the overall standings and just 13 matches played.
Yeah. Still a little bit of far-fetched here. Mathematically, it's still impossible for anyone on the bottom here. But at the start of the day, we did catch a little bit interview here with Genesis from Gravity. He did expect the cutoff to be somewhere in the 120 mark ballpark. Genesis
what do you think
pretty okay. I think 120 is safe. I mean, it's a safe number to have.
Us three had a discussion on the panel as well, and we were talking about whether or not it's going to touch 130. Maybe it can come down as well towards 115. It's still very shaky, in my opinion.
I think it just comes down to the tensions of the teams themselves, right? Like, I think just based on the Rondo map, where we are starting to see a little bit of comebacks from teams at the bottom,
yeah,
the cutoff is going to be lower. But if we are seeing like the top 6 teams just absolutely dominating, then the cutoff will be higher. But 7 plays, 8 plays, there is going to be like a huge gap, like 10 points gap, 15 points gap kind of scenario. It may or may not come down to like a 1-point difference. We've seen it happen in last year's BGIS, last year's BMPS as well, where some teams just could not make it because of 1 point. So, speaking of deciding decisions here for day 4 itself in the semifinals, anything can happen in this stage here.
Absolutely anything can happen, and that is the beauty of the game as well. It is the last day of the semifinals. With 24 teams and only 6 qualify for Jaipur itself, but still, mathematically, anything can happen right now. One of which can be a fight between Zero Arc and Team Tamilas, by the way, just next to each other. Look at Chandan OP as well. does have the cyclones, and I'm pretty sure a little bit of that information is there. The Team Tamilas, a couple of their players, they might be inside of this compound.
As of yet, based on the zone right now, Zero Arc has one of the most annoying spots to work with, just because of the fact that they have vision of everybody inside the zone. They can do a lot of long-range damage, but they won't be able to convert a lot of finishes here. But a lot of teams may be at the mercies of the teams at the edges, just because the high ground's on the side, especially on the western side here. For 4TR, southwest corner is going to be Zero Arc as well. For Team Tamilas, it's also a great spot, but they just lost their numbers to Meta Ninja, so they don't really have a lot of zoning that they can do to try and pressure teams trying to rotate in the middle.
And this is also stage 3, by the way. We still have 14 teams left alive, and this is quite crazy in my opinion, because there's not really a lot of space if you have a look at the map feed. There's going to be a massive cluster on the south, the periphery being marked by at least 6 or 7 teams out there. It might even be 8 teams, by the way. I haven't really counted, but VXT, Wyld Esports, and Wyld Fangs, all these teams, they are trying to make their mark, but on the north side, it seems like 4TR, they are looking to do something against Team AX right now. They've found a knockout, I see.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. 4TR, also one of those teams being one of the most annoying ones, just because they have this high ground to see everything, right? Look at how open the terrain is from Archer's perspective. Everyone inside the zone, which again, the next phase zone, we have 85% out is open as well. So it is going to be a spot where everybody is going to try and find a rabbit hole to kind of hunker down and then hope that the circle shifts in their favor, because this is not an easy circle to handle right now.
You're talking about an easy circle. This time it seems like this is not going to be an easy fight right now. At the southern edge, Wyld Esports looking to gatekeep the lads from VXT as they try and line up right next to this ridge. A snake was completely messed up, by the way. Smoker this time couldn't really land right on the money. Wyld Esports, nice nade coming in from Dragon. OP finds a knockout. This nade could have been nice. And Gokul finally falls. Look at the way Wyld Esports move, by the way. They don't really give a care. Rex and Smoker still left alive. Smoker finds one frag, but instantly gets taken off. Now it's just a 1v1 right now. And amidst all of this chaos, it seems like Wyld Fangs, they're coming in third party this fight, I see.
Beautiful timing here from Wyld Fangs, but VXT getting eliminated. Wyld is going to be the next one potentially, but Wyld Fangs, they could not push up because Stray God was knocked initially, so that is going to be a little bit of blunder. Meanwhile, Genesis on the north side, who's trying to push in, they find AX and they won't wipe the floor with them as well.
Talking about wiping the floor, this time Wyld Fangs. What? They for sure have cleaned up the southern territory. Majority of the teams are done and dusted, but Hake Boson from a fight, it seems like they're taking a step back against Wyld Fangs this time.
This is so weird. Wyld couldn't even reset. You blink it and you miss it. Hake Boson with a very quick cleanup.
And this is what Hake Boson also intended to do as well. They had a good foundation in the first game. They did find themselves with the chicken dinner and 18 points. Now they just want to hit and run. They want to hit teams like that, but have a look at this though. Proton from the back lines all of a sudden. It seems like a surprise visit from Revenant XSPARK and Hake Boson. The trade-up fire is going to be there as well. Bunny has been finished off, but so is Proton. Revenant XSPARK doesn't really look to be very stable right now themselves as well. Taking shots from the back lines. Ninja still looks to hold on to his position. I see Revenant XSPARK, they are going to be inside of the circle, but for Hake Boson, the challenge is going to be 10 folds more difficult.
Yeah, they have to push into Revenant XSPARK, but it seems like Hake Boson, they are going to pivot away from them. Meanwhile, teams that are still struggling to push in the zone, Genesis trying to find an entry point, gets blocked here by Rising Esports. Fury forced to tally back north here to try and scout things out. With Fury scouting out Rising Esports, his teammates already inside. They are looking to try and gatekeep them as well. Take them all out and then clear out the north side before pushing into his inner phase. Stage 4 still having a lot of time. That means they have to start cutting the numbers. If not, things are going to go down. Last player from Wyld has been taken out for Wyld Fangs, as they will be the conquerors from south side. But new problem arise here for Wyld Fangs, as how are they going to cross the roadside, which is no man's land. The south side is not exactly a great spot to hunker down.
Absolutely. Majority of the teams, by the way, they're still at the edge of the circle. You talk about Wyld Fangs, they're at the south side. You've got Zero Arc as well, right on the left side as well. Team Tamilas, Revenant XSPARK along the edges. And if you move on towards the west and the east, you've got Hake Boson, teams like GDR as well. I see there's just one team who is at the smack center, by the way, and they go by the name of Mysterious 4, and they certainly are doing something absolutely mysterious. It's an open circle, by the way, but shots getting taken. 4TR with the height advantage does find one knock. Farlopi has been brought down by Rising Esports. I believe they do have the ridges to try and find themselves a reset.
Yeah, 4TR still one of the biggest nuisance in this game. They're just knocking and harassing people, but finally they did find a conversion here. Fox OP being taken down. 4TR official now. Has to make a call here. 5 seconds on the clock. Does the circle still cover this high ground? Is going to be the question here. Rising Esports, they're just waiting, and it does still cover for 4TR. Still one of the strongest compounds, or in this case, high grounds to work with. 4TR is going to zone everybody out and open. This is going to be a disaster for teams who do not find cover against 4TR official right now.
They've basically been handed a second live shot. 4TR at this point, they just want to keep this possession going as long as they have good controls of the hills. They can basically dictate the pace of the game for the rest of the lobby. Rising Esports on the other side, they did try and move out of that position. We saw a player getting knocked up this time as well. They're exposed from the sidelines, Roman from the backlines. Beautiful tap shots coming in from the Mini 14 is going to find that knockout, but no trades is going to be there. Rising Esports, a last bit of mobility. That vehicle has been snatched away from them as well, and I am not necessarily a big fan of it, I see.
Yeah, Genesis is going to take advantage of the firing here from Reckoning Esports to rotate past them. But they do find themselves a little bit ditch to try and hunker down. So Genesis may look to try and third party this, but again, they're so exposed. Look at this. Genesis gonna set up a preemptive smoke to try and push up, but it's just so difficult to push here just because of how open their backs is. Levi does know that something is up, but also a little bit afraid to push out in the open. Meanwhile, Mysterious 4 in the zone, out in the open. They do have a wide spread. They are gonna try and pick up a couple of loose stragglers here. iQOO closing the distance to try and convert this point. Yuva being dropped down low. Rising Esports now in a lot of trouble. Don't think they can actually pick themselves up. Meanwhile, teams on the east side, God's Drain also struggling to push into the zone. Runs into Hig Boson.
And this, of course, is going to be the fight for the throne of the east side. GDR versus Hig Boson. As smokes have been laid down, Hig Boson have been trying their best to try and eradicate the threat. And Godwin on the other side, I'm actually very surprised they're not going aggressive, I see. They're not going in for a fight in spite of having that little bit of the man advantage. Hig Boson this time lacking that fourth man inside of this fight. But still have managed to hold on to this position just because of their formation as well. They're not allowing GDR to move about.
Yeah, it's such a tricky spot, but seems like we do have a little bit of a glimpse here on Mysterious 4's compound. Very, very strong compound to actually work with. Yuva from Rising Esports still getting peppered with shots, just cannot push out. Reckoning Esports still taking advantage of the fact that the DMRs are just so good in this kind of terrains, chipping away at people with armor, but Roman gets dropped from 4TR. But nobody is going to be able to push out Reckoning Esports, so this is going to be a free reset once more here from Reckoning Esports.
But now this is going to be the conclusion of this fight, I believe. The blue zone is coming in to bring down curtains of this particular fight, and shots come through as well as White Tiger. He finds the end of Delta PG, knocks him down. Hig Boson Esports will be looking to close down the gap in with this nick of time. Godswin, they do have those nades split up, but Hig Boson Esports, can they really find the second knock for themselves? Mysterious 4 from the sidelines have been trying to third party this fight, but no dividends being found. Justin finds himself yet another ridge for himself. GDR not giving up. The blue zone coming in for Neo. It's going to be tough, and the nade from Equinox once again brings it down to just 2 men. GDR, all of a sudden the floodgates open, and Hig Boson have been really washed away.
Yeah, what a save here from Justin and Equinox here. Neo was pinned outside the zone. He made a slip up, immediately going for the push. Distracted everyone from Hig Boson, who's marking on towards Neo right there. And taking advantage of the situation, they wipe the floor with them. Great, great takedown here coming from God's Rain. But the problem still arises. The circle is going to force them out in the open. The Mysterious 4 still has a very decent compound. Meanwhile, 4TR from the west side getting attacked here from Zero Rock, who also needs to give up their high ground advantage.
This is going to be
interesting. Are going
interesting.
to try and push down.
Arthur has been pushed up right at the center of the circle. Meanwhile, Anonymous and Flex Shot still guarding it, marching on the periphery of the circle. They know there's going to be a massive threat in the form of Zero Arc as well. All 4 players around the corner. And then, of course, you've also got a 1 man from Team Tamilas who can be that X factor. In fact, actually make it 2. Justy is going to be there, yet another man for Team Tamilas. And now, finally, they're going to be under fire. Revenant XSPARK coming into their compound. Spain pushes in, finds a knockout on Justy as well. The big man is down as Reaper. The only man who keeps it alive for Team Tamilas, but I'm not really sure if he's going to stay for long. Shows his back. Revenant XSPARK really punishes him for it.
Smart play there from Pain. Immediately takes the spot from Team Dominus. Looks outside, spots out Zero Arc. This time they are going to be on the manhunt. Revenant XSPARK, they're still not safe in the clear. They have to push for space. Very quick taking down on Team Dominus. Meanwhile, Wyld Fangs also looking to try and push into zone. Mysterious 4, biggest nuisance, holding this compound here. Kanha getting dropped, and Goten now trying to find a little bit of leeway, but getting third party from afar. Trace God gets the knock. Naman goes for the steal, and Spray God goes down as well. Mysterious 4, they hold on, they defend, and they won't wipe more players. But the third party comes in. Godstrain finds the timing.
Godstrain is looking to decimate everyone that stands on their way. This time, it is going to be the last from Mysterious 4 as Henry still looks to find that reset. Revive is definitely going to be on the cards as big man Naman is still on his knees, but finally he's back on up. GDR has been looking to find that opening as well, but they do have information that majority of the men were washed away in the fight prior. And for Wyld Fangs, I guess that birthday present for Spray God, I guess, is going to get even more delayed.
Such a tricky spot to be in. But God's Reign, they have two options left. Finish off Mysterious 4 and clean out the rest. Seems like God's Reign, they don't want to finish off Mysterious 4 first. They want to focus on teams outside who's trying to get an edge into the late game zone. God's Reign definitely planning for the late games here. Scout Genesis trying to roam free, finding a little bit of nook and cranny to make it in the zone. Seems like wouldn't be able to do too much here against Genesis. God's Reign going to be shifting their focus onto Mysterious 4 as the zone is about to close in 15 seconds, so they definitely need to wrap things up. 40 are already making their way in towards the shack here with Arthur and Anonymous, but they are pinned and stuck for now.
You know, talk about pinning and getting there stuck. The same is going to be the case for GDR and Mysterious 4 as well, as M4 in a 1v4, in a 2v4, pardon me for that. Henry and Naman still alive. GDR yet to find a single piece of connection on top of these players. This is going to be exciting. 6 eliminations found already for God's Reign. If they do manage to clean up these players from Mysterious 4 and keep all of their players alive, I'm pretty sure God's Reign, they are walking away with the victory on Miramar.
Yeah, but they have to be quick. Look at the circle. It's no man's land. Everybody is forced to be pushed out the open here. So God's Reign, wrap this up, back up, and then rotate as well. But you don't really have a lot of time as well. Zone is about to close in and start moving in 15 seconds. God's Reign, they're checking every single corner. Mysterious 4 has no choice but to hunker down and play slow. Nate still being dropped here to try and drop somebody. Henry getting tagged up, but Equinox, he knows he's somewhere out there, but the Molotov covers the majority of it, and Henry just maybe knocked right there. And the swing comes through, he gets the knock, and now Mysterious 4 down to the last player, but Equinox takes them out as well. Both drop in the hands of Equinox.
This is extremely technical stuff coming in from God's Reign as they climb to the second spot of the overall standings. 113 points, by the way. And this game of Miramar is turning out to be an absolute wonder mark for God's Reign right now. Delta PG inside of the circle. The 3 players still looting up, will follow suit. But there's going to be a big challenge in front of them in the form of Revenant XSPARK as the 3 assaulters. They're still going to be alive. Trace and Ninja Jord out in the open. Pain in the back lines. God's Reign looking to mark this game with a victory, potentially walking away to Jaipur in this game itself. And Revenant XSPARK seems to destroy that. And what a nade coming in from Pain. Right on the money, and this time Pain does get traded off. Delta PG. That was a nice trade-off, but can he find the reset? Out in the open, 2 players knocked off nades. Back-to-back, Revenant XSPARK doesn't really want to give up on the pressure. Meanwhile, Genesis, to escalate matters, he is going to be there as well, but Neo survives this fight. Hunter's being brought down. Fury is going to be there as well. GDR, I see, they're fighting for their life right now.
Oh my goodness, what a stopper here coming from Neo, but him getting dropped means Genesis has an opportunity to take him out. God's Reign, they're getting completely pinned. Again, Genesis, they really want to push the distance, but they're getting shot at the back. God's Reign finally gets a little bit of equalizer, but Revenant XSPARK will get the full reset first. Needs are still coming in. Connection is there, but not enough to drop him out. Kane still down low. Trace misses his shot, but gets traded off. Revenant XSPARK still holding on, but God's Reign, they're losing numbers. They're taking so much heat from all these fights.
They certainly are. But I think the best case scenario for God's Reign is to try and walk away with a couple of eliminations, maybe a couple of extra points. God's Reign, they will be fighting for that. Justin is still inside of the smoke, by the way. As Genesis, they come in from the back lines, and Nade does dish out so much damage on Ninja. Jordan's Revenant XSPARK were forced to fall back from the fight. But Godsrain, they're still holding on. Shot from inside of the smoke. Justin playing with his life. Godsrain, this is going to be one shot at the championship, but it seems like finally the fire has been eradicated.
Oh boy, perfect timing from Genesis to equalize as well. But down towards the final 14, 4TR now the next point of interest. Genesis gets the drop, but Ninja Jot is the one that snatches away the point there. Final 4 teams, Chandan now on the edge of the zone. He's pretty much stuck and pinned. Arthur sees him, takes him out. And that's going to be 0 out on 4th position. 3 teams remaining, 4TR now stuck as well. Revenant XSPARK still holds on to top 2. Sees Arthur, flex shot next to fall, and eventually gets taken out by Genesis instead. Down towards the final 2 teams, a 4v2 now.
But it doesn't matter. 4TR, it was a valiant effort. This time, Revenant XSPARK, they tried their best, but Genesis Esports make it back in style. They bring the big golden chicken on the dusty desserts of Miramar, and they are going to be smiles for sure as they keep on marching on the overall standings.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Genesis Esports, they have been securing a lot of finishes throughout the first 2 games. That first map of Rondo, they went hyper-aggressive, were able to secure double digits in terms of points. And this game, this chicken dinner, I think a question that was being asked for the last 2 days is finally being answered. Does Genesis have what it takes to qualify for the grand finals? And I think now we can comfortably say yes, they do.
Can we comfortably say yes is going to be a big question though, but by the way. Revenant XSPARK had a good game once again. GDR had a good game once again. GDR, in fact, almost at the top of the leaderboard, by the way.
Yeah.
There's going to be those slots which are still getting contested for, and I believe for Genesis Esports, they still got to keep up fighting.
So technically, the leaderboard, the qualification is still open up until that 17th position.
Yeah,
so
100%.
There is still a lot of chaos that we have yet to witness. But before that, let us have a look at the stats of Genesis Esports from that previous game, where we have Hunters with 2 eliminations to his name, Viper with 4, Fury with 4, and Gravity IGL with just 1, but it's still okay. Incredible stuff from Genesis Esports, a 21-point match being played.
Yeah, amazing stuff here coming from Genesis, but at the same time, are they in the clear? No, they still need one more big game just to be safe. And of course, with this chicken dinner, it does give them a very, very huge lead to break through into the top 6 once more. But can they maintain the lead? Because after at the end of the day, it is going to be about the chase itself. And so, as of now, Genesis doing very, very well. They are the ones that walk away with the winner chicken dinner. You can hear the crowd going absolutely crazy. And we know what's up. We know what's coming up next later on as well.
Do we know it? We know it, Johnny?
We do know what's going on right now, but I think these cheers, I would like to think of them as cheers of celebration for the Genesis.
Why are they chanting your names, bud?
Because I'm just that popular, man.
Okay. Let's put a stop for that there.
Everyone wants a piece of Johnny.
Oh.
But I think right now, Fury wanted a piece of everyone's head. Especially for lads out there. What an MVP performance, by the way. 985 points of damage, 4TR as well. I think we did not really talk about 4TR, I say. I think that was also a brilliant comeback. 92 points on the overall standings. 4TR isn't really far.
Oh, also, by the way, cutoff is officially in triple digits now, I believe.
Yes.
We are over 100-point markers, so challenges are just getting worse and worse by the second.
Yeah, 120 points is where you want to have bare minimum here to try and stand for top 6 as well, because the competition is going to get a little bit higher as well. Each and every single team playing 4 games in total. That means technically 4 slots is up for grabs for each chicken dinner for each group. But because there's 6 games, so that means there is 6 in total. So it is going to be very, very close. You need big banger performance in order to qualify.
Also for the groups that just played the first 2 matches, they still have 1 Rondo remaining each. 30 bombers, 25 bombers, everything very possible on that map. And with that map still being there, hope also still remains there for almost all of the teams still inside the top 17.
I think, Johnny, the top 2 teams from the first 2 games, we're going to be pretty decently happy with their performance, and there's going to be a good piece of discussion going in the backstage. Are going to be Godsrain and Revenant XSPARK. They both did the job. They had a mission set for themselves. For God's Reign, they want to solidify the position on the overall rankings. For Revenant XSPARK, they wanted to push inside, and I think both the teams did their job.
Yeah,
Pretty
definitely. And Revenant XSPARK getting 15 points from this game was huge as well, considering
Yeah.
how much of a nuisance Pain has been for the past 2 games. This is Revenant XSPARK on a good
On a good
track
day.
so far here. On a good day for sure.
Yeah.
But 2 more games remaining for them. If they maintain this kind of performance, Revenant XSPARK should be able to qualify for the top 6 to
Exactly.
Grand Finals itself.
But that also becomes a problem when you have a look at Revenant XSPARK's performance over the last 3 days. History says inconsistencies have been clearly visible for the boys of Revenant XSPARK, and that is the biggest challenge for them to deal with. Same goes for Genesis, by the way, because Genesis, day 1 of the semifinals, good start. 2 and 3, nightmares. Day 4 proving to be a little bit better, but as we move to the second page of the leaderboard, I think a few big names still fighting for that possibility of a comeback, be it Meta Ninja or Autobots. Let's just move forward, have a look at the overall leaderboard, where Reckoning Esports still lead the charge with 120 points, but behind them are going to be the boys of Genesis with 116. We have God's Reign 113, Nebula 112, AX 109, and the cutoff as of now is at 106 points, with Revenant XSPARK being on the 6th spot.
You know what? It kind of seems like we called out the semi-finals a little while ago, because AX was dominating on the first couple of days of the semi-finals. All of a sudden, it seems like they are taking a fall. 14 games done and dusted. Just 109 points, 3 points away from Revenant XSPARK. I don't think they're safe.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a concerning factor as well, considering the fact that there are also 3 teams eyeing for that potential top 6 as well. And that's going to be Rapid Chaos, Nebula Esports, alongside with Myth Official, who still hasn't played their 4 matches at all. And with now a little bit of a switch here in game number 3, and them starting their journey, it is going to be very, very tricky. And in particular, I'm talking about Genesis as well, even for God's Reign. Yes, they look good on paper, looks like top 3, top 2, whatever. But until they do not finish all 16 games, it's not safe yet.
But I see, there's the name on the 18th spot that everyone was screaming their hearts out for just a few seconds ago, and they have finally taken the stage. Of course, I'm talking about Team Apex Gaming, who all this time have kind of completely missed that Apex and find themselves on the last page. It's a difficult situation for the fans to witness, but with the Rondo still being in play, hope still remains strong. Next map, it is Group C versus Group B. What are your thoughts?
I think the only way TAG qualifies based on this cutoff right now is they need a minimum of 40 points. So that means 4 games, back-to-back chicken dinners, and they should be able to stay in the top 6.
4 games, back-to-back chicken dinners.
Or 1 map of Rondo with all 40 points.
You know, I still believe that a 130 bomber is still on the cards for TAG right there. With 2 Rondos being in place, TAG has got... They still have got the highest average on the maps of Rondo itself in the entire competition. And this is the only team who can actually do that.
Hey, possibility is always going to be there, right? As long as one warrior remains standing on the battlefield, the battle can always be won. But, again...
We have a Johnny on our side, they have a Johnny on their side as well.
Yeah, who makes it to more finals? That was just a joke. That was just a joke. Do not come after me for that, but... Anyways, I mean, it has been an incredible journey for all of these names. It's quite unfortunate we will have to say adieu or bid adieu to a few of these names. In fact, 2 at the end of tonight. But before that, we were talking about teams that were doing well. Let's talk about the teams that have slipped out of the top 8 so far, moved away. In fact, at the start of the day, last Star Day, were pretty close. They were sitting 7th, if I'm not wrong. But now they find themselves on the second page of the leaderboard. This is a comparison of how things went for last Star Day between day 2 and day 3. Day 3, of course, the day where that one final match of the day, that chicken dinner on the last map of Miramar, helped them find a spot inside of the top 8. But they're going to have to do it all over again. And about that, ladies and gentlemen, we had a conversation with the players of last Star Day. Let's have a look at the interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, this time, yet another interview with Karlan from Last Star Day Esports. And Karlan, first of all, welcome to the show. And you guys have played amazing throughout the season. BMPS के आखिरी दिन में you've got 4 matches, इतने सारे Rondos and Miramar खेले जाएंगे, and Last Star Day is at the 7th position. What are your thoughts going ahead into the day? What are your mentalities and mindset before the game itself?
इतना कुछ नहीं है, like 4 साल से हम लोग एक साथ ही खेल रहे हैं, तो हमें पता है कि क्या करना है, और हम लोग कॉन्फिडेंट है. like रोंडो हमारा स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट है, ऐसा ही बिलीव. इतना ही, बाकी सब भगवान.
देखिए, रोंडो आपने बता दिया आपका स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट है, बट लेटली कुछ मैचेस में हमने देखा है कि वो मीरामार के एंडिंग मैचेस पे एक बहुत बड़ा चिकन आ जाता है, which keeps Last Star Day around that qualification bracket. ये क्या कोई स्ट्रैटेजी है कि मतलब दूसरे लोग जब थोड़े से लेट डाउन हो जाएंगे, काम डाउन हो जाएंगे, तब हमारा बेस्ट देंगे, या फिर इट इज जस्ट योर नेचुरल गेम प्ले?
नेचुरल गेम प्ले ही है, बट थोड़ा लक चाहिए। लाइक मुझे लग रहा है कि लाइक अगर जोन फेवर कर रहा है तो हम लोग डिनर लेते हैं।
ओके,
वही तो लास्ट मिरामर में हमको लाइक जोन फेवर किया तो हम लोगों ने डिनर ले लिया, वो चौक नहीं करते हम लोग। वही
तो क्या आज क्वालिफिकेशन जोन के फेवरेंस पे होगा, या फिर यू गाइस हैव अ स्पेसिफिक प्लान कि हम जो 7 पॉइंट का गैप है, आई थिंक यू गाइस आर सिटिंग एट 89 राइट नाउ, हाउ डू यू कवर अप द गैप एंड मूव फॉरवर्ड?
आज तो हम लोग मारने वाले, 2 रोंडो है तो मारने वाले वो, और 2 मिरामर, ऐसे यूजुअल हम लोग खेलने वाले।
पिछले BMPS के बाद दिस इज गोइंग टू बी अ बिग फाइनल्स फॉर यू गाइस, आर यू कॉन्फिडेंट ऑन मेकिंग इट टू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स?
मैं तो कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ, टीम के बारे में मुझे नहीं पता।
Oh my God, that was a statement, by the way. But ladies and gentlemen, that was Karlan, and of course, Last Saturday Esports. They are going to be fighting. All the best, Karlan, for your matches, and thank you so much for joining. Thank you.
Clearly, one thing is noticeable, and that is going to be the performance dip in Last Saturday's overall board.
Yeah.
If you look at Last Saturday's day before yesterday's performance, they were playing 3 games and they got 35 points, which is impressive. But if you move on towards yesterday's games, they played 6 games and only got 39 points. And this dip in the performance might just concern them now.
But I had the pleasure of being able to talk to the players of last Saturday about their thoughts on today, what they were thinking, and I think as Karlan said, they are relying on those rondos. Last Saturday, after the performances yesterday, are getting just more comfortable with the aggression, which was their standard play style. But I think this is what everyone wanted to see just now.
Yeah, Team Apex Gaming and their stats, right, for day 2 and day 3. And speaking of day 2 stats for TAG, they were too shaky, right, IC?
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to TAG as well, the biggest comeback has to be coming from yesterday as well. They have been very consistent in finding frags and getting a little bit aggressive. They have worked on their performances and realized that, hey, you know what, let's not focus on macro rotations, let's focus on our gunplay. And their gunplay in close quarters has been spot on, and they've just proven themselves yesterday. But is it a little bit too late? That is going to be my question here, because based on the points gap right now for top 6, the only way TAG qualifies right now is their remaining 4 games needs to be at least 12, maybe 14 points per game
match,
on average.
yeah.
So let's just say realistically, they need a 30-pointer in one of the games, and then later on they can keep on getting 10 points per
Yes.
game. But still, that sounds a little bit too tough for a team like TAG, right? A team that's been struggling since the start, and now they need to perform with an explosive manner. Do you think it's possible?
I think it's possible, man. 2 rondos still left. Again, it's those 2 rondos that are always going to be that surprising factor. It's unpredictable. Anything can happen, anything can go wrong, but if things go wrong for everyone else, that means things are going right for you, right? BGMI is all about the last man standing.
But I personally do believe the fact that if you're just going to be hoping on one map, and that's going to be the map of Rondo, what about the maps of Miramar? Because even they're going to be playing an insanely crucial role, and even if you do manage to get a 25-pointer in one of the maps of Miramar, even that can change the entire course of action of the overall standings. Before now, we've got a nice interview lined up with one of the players from the side of Wyld Esports who are still fighting for the elimination.
हमारे साथ ना इस बार एक बहुत फन पर्सनालिटी जुड़ते हुए, इन्फिनिटी फ्रॉम विंगॉर्ड ई-स्पोर्ट्स। इन्फिनिटी, इतना बढ़िया ग्रुप स्टेज और सेमीफाइनल्स में थोड़ी सी डगमगाहट हो गई, क्या सीन हुआ है?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं, मतलब हमने तो बस फिनिशेस लेने की कोशिश किया था पहले 2 दिन, एंड वो मिला, बस प्लेसमेंट नहीं ले पा रहे थे, एंड उसी के बेसिस पे कि प्लेसमेंट लेते लेते फिर डे 3 हम खराब कर दिए। वही है कि अभी भी लेकिन 4 मैच हैं, अभी तक हम लूज़ किए नहीं, क्या पता 4 मैच में 4 चिकन ले लें। वैसे प्लान तो यही है कि 2 मिनिमम चिकन निकाल के 2 बढ़िया गेम निकालें। मतलब सभी मतलब हंसी रहे हम पे, जिसको भी ये चीज़ बता रहे हैं, पर हमें कॉन्फिडेंस है कि हम कर सकते हैं, 4 चिकन हम ले सकते हैं।
यार आप बुरा मत मानो, मैं डेफिनेटली बिलीव करता हूँ, स्पेशली जब हमने ग्रुप स्टेज में वो परफॉर्मेंस देखा था। आप 4 मैच में 4 चिकन तो डेफिनेटली निकाल सकते हो, बट क्या रोंडो और मीरामार आपका स्ट्रेंथ है? आज के फाइनल डे के मैप रोटेशन के बारे में क्या कहना है आपको? रोंडोज और मीरामार्स कमबैक के लिए चांसेस
बेस्ट है ना, क्योंकि आज 2 रोंडो है हमारे, रोंडोज ही हमारे BGMILIVE से लेके आज तक बेस्ट रहे हैं। मतलब BMPS में थोड़ा खराब खेले, पर BGMILIVE में तो सबसे बेस्ट रहे थे। एंड भाई अभी जो हमारा पुराना स्ट्रेटेजी था उसी के हिसाब से खेलेंगे, ज़्यादा कुछ करेंगे नहीं, बस अपना छुप के जैसा हम खेलते हैं, छुप के निकालेंगे चिकन, बस 4 चिकन लेके मिलते हैं आपसे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में।
देखिए, ग्रैंड फाइनल से मिलने के पहले एक और आखिरी सवाल पूछूंगा।
जी।
पहली बार BMPS के इतिहास में, इनफैक्ट कोई भी BGMI टूर्नामेंट के इतिहास में सेमीफाइनल से टीम एलिमिनेट हो रही है लास्ट के बॉटम 2, डर है?
नहीं, मतलब कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ कि टीम अगर बॉटम 2, मतलब मैं चाहता हूँ कि टीम अगर मार के खेले, बस बॉटम 2 भी आ जाए मारने के बाद, ऐसे बेइज्जत होके नहीं घर जाएंगे, मार के जाएं तो चलेगा, मेरे को कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
यार मुझे इस बंदे की एटीट्यूड बहुत अच्छी लगती है, एंड इनफैक्ट मुझे लगता है कि विंगॉर्ड ई-स्पोर्ट्स आज के दिन में बहुत बढ़िया करके जाएगी। ऑल द बेस्ट इन्फिनिटी फॉर योर मैचेस, एंड आप लोग जुड़े रहिए एक्शन के लिए।
I love the man's attitude, right? He's saying, even if we do go back home, I just want to make sure that I'm hitting every single team that's there currently inside of the lobby.
I love that attitude as well. Hey, if we go down, we're going to go down swinging and no other way about it. Try our level best to take those fights. Man, I love that interview. There's such a change, a fresh change of environment, I guess, from the players.
I think I'm going to give you guys a little bit of insights here, especially. I think this is the first time I brought up today itself here. There is a team that all of us completely ignored the entirety of the day. Wingard just brought up one point that is very, very known for a specific team that comes in purple. I'm talking about Nebula Esports because Wingard, they're talking about hitting everybody. Nebula Esports is what is known as the anti-hero. So, I don't know, man. Is Nebula going to be dropping some banger performance today itself? What do you think?
Of course, Nebula Esports is going to be dropping banger performances. It's not even a question, right? Currently sitting inside of the top 2, and I do feel like Nebula Esports, they've got all the right to actually start hitting down the teams as well. While Wingard Esports, they're just fighting to keep themselves outside of the bottom 2. But the man also mentioned that he's going to be getting 4 back-to-back chicken dinners, and he will qualify to the grand finals.
Exactly. Now I'm just hoping to see that are they going to live up to their word, right? I've been given a lot of promises in the past, and every single time this is let down today. It's a friend's birthday as well. Wingard, they better live up to that hype. 4 chicken dinners in a row.
Guys, I don't think that's possible. Realistically, 4 chicken dinners in a row, especially from a team that's been struggling too much, I don't think that's possible. But guys, with that being said, we've already got the next map of Rondo booting up on the screen as we've got Group C now back inside of the picture. This might just be an exciting game of Rondo.
Pretty much. It is going to be an exciting one for sure. It's the first map for the teams of Group C, and of course the penultimate map for a few names inside of Group B for this entire tournament. If you mess up, you might just be going to the survivals and then going back home. But I see. To what Necro said, I would just like to say there's always a first time, right? Everyone thought that man couldn't fly until the Wright brothers came up with the airplane.
Oh, fair enough. And speaking of the airplane here, teams are going to be dropping in one single flight path, and New York's factory test track is going to be the hot drop for fights here. It seems like TAG, they've left Jelly all the way towards the far north. The rest of the pack is still going to be heading towards New York's factory. And I'm expecting at least 8 to 9 teams again in New York's factory. But look at the splash of colors near stadium itself. And it seems like a lot of them want to drop early, finish up fast, and then rotate to endgame. So the hottest drop has to be from stadium.
Isn't this what happens in Classic? It's the first hot drop on the flight path where everyone chooses to go at the same time. And it seems like the exact same thing is happening. The stadium apartments, a big cluster in play. Rising Esports, they are not going to rise at all in this game. The match commences, and 4TR, well, they are just going to mow down the floor and whop the floor with the side of Rising Esports.
It has to be one of the quickest takedowns just off the bat.
Yeah.
At the same time, AX also going to be finding a mysterious 4 here, but Raiden and Cyrex has been dropped. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to find Mets in the vicinity. Wingard still at a stalemate here with Autobots. But seems like Autobots, they're not focused on their own fight. They are going to try and third-party AX with a random stray nade, but no connection so far. Autobots still holding on towards the second floor here. Wingard goes for a little bit of drop to try and wrap this up, but on the finish feed, 4TR again wrapping up another massive fight.
Autobots Esports feeling the pressure, hearing the footsteps of the players of Wingard. The first man is going to be dropped. Probot, he finds the knock for his team, but Ralphie along with his team at a rave, and Wingard Esports, now they remind me of an iconic song, Gone with the Wind. That's what happened.
Oh my goodness, Autobots, what a perfect timing, but the nades from AX will claim those knocks, and just like that, Autobots, they get taken out. What a blunder there. But it seems like things are not looking good for some of these teams. A lot of early engagements right off the get-go. And 4TR seems to be coming on top in this situation. But we've heard a little bit of news. Seems like there is going to be a little bit of a rehost, a little bit of a teaser. Unfortunately for both 4TR and AX, but some of these teams are experiencing a little bit of a technical issue, so we are going to be expecting a rehost right now.
It's quite unfortunate, right? I mean, Wingard Esports, I think they are the only ones celebrating right now. A second chance at redemption, a second chance to prove themselves right. It wasn't us who said that Wingard was going to get 4 chicken dinners back-to-back. And with a start like this, I think morale, it needs a reset for sure. But Let's talk about the interactions that happen inside of stadium apartments. I mean, a lot of proactive plays being made. Autobots, I like the move that was made by them, just prioritizing the fight against the side of AX. It's a simple step. A nade lobbed, a knock secured, and after that, had they continued to make a pounce, things would have worked out, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
And at the same time as well, the crowd is still very pumped up as well, despite a little bit of a waiting break here.
Hey, you can see us in the back.
Yeah, let's go!
Yeah,
We're in the top left corner.
TAG, TAG, TAG. Oh, they're
shouting, Johnny. They're shouting for you, man.
Not for me, man. We all know that. But hey, if there's a Johnny in the arena, people are going to be chanting their name. That's what I've noticed. Every single industry, Johnnies are just there. And so is Necro, by the way. I mean, he's been here with us all this time. He's been keeping his opinions to himself about this rehost. Necro, what are your thoughts on this rehost?
I feel like it's also going to be a bit of a breath of fresh air for all the
That's
teams
what
that
I
have been
said.
struggling, right?
Yeah.
It might just be a mental reset, some more time for them to try and think what exactly needs to be done.
For Wingod, they promised us chicken dinners. Got 3 players got taken down by a different team. And that was something we did not expect, to be honest.
You know what? I'm going to bring up a very unfortunate incident that actually happened to a specific team, and it's Autobots. Oh boy, that's sad.
Hey, you know what? We'll talk about Autobots before now. It's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a camp, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
welcome back after that short break, and hopefully all the issues now have been sorted out, Johnny. But for WinGod Esports, this is also going to be a second shot at life. They're going to be so happy the fact that now they get to play the entirety of Rondo once again. And without wasting any more time, we're directly going to head on towards this map.
Of course, and it's not just WinGod, it's Autobots as well. I see, as you mentioned, an unfortunate start to two teams inside of these games, and now finally they are going to be hoping for a reset. But hey, even the flight path gets reset. We have two flight paths right now, and both of them, I think, I don't like Danching that much, to be honest. It's an underutilized drop spot inside of this game. But Neo X Tech's factory, I mean, that is still available to the teams on that north to south flight path.
Yeah, Test right, Deox Factory, a little bit more space to work with. There's a little bit more loot. Dungeon is a little bit more short, just because of the fact that, yes, less buildings. That means you don't really have a lot of time to try and camp around. You have to wrap things up quickly and then back off of this fight. So the southern flight here is going to take Dungeon. Northern flight is going to take Deox Factory. I don't think people are going to go for Stadium this time here, so it is going to be a little bit of switch up coming in from both sides. And from the main plane from the north side, I don't think anybody is going to be dropping Danjik, just because they will be a little bit late, and if they do so, they're giving away free points for absolutely no reason. So a little bit unfortunate, but seems like Autobots has completely pivoted from the main fight.
And it's not just Autobot on that map. We saw this Meta Ninja. They have the recall man from the side of True Rippers Omega pinned completely, and the other lads, they have decided to drop towards Neo X Factory. Things not looking good for True Rippers as two fights break out at the same time, with the Cheyenne already dropping to the floor. Punk, he's going to try and fight his way out of this if he can, but again, this is not looking too good for the side of True Rippers right now.
A lot of pre-fires coming in from Punk. He needs to clutch things big time, but no, gets dropped instead. Team Tumulus takes out two players from True Rippers. Needs to take advantage of the recall here, but True Rippers, they're in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, Higbozon on the Oaks Factory sees the line of sight, gets TAG dropped down low. One knocked, one drop down low. Reaper gonna go in a little bit stalemate here with Hydro. Jiggling way through, but Hydro seems to be able to outmaneuver him. Eventually drops him instead. Hydro, what a move there.
What a move, what a play coming through, and this is why TAG, you can never count them out. Team Tamalas, this is, well, it's quite a decent position for them, to be honest. TAG, the players are very low. They are going to have to heal up before they re-engage into the side of Team Tamalas. And look at that, they just don't seem to care. Pixel of HP, a single shot to the body of each of these lads. It is going to be enough to be the end of Apex Gaming in this game, and that is exactly how it goes down. Team Tamalas, the start that they wanted is there in their hands. The only question is, can they keep the ball rolling?
Oh boy, Higbozon, however, heard all these commotions. White Tiger wants to join the fray to try and chime in to capitalize on this, but TAG, they lost the initial fight. And now Team Tamilas is still hurting, needs to patch himself out. White Tiger all by himself. A little bit afraid to try and wrap things up in Nuke's Factory, but he is the last man standing inside there for Higbozon. Needs to push up. It's only down to his last 3 players potentially. Rapid Chaos hearing all these commotions. White Tiger hearing these gunshots. A little bit hesitant to push up, but Team Tamilas, they haven't found meds at all to reset this fight, and White Tiger should be able to get a freebie. But look, hesitations here coming from White Tiger to push up. Wasting a lot of time, but again, gives a lot of opportunity here for Team Tamilas to find an off angle.
Yeah, pretty much. But Rising Esports on our screen right now, and, well, it's tough. Being surrounded by 2 of the most difficult players to deal with from the side of Myth Official. As Detrox and Lucifer, they have a man, or had a man from the side of White Tigers pinned down. All of that until Team AX decided to show up from the distance. There's a third party lining up for this exact building.
Seems like Myth Official, they're going to try and play a little bit high ground here. Detrox knows that Rising Esports is kind of spread out, so they are going to try and box them in. Fox stuck out in the open as well. Detrox not exactly sure where he's hiding here. The bush still camouflaging him, but he's a small little pixel. Sprays are coming in, but Fox OP not connecting yet as well. Seems like the initial nade did find him a small little crack to work with. Fox OP somehow survives, but Detrox's position slowly getting exposed as well.
Yeah.
The west side, EX looking to try and chime in, but Nebula is there as well, so EX may not be able to focus on Myth instead.
Well, they are going to have to readjust. Shots being taken now on the players of Nebula. And, of course, Rising Esports not being allowed to rise at all. Just pinned down behind that ridge, but still Lucifer is being put under pressure. There's no utility on the players of Myth Official. And that is the one thing that kind of kept Rising Esports in a fighting spot for a few minutes. But now it seems like they are being pushed away. Fox Ope, nade drop to his face. Does he survive? I think he does. We do not see his name on the finish feed. Finally, Lucifer puts him down, and Rising Esports forced to reset. But as we talked about it, I see now it's finally time. The Giants on the top of the leaderboard colliding. Nebula against AX.
Oh my goodness, Cyrax, the Eliminator, drops Phoenix from an off angle as well. Wasn't expecting this. Now the name comes through from Nomi. Drops Cyrax down really low. Needs to patch himself up, but the rest of Nebula, they've closed the distance. They are looking for the flush, but the rest of AX are already here to provide cover fire. Buys enough time for Cyrax to go for the reset, and now he's relayed the information. He knows where the rest of Nebula is. Seems like they are going to go for a tandem push, but Devoti gets dropped before Cyrax could make the cover. And Nebula has got him completely pinned. Cyrax now has no choice but to lay low, find an opportunity to take those 1v1s. And seems like Nebula is not giving to him as well. They're going for a little bit of tandem push. Cyrax needs some sort of backup. Raiden still a little bit far off. Provide a cover fire, but Cyrax with this shotgun.
Oh, he sees him. Spots out Kratos on the other side of the window, switches over to the M4, and now finally information has been given away. Nebula Esports made aware of the presence of Cyrax as to where exactly he has been hiding all this time. And AX, we have to talk about them for a few seconds. Started off on such a great note. At one point we were seeing Team AX competing for the podium of the semifinals, and now they've been dragged down to the 5th spot. This is the fight that they need to win. This is the fight that helps them survive and reach the top 3 of the leaderboard once again. The difference right now is close to 9.
Yeah, it is going to be tough here, but Raiden, he's already setting up preventive smokes to try and close the distance to help Cyrax out. And Kratos, he believes he is able to spot him out. Raiden manages to cross, but he's been dropped down low. Nebula now shifts their focus, try to push up instead of going for the hunt, but Cyrax finds the first knock here. Now in a 1v2, but Kratos with a wide swing takes him out. AX unable to claim this, but now Kratos gets the second shot to go in for the reset here. But Raiden says he's not going to allow this, but Raiden gets the pre-fire through. Now he's going to go in for the push, but Raiden, chip damage comes through. Kratos with the drop shot, tries to catch him off guard. Closing the distance, and Kratos outplays him and takes him out. But the third party from Miv, who waited for the longest of time, came in the right moment, gets the 2 knocks, gets the claim, and Miv will be the one that claims up all these points instead.
A brilliant timing of the third party from the players of Myth. A timely nade, and they do walk away with a few extra finishes from that fight. But then again, I think that showed out. It was worth the hype. AX, Nebula Esports, Giants slaying Giants. And of course, I think I like the presence of mind over there from AX for that 1v2 as well. His teammate got knocked out, using the door as a distraction and then just hiding behind that air conditioning unit. That was phenomenal. But 4TR, 4 chicken dinners promised earlier on in the day by Wingard Esports. 4TR were quite brilliant in the opening match, but this game is not turning out too well for them. Autobots Esports, they do end up finding picks here and there somewhere. Does not matter where the flight path is. Autobots, they are going after finishes again.
Oh boy, Autobots seems like the re-host didn't really affect them too much,
Yeah,
but they got center control, which is a good sign. However, they have shifted their play style a little bit more. They have not used a single recall. They are immediately going to try and play for the end games here. But on the minimap, Lastati is still outside trying to go for a little bit of reset. They are going to be taking a little bit later approach here to push through. But on screen now, Mysterious Force seems to be able to find a loose straggler. That's going to be Fierce all by himself. The rest of Meta Ninja, nowhere near to be found. Immediately gets dropped. Apollo's thinking about helping him out, but too late. Mysterious 4 has cut off one of their members.
I think too late. That's the story of Mysterious 4 in the semifinals. We did get to see a few phenomenal performances, but now a one big map of Rondo with at least 30 to 35 points is the only thing that keeps them alive. And Mysterious 4 on the other front, same goes for them. Both the two teams fighting against each other right now. Meta Ninja and Mysterious 4 just a point away from each other. And just to make things worse, I see combined between 8 players, there's just one recall left.
boy. Tricky situation to work with. But you talked about recall left. I think the only recall tower left is going to be in Stadium here. Rapid Chaos is doing a fantastic job holding it. But again, most of these teams, they're pretty much done with the initial fight. They want to play into his end games here. And this circle, again, from TAG's perspective, they have no clue what to do about this situation. It's like they do have a nice spot to hold down here, catch off beat rotation, but there's so many spots and cover to kind of hide with. So you're not going to be able to catch anybody unless the circle shifts into a TAG favor.
Pretty much,
that's going to be a completely different story to talk about.
I think you said it precisely. They need a sudden shift just to make things work. And about TAG not being able to find moves and find options for themselves, I think that's been happening since yesterday. We've seen them just be phenomenal in those 4v4s, in those close quarter combat situations, but that is bound to happen because of the players that TAG has. But when it comes to the macro, the team play, the communication, it seems like things are a little bit lacking. Although let's see how things turn out. White Walker spotted out by TAG, shots taken, but they haven't made a move out of cover, which is something that I'd like, to be honest.
Oh, playing safe, I would say. But AX already got the reset through. Going to be tanking the zone to try and rotate in from the south side. Very, very quick rotation down south as well. Stage 2 is about to completely engulf. Stage 3 is where things get a little bit crazy. And AX may have found the perfect timing to try and trail alongside this circle push before making the mad dash here. Gas stage. Pretty much jerry can's going to be used here to try and stock up with a couple vehicles. Devotee still hasn't found a vehicle yet, but I think Devotee is able to spot out Myth, but the circle shifts back down west, and TAG gets somewhat of a sound and shift. So this is great here for TAG to cut off any teams who cannot find a spot in this compounds.
Pretty much, and I think now maybe they are also hoping that things work out for them with Myth lined up on the southern edge. AX also looking to move into a similar spot. 3 players from the side of AX just been recalled. In fact, 2, I believe, have been recalled, but they are in the blue zone. True Rippers on our screens, closing for the center. And they do spot out the players from the side of Rising Esports. This is going to be a 4v4. And True Rippers, they really need to win this fight. They find the opening, but the trade is going to be instantaneous. And Rising Esports as well, looking to see if they can pin down the players of True Rippers right here, right now. Termi drop, Omega drops, Fox, and Rising Esports for the second time, even after the reset, cannot seem to rise in this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, True Rippers, they may be the ones that drop the ball on Rising, but they themselves needs a little bit reset here. Aryan is going to try and sneak up to apply even more pressure here. Smokes has been deployed. Omega, hearing all this, drops a nade in this direction, but no connection so far. Aryan looking to try and get a re-knock in this situation. Cheyenne gets re-knocked, and now EX, they are going to try and take him out and try and pull in a couple more teams trying third party this. Counter nade from Omega drops in, but Devotee from the back lines, who's separated from the pack. AX, they may have just regretted this widespread here.
Hey, I missed it. Why is Meta Ninja there? Why are they there on those boulders? Well, we'll find that out in a bit. AX finally decide to pull the trigger, and True Rippers is now down to their final 2 players. It's the IGL and the Terminator himself. And the namesake of Team AX still fighting for those points. I think he's out of utility, and Raiden is just constantly pinging the players from the side of True Rippers. Aryan, he needs to deny this reset at all costs. He's the last man standing for the side of AX, and he could be the final man to go down for the side of AX in this fight. Fights one more, brings it down to a 2 versus 2 again, considering Shayam. Oh no, True Rippers, they haven't gone for a revive. It's just down to Punk. Things can go wrong, I see. But that nade, the cleanup comes through. True Rippers somehow still managed to survive by the skin of their teeth.
Oh my goodness, True Rippers. What a tough defense as well.
That was a gamble.
If Meta Ninja did not third-party Devotee, AX would have committed and fight and wipe them off as well. That timing on towards AX is what saved True Rippers in this situation. Meanwhile, Lastade, who's just made it in the zone, runs into his Higboson on the western shift. Zone about to close completely in 10 seconds. Godex not exactly in cover. Doesn't have the vehicle to work with, but finds a nice spray onto his Evo instead. Lastade, they're getting attacked as well. Wow, this is happening. Nebula has been eyeing on this fight, and Adi finds an opener to try and stop them from getting the Pagoda Tower.
And especially with the circle pushed away, there's just one moment for these teams, and it is go time finally as Lastade, Spy swinging in and out of cover, is trying to build up pressure on the players of Higboson, but they are refusing to succumb to it. All of it until the players from Nebula Esports show up. Spy does find the final fake, but there's no reset possibility for the players of Lastade. Nebula Esports, an explosion in space, and well, the effects of it are going to be felt by Lastade, who are going to be eliminated inside of this match in the next few seconds. And I think the next challenge for Nebula Esports to focus on will be that rotation up ahead, or he does spot out that vehicle moving away. Wait a minute. Does Lastade actually manage to escape this situation? That is just brilliant from their end.
Oh my goodness, Shadow. They had no choice, but he had to run as well.
It's still okay.
Has to play a little bit of placement points with two players. Has got to wing it. But Nebula, again, with the third party, is extremely annoying to work with. But seems like the circle is going to shift onto his True Rippers. It is pretty much out in the open here. True Rippers has got a lot to handle here, considering how much of utilities they had to expend to defend against the initial fight there.
Yeah.
Now everybody else has got them surrounded. Lastade is going to try and sneak through, try and play a little bit center, but Myth Official as well, also going for a little bit split here. Here the 2-2 split at the back and Harshu in the middle. A very interesting split from Myth Official, but somehow nobody's focusing on them.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Out into the open, bringing in deployable covers, and, well, hiding inside that smoke. So shots were finally taken by Wingard Esports on the players of Myth, but the angles denied them the opportunity to actually secure the finish. But Myth reposition. I see they've closed in on the center. Daddy gets knocked out. Wingard Esports finally get a knock going for themselves. But it's difficult to capitalize from where they are. They are going to be utilizing a lot of ammunition just to be able to make this play. But I do not know what the end result of all of this commitment is going to look like.
But this is huge for Myth as well. They send up two to set up deployable covers first before the rest of the pack to regroup as well. And now they've got a mini fortress in the zone in the middle of nowhere where nobody's going to be able to challenge them as well. So Myth has got a very good macro setup in play right now that I think a lot of teams do not realize that they are going to be the biggest threat in these endgame zones. Nebula just got in, they spotted a glimpse of this Myth and decided to set up a fortress on the edges themselves to try and hunker down against teams, anybody trying to push up on them.
Pretty much, but Autobots over here in a very awkward stand-up against the players of Rapid Chaos. And with the utility looking to find that opening. Damage traded out between the two players from either sides, but this nade, it could be a two-pointer. Doesn't turn out to be one. Players from the side of Rapid Chaos still left standing. Important fight for either sides, considering one opening found. Autobots make that bounce onto Rapid Chaos, clear this rage, and same can be said for Rapid Chaos as well. Whoever wins this fight gets control of the northeastern quadrant of the circle, which can be a big opportunity to eventually engage into a fight against True Rippers in the next few moments.
Boy, they have a scuffle here. Autobots and Rapid Chaos' noise has allowed Mysterious Fall to kind of sneak by here. Uncontested, but they're looking to potential third party this, but Circle is still very tricky. They're still stuck outside the zone. Mysterious Fall, they are looking to try and capitalize here as soon as the circle shifts. So Autobots and also Rapid Chaos, they have to be a little bit careful here. Drew getting resetted. The pick comes through and the nade parade still comes through, and Eggy finds the opener on Psycho. This may be the push that they need, and they are looking to try and convert this, but Psycho getting spotted from the far fray. Some teams gonna try and snatch up all those points. But the counter nade from Fragger stops Autobots with this push. They're taking this slow and methodical. A lot of the deployables has been set up as well. But Fragger gonna distract with those vehicles, but it doesn't matter. Autobots with those nades just tumbles through. Rapid Chaos, they're falling apart.
This is not looking good for Rapid Chaos Esports. This was supposed to be an important match that helps keep them inside of the top 6. But as they fall and crumble apart, Autobots Esports, they are getting more and more excited. 9 finishes on the board for the players of Autobots Esports, and all 4 of them are still on their feet, I see. There is potential for Autobots Esports to move forward, secure a big chicken dinner, and then in turn find themselves inside of the top 6 at the end of the day. If that happens, that is going to be the biggest comeback on the last day.
The possibility is there, but it's going to be one of the most difficult ones to pull off right now. With 13 teams left alive in this game, 42 players in this entire lobby, and with so many teams trying to push up the middle. And this is going to be a divider as well, with mountain terrain, nook and crannies. Nobody has been playing out in open here, but again, too many covers to worry about. And Autobots seems to be playing on the eastern edge itself to try and trail back onto the sides here. knowing that there's still so many open fields. True Rippers has got a nice setup of bunkers to work with. Natural bunkers of rabbit holes. This is going to be guerrilla warfare for True Rippers, but I don't think they have enough needs to stop anyone who's going to try and push them up.
I don't like those 3 boulders in the center of the map, to be honest. It's going to be a big cluster of teams just trying to use them as covers and isolating angles, but we'll talk about that in a bit. White Walkers, as they try to find a breaching point inside of the play zone, spotted out by Nebula Esports. And of course, Wingod, you see them on the radar, also third-partying this fight. How does TAG get a knock over here in White Walkers? They're too far away from all of this conflict. Look at where the players of TAG are. And somehow they have a line of fire to make things work.
Oh my goodness, those sprays from Harsh. Ooh, what a headshot, but
Out of ammunition.
Out of ammunition. They need those conversions. They need those resupply. Hydro is able to find an off angle. Goes for the draw, but TAG, this is going to be go time for them. They need to push up. They need to stock up on those ammunition. They're running out. And White Walkers getting pinned by Nebula as well. TAG making life miserable here for White Walkers. They're about to be eliminated, but TAG, they're starting to rack up some points, but they've expended so much ammo in this fight.
Yeah, as you said, I think that ammo count is going to be of a big concern to the players of TAG, but luckily for them, they have Meta Ninja right next to them. So there's potential of them getting a squad wipe with the help of utility, restocking up on the ammunition and the util, and then moving up, but it's a long shot. Odds stacked against the side of TAG, but hey, it's the exact opposite if you are True Rippers right now. For some reason, the circle, the zone just loves them a little too much.
Oh boy. True Rippers, they've got all the time in the world. Everybody's still struggling to push up as well. And the biggest distraction in this zone as well, based on the new map, has to be Myth with those natural bunkers that they set up preemptively.
True.
Everybody needs to push up onto them. Even for TAG, their problem now is going to be Meta Ninja. It's got them completely funneled in an off angle. Jelly has been scouted for Shadow 7. Needs to be careful. Sees Jelly pulling up the pin. Shadow 7 peeks out, but misses the drop as well. The JS9 not doing enough. But TAG now has to force this fight. They need to find the opener now.
Beyond 50 meters, the spray, the spread, it's a little too difficult to control. But TAG still holding strong on the other side. Nebula Esports, they have had enough. This team is all about aggression. 11 eliminations in this game so far for Nebula Esports. And now, since they've spotted out Myth, they want to go after them as well. Kratos! Oh, so lucky. Pixel of HP somehow still left standing. And I think Nebula Esports, they are going to be grateful for that as well.
Well, TAG actually drops the deploy cover to sneak in. Hydro crosses over, but Jelly has to drop. Hydro trying to buy time through the smoke, but eventually gets scouted out. Spam is there. Jonathan not able to find the frag. Shadow 7's got the crossfire, but Javin gets blown out by the Vico from Jonathan. And Shadow 7 also getting dropped as well. TAG is somehow able to hold on, but Meta Ninja, only Apollos remain. It's in the smoke, getting spotted out. Harsh and Jonathan going to go for the tag team, and they take him out. TAG, they will hold on. They will get the reset, but with the circle coming in, do they have enough time to push through? Harsh already setting out for the vehicle to try and go for the quick exit. TAG, they don't have a lot of time.
They don't have a lot of time, but that was still a brilliant fight nonetheless. And honestly, I gave up hope when Jelly went down in that one. The opponents had the advantage, but then TAG being able to recover itself was pretty phenomenal. And that kind of showcased the experience the team has. But now up against 4TR, opportunity, the element of surprise, it has been compromised. The nade misses its mark, but there are two more being cooked in the back lines. And Jelly, for the second time, drops to the floor. Harsh on the flank again with a pixel of HP, but this splash damage from Anonymous's nade finally gets him out of the way, and that just leaves the namesake Jonathan still alive, forced to take a 1 versus 20 against the rest of the lobby. He tries to make a run for his life, finally gets shut down, and that's the end of the journey of Apex Gaming in this map of Rondo.
Oh my goodness, top 7 finisher. Now towards the 6th team in the blink of an eye. Everybody has been dropped at the natural fortress of Myth from the southwest corner. It was too much to handle. Nebula also getting taken out from that fight. Myth still holds on, and they're still in the zone. 5 teams remaining. This is going to be the end game battle. Autobot still somehow was able to sneak through, but seems like the circle will favor Myth. But on screen now, it seems like Autobot's now getting messed up as True Rippers Going to be going for a little bit long-range nades. Deployable covers has been set up here to try and create more angles. And Autobots is able to find Team Tumulus on the north side. Still a very tricky spot to work with, but Autobots looking for a banger game of a comeback in this match itself.
Hey, whether it's Autobots or it might be True Rippers as well, these two names, they might just be able to execute one of the biggest comeback possible. Autobots, as you mentioned, I think a little bit easier for them considering they're already on the 9th 3-point marker. But if you are going to talk about True Rippers, very far away, but maybe with this chicken dinner, they inch closer to that possibility of just moving to the grand finals directly. It's a long shot, but it's still there. On the other side of things, 4TR. First shots taken on the side of Autobots. Now they refocus on True Rippers, a team that's much closer to them in comparison.
This is very, very impressive stuff here coming from 4TR. Looking to find openers, but seems like Autobots is able to find Thermi on the side. True Rippers finally getting some heat despite trying to lay low for the longest time. The opener is there, but like I said, guerrilla warfare here for True Rippers. The only way Autobots push them is they need to go for a synchronized push. Punk looking for the reset. Seems like Autobots may be able to actually allow this, but they are going to try and bait them out. Nade's still going to drop there. Punk trying his best to try and save his way through. Autobots a little bit afraid to push up. Molotov's barely clipping him, so Thermi is going to get the reset through. As Autobots are a little bit afraid of the third parties.
I don't think they're a little afraid. I think they're just extremely paranoid about third parties. 4TR just a few moments ago were the ones building up pressure on them, and Team Tamilas all the way up north also in a position from where they can cause a lot of chaos and just completely ruin this game for Autobots. And then True Rippers, their next door neighbors, the biggest thorn in their lives right now.
But at the same time, speaking of thorns here, Autobots' thorn is going to be Team Tumulus. They can't push up on True Rippers because Team Tumulus is trailing them behind. And that's the reason why they are a little bit hesitant to go for a push. And right now it's going to be tricky. Areep almost gets dropped down. Gets a nice fair trade with Aim God. But no knocks whatsoever. Circle still going to be favoring on True Rippers. Everybody going to be inching in. 4TR, you can see a little bit afraid to try and start the fight because whoever starts the fight is going to get third party immediately from this fight. We do have ourselves a little bit of a Mexican standoff here. And the wild card is going to be Myth official because they are the furthest away from the zone alongside with Team Tumulus, who most likely is going to be the first two teams to start the fights.
Yeah, probably. I think it has to be one of the four on the edges, but True Rippers, this is, I believe, like the fourth zone of this game in a row that's just been on top of their heads. True Rippers, they need to close this match out with a chicken dinner now. And as you were talking about it, I think they are just waiting to see which team runs where, which is going to be the first fight getting picked. And it seems like Myth have finally decided they want to go after 4TR.
Oh, what a blunder here from 4TR. Myth getting that pick here pretty much opens up so much space, and now they are going to take space away. Team Tumulus saw Myth rotating. They are going to close the distance as well, but the shots has been fired. Myth now going to try and pick 4TR apart. They know they're pinned, and Arthur goes down, and Myth official slowly engulfs them. Meanwhile, D-Trix has been intentionally left on the back lines to stop Team Tumulus from the third party. But Thermi with the nades here is going to stop them. But Team Tumulus, they're going to force the issue, and now they're getting picked apart.
Exactly, it is Myth who just come up to them with everything that they have. And Team Tumulus, as you mentioned, crumbling to their last two players, making the last man left alive. But Aim God, can he be the savior for Team Tumulus? I don't think so. That nade was lined up for him to perfection. It got very close. Aim God fell back, walked out of range, and because of that, he still stays on his feet. But on the other side of this, the end game, I see Autobots, they found two picks against the side of True Rippers, and that just changes the odds of the chicken dinner completely in the side of Myth. Myth is the only team surviving in this match with their entire roster still intact.
Oh my goodness, True Rippers has been making lives miserable for Autobots. Myth, fantastic defense. Daddy gets the trade on Iggy, almost gets traded off, but now Autobots still on the back foot. And True Ripper, they have not moved a muscle yet. They are pinned. They cannot push in either direction here, but they are going to lay low. Myth going to be circling around the edges here to try and push onto his Autobots. And True Rippers might be able to capitalize on this, but Areep finds Knock and Daddy. Now the equalizer is there, down to a 3v2 situation. Needs to be careful, but Omega trying to lay low to find a cheeky angle here. Needs to be careful, but Myth doesn't want to give them the opportunity, but Omega finds the opener now. Here comes the rest of Autobots. They are forced to push this now.
And well, it is going to be an awkward fight for either side. Autobots against True Rippers, Myth from the sidelines, and Autobots, they finally start to capitalize. The knock and the finish have been confirmed. Lucifer gets dropped. Detrox in the backlines is just trying to see if he can catch anyone just with the utility. This is stage 9. This is the end game. This is where this map concludes, and it is down to a 2 versus 1 versus 2 situation. Myth, they are getting a revive going in the backlines. I think it is going to be down to a 3-way, 2 players per team showdown.
Oh my goodness, True Rippers played that perfectly as well. Getting a knock on Autobots, getting a knock on Myth here, taking each other out, and now they've realized the biggest threat is actually True Rippers. Now they found Omega. Punk is going to try and go for the reset, but Areep needs to patch himself up first as they inch in closer. Both caught in the crossfire here. Punk has got to do some heavy lifting. Detrox spots out Iggy. Areep, last man standing from Autobots. Punk, last man, and Myth. They do have the numbers, but Punk now needs to use Omega for information. Areep and Punk is going to work together to try and take out Myth now. As the circle is going to force Myth to push down open and out in the open.
It's 2 versus 1 versus 1. Well, now it's a 2 versus 1. Last man left alive from the side of Autobots. It is Areep and a 1 versus 2 against Detrox. And Lucifer drops one. He's going after the second. Can he clutch out the win? No, says Detrox. And Myth somehow do manage to save the game, save the chicken dinner. And it's a big one as well.
Yeah.
Myth managed to hold on to a spot inside of the top 6.
I know, right? And for Myth official, this is also going to be the confirmation towards the grand finals.
Pretty
Getting
much.
a chicken dinner like this just boosts their confidence way too much, and it's also going to be a major boost in the overall standings as well. But speaking of a team like Autobots Esports, even they're going to be making a comeback real close towards the top 6. And True Rippers, a good news for them. They're finally outside of danger.
Well, they still have a long journey as well. They still have 3 more matches, but definitely on the right track here for True Rippers to get out of the bottom danger zone. But for now, Myth have pretty much showed us a very, very strategic, dominating performance here in the map Rondo, and how they take advantage of those deployables and those timings was very, very spot on. We've seen how Myth officials snuck their way in the grand finals BGIS, but this time, this is the reason why they are a tier 1 team now.
Yeah, pretty much. And again, I think Myth, they've proved us wrong. I'm just happy they regained their lost form from BGIS 2026, by the way, because online qualifiers, you guys both know how scared I was to see Myth just completely disappear. That aggression just completely, well, it just vanished from their roster, but now it seems like it's back. And of course, if we are talking about Myth, it's Detrox, man, 9 eliminations, 1279 damage dished out. What is this kid made of?
I mean, the chicken dinner stats, once again, from the side of Myth, just looking extremely great. And as you mentioned, Detrox hitting 9 eliminations. And the fact that he's also the IGL off the team, it just blows my mind. He's able to pop off on such an insane level, right?
I really like what I'm seeing coming from Detrox in particular. Like, the things he do is very basic, but at the same time, the timings of when and what to do in certain situations and finding openers and deciding, hey, this is the perfect time to attack is very, very precise. And not many IGLs is able to pinpoint this as well. And I really like what I'm seeing from Myth. They find openings, that they prioritize really well, shutting down certain, choosing teams to take out before moving on is also very, very spot on as well. So their fight with Nebula, amazing. Their fight with 4TR was also amazing because they were pinned. But with the intention, they know for a fact that Team Tamilas was looking to party them. The moment they got the opener on 4TR, they moved up, bait Team Tamilas in an awkward situation, and took both teams out at the same time. That was brilliant to watch.
But guys, you know what? Let's start talking about the teams that were failing in this game. Lost Out Esports is also going to be part of the conversation, and even TAG. They had a chance to move on and do a lot better, but the first Rondo, it's going to be down the drain. But Myth official with this performance, specifically Detrox coming through with 9 finishes on the board. It's incredible. Absolutely impressive stuff for Myth. And also 1279 damage dished out. Usually see these stats from an entire unit of a team, but this man is single-handedly doing it.
Pretty much. I think especially those damage numbers. But Detrox, he has been incredible through and through. We also have a look at the top players, and of course, I think it's the stars from every single team that have showed up inside of this leaderboard, inside of the top 5 for this particular match. Detrox followed up by Areep. You have Kratos from the side of Nebula Esports. Nebula as well. We got to talk about them. Where is this confidence coming from, by the way?
Hey, man, they're the anti-heroes, man. They're the anti-heroes. They're here to spoil the games, bro.
Guys, listen, at the start of the day, I was having a conversation with Kratos, and I mentioned, whenever I'm watching Nebula Esports, you were the first man to get taken out. What's wrong with you? And you know what? Kratos said, watch me today, baby.
So did you watch him today?
Well, I mean, he's popping off right now. 8 finishes on the board. I'm definitely watching him right now. He's just like my brother.
Also, by the way, it's very impressive to have exactly 1,000 damage.
I know, right?
It
It's
was
absolutely calculated.
On point at 1,000. That was just a weird point over there, but we do have the highlights from that previous game. And of course, as you were talking about teams not being able to perform, Necro, why did you not talk about Wyld Esports, man? We were promised 4 chicken dinners.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that wasn't unrealistic expectations, right, I see?
Yeah, a little bit of a hope, but nothing is impossible, man. Sometimes in life, you gotta dream big. Whether or not it comes true or not, it solely depends on your own efforts, I would
Hey,
say.
go big or go home, right? I mean, that is the situation Wingard was in as well, by the way.
I do understand about dreaming big, but I'm not going to lie, if that is something that Wyld Esports really wants to pull off, the chance is not gone yet. And looking at these highlights too, right, just look at the audience getting pumped up in the final few moments. And the fact that even True Rippers were playing that game tactically sound so well is also pretty impressive. This is how DAG also got dismantled in that fight. Unfortunately for True Rippers, they were caught between 2 teams, Myth and even Autobots Esports. And in that scenario, they could not really do a lot.
Yeah. At the same time as well, you know, True Rippers played this perfectly as well because it felt like a very easy head-to-head fight, but True Rippers made things difficult for both Myth and Autobots, and they were able to get up snatch up a few points here, gives True Rippers a little bit of opportunity to kind of come back as well. But you can see the faces and reactions coming from Autobots. They needed this chicken dinner so badly if they want to stand a chance for top 6. But now with Myth taking the chicken dinner, I think Myth should be sitting very comfortably in top 6 here. They do have 1 game safety cushion, but with 3 more matches for Myth in particular, it's still anyone's games.
And I do believe that even Team Tamila still stand a chance to actually make it inside of the top 6, right? Getting a 13-pointer in this game itself, Team Tamila can actually do it. They have proved themselves in the past as well. 1 massive game with 25 points on the board, and Team Tamila is going to be catapulting themselves in the top 6. Latter half of the board is on the screen. Metanins as well, a major flop. For Team AX as well, it was a flop game, but once again, it does not even matter. AX is already in a comfortable spot in the overall standings.
Yeah, I think with that first game of theirs, AX has pretty much secured a spot inside of the grand finals. But I think let's just have a look at the overall leaderboard and confirm things, because our match is not that great, to be honest. And hey, AX, not confirmed spot in the grand finals as of yet. They are 5th on that leaderboard, but I think for a few undergods, this is the opportunity. This is a screenshot that you would want to post on your socials right now. And of course, I'm talking about the players from Myth. 124 points, 13 games played, 6 positions gained in a single match, and they find themselves sitting on the top of the leaderboard in the semis.
I think this is pretty much a good lead here coming from Myth, but again, they need just 1 more game to secure it. Like that's pretty much safe. 100%.
No, you guys
might be right. 130, right?
You guys might be right. I think the cutoff is going to go higher than 125 points.
I think it will be 120, 125, not over 125.
I think I brought out this stats here with Salty as well, which is if the teams at the bottom make a comeback, the cutoff is going to be lower. But if the teams at the top dominate, the cutoff is going to be significantly higher.
I mean, I think that should be the other way around, right?
I think so too, but
vacuum.
I understand what IC is saying. I think by the top, IC means the top 6 and the top 8 right here. Is that correct? Yeah. Because that is what we're seeing as well. Top 6, they have been very consistent, especially the top 5 in the overall leaderboard have been very brutal on everyone. And because of that, the cutoff is just going up and up, even though it's by a little every single time.
Yeah, it is going to make things a little bit difficult here for the chase, to especially coming from REVENANT XSPARK, especially for Autobots who's just needed that chicken dinner. But because Myth had the chicken dinner, it is going to make things so much difficult. And on top of it all, Nebula, despite not making the end game, they still had a decent amount of points. So that means it is going to go even higher. And the chase is going to go even harder as well. We talked about potentially being 40 to 50 points. Maybe it could go for 60 points as well.
Yeah. I mean, of course, they can do it, right? Especially if they do sip on the Monster Energy drink and if they do end up unleashing the beast, because that's what we exactly saw coming through from Kratos and Detrox. They were sipping on the Monster Energy. Trust me when I say this, I saw them backstage. But you know what? Back towards the conversation once again. Now my eyes are going to be pinned on teams like Lastada Esports. My eyes are also going to be pinned on TAG as well. And there's just so many one of these names that can actually make a comeback, including Team Tamilas as well right now.
Pretty much, but I think we'll have to wait for the next matches and see.
Yeah, of course. I mean, next matches are going to be interesting. But if you overall look at these standings, right, the way the top 8 right now is positioned as well, there's not a lot of difference still. You can't say even AX can actually be kicked outside of the top 16 or top 8.
I think so. I think it all comes down to the next match that AX is going to play, whether they get kicked out outside of that top 6 bracket or not, because they are still on the 5th spot. So the security, the safety net that they wanted hasn't really been gained by them.
Yeah, hands down, right? And in my opinion, if AX is not going to be doing the same thing, if they're not going to be performing on a good wavelength, then I do believe that AX will be kicked outside of the top 6, because right now the overall standings are tightening up.
All right. The question that we have been asking is, will AX get kicked out? Do you want AX to get kicked out, I think, is the question that I want to ask.
Of course not. What about you?
I don't think so.
You don't think AX
I
can
think
be
AX
kicked out?
going to go to secure the top 6.
I mean, right now, X is currently sitting on the 113 points, but what's going to happen, that's for the future. For now, let's move on towards this map of Miramar, since it's also going to be the most important map for all these teams, and it's also going to set a massive pace.
Of course, this is the halfway marker of the day. In fact, we are going to end the journey for the teams of Group B after this game. This is going to be the last match of the day, and after this, we will move forward, and Group A will be taking the stage again. This time, the flight path, though, it is a pretty decent one. It is a diagonal flight path from the northeast to the southwestern quadrant, and, well, we have had enough spicy stuff inside of the matches so far. It's time to add a little bit of salt. Salty, my boy, how are you doing? Where do you go off to? Yeah.
The numbers. AX right now, they are tied up for the cutoff at 113. They ended day 1 of the semi-finals being at the top. Hashtag 1 or nothing, and it seems like for the defending champions, things are becoming so much more difficult. But have a look at this. It's going to be an insane fight. Ashwin Putron is going to be the region of battle. True Rippers really trying to survive themselves in a fight against Mysterious 4, and Termi moves up ahead, finds the first knock, and this is going to be a big opening for True Rippers.
It will be indeed Mysterious 4. They are not looking good in this one. True Rippers, all they need is that reset going for themselves, but the pressure from Noob, it is still going to be there. And True Rippers, Shayan somehow does manage to save his teammates from getting taken out super early. Punk is there as well. He's taking a lot of damage. Shayan is also low. Termi shows up to no avail, and Goku just goes Super Saiyan. 3 players, True Rippers out of the way. Make that all. No! He makes it happen. A 1v3, and True Rippers, they get ripped into smithereens, gone out of the game. And I think maybe, if things do not work out, gone out of the tournament as well.
It seems like this is going to be the beginning of the end. Look at these teams from Group Eagle. Meta Ninja this time up against Team AX, and for AX, this is going to be the last game. Raiden has been knocked out in such a crucial time once again, and Devotee, it's going to be important for him. Little bit of that ground clearance, a little bit of a space, and Shadow just rips through everyone. Gets the better of Orin as well.
What's going on right now? The teams that were known for winning fights are the ones dropping the ball completely well. Thank God AX still exists. They keep hope still alive. 4 eliminations secured, and Meta Ninja completely shut down.
This is going to be brilliant. Meta Ninja. We talked about the glory of the first day. We talked about how they made a comeback, how it was a big bounce back for Shadow and the boys, and look at them right now. 14th position on the overall standings, 91 points. And the sad part is all of their matches, they're done and dusted. Team AX, they are fighting for their life. Fighting for their direct slot to the grand finals. It's not going to be easy.
Of course, it's not going to be easy, and it's neither easy to get that Spartan King, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
I've been trying for so many days to no avail. I don't know when Lady Luck is going to, well, turn her face in my direction and just start smiling.
A little bit of odds, by the way. The odds of getting the Spartan King set is 0.2 out of 100.
Wow. Much better odds of me topping my exams during school.
Much better odds than you playing in BMPS and reaching to the grand finals, by the way.
Not if I have you in my team, Salty. Let's be honest about it.
All right. I don't take that anymore. I'm the top fragger of my team. Just like Cyrax is, by the way.
We have proven whenever you are out, we win. But same can't be said for AX. They need Cyrax to win. Yesterday, I was hoping to see Cyrex hit that 100-point marker. In the entire day, he was able to secure 2 finishes. And so far today, he has secured, what, 4 more? 4 needed for the century. And after that, it would be amazing if he just raised his device and just, like, you know, bowed it to the crowd.
The problem is, Team AX, they've finished all of their matches. This is going to be their last game, and Cyrax is finished. Cyrax is finished off, by the way.
Oh, now, why do you have to break my heart like that? I was ignorant about that fact.
Team AX, I mean, imagine for them, right? You are ignorant of the fact, but for AX right now, they are battling against all odds.
Also
they are, by the way, en route to get dethroned from being inside of the top 6.
Hey, I completely forgot about the fact that AX was on the 5th. There's so much excitement into this game. AX sliding down from top 2, outside of the top 6, back into the top 6, but on the 5th spot. And now 2 players stuck in La Cobriera. But also, by the way, with how the situation is right now, now the question is, Meta Ninja, what was the reason for that gamble?
I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure as well. You look at the way Meta Ninja climb up the ranks on the first day. Once again, they finished off in the 14th spot. They were supposed to be the strongest team on Miramar, but they are here no more. And look at True Rippers and the demise as well. Dermy was the one to actually find the opening. But for True Rippers, Johnny, something definitely is going to be going wrong. Look at this. Goku from one angle finds a finish for all of the players out there. True Rippers lacked any bit of healing utilities and they still went ahead for the fight.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think it was forced upon them, right? Mysterious 4, they are refusing to back off. Just players piling on and on and on and on. And True Rippers, I think when Goku showed up, they were trying to regroup, but that opportunity was just gone in a split second. But TAG, I think hope has started to slip away for the players of TAG. They've dropped down to the 18th position now, which is 76 points to their name. And 40R, they show up knocking on their door.
40R have a very different trajectory altogether. What a rise it has been for these lads. What a rise it has been for Anonymous, who's looking to set up his team as one of the top teams in the country. It is a dream come true, man. Some men, they play for trophies, but this man is playing to make his team absolutely immortal out there. And that will happen if they do take out Team Apex Gaming in this fight. Jelly, still on the ground, proned in. Knows exactly where the blades of 40 are. Oh, and Hydro! He gets fouled up. Arthur, brilliant stopping there. A little bit of retaliation is also going to be there coming in from Jelly. Knockout has been found. IGL versus IGL, but look at Arthur. The nade, it kind of bounces off. The cook was not perfect in Johnny. It still feels like Team Apex Gaming, they've got a fight left in them.
This is a very awkward fight. First Hydro whiffing his spray, then that nade ricochet. But Harsh, he finds the trade nonetheless. Apex Gaming do manage to hold on to the advantage. 3 versus 2, they have the numbers to work with. And Jonathan, he runs outside looking for a flank. Viper finds the trade, 2v2, the numbers even Steven. But the pressure from the players of Apex Gaming, they are keeping it on. And both of them ran up the stairs and they might have just headed straight to heaven. DAG wiped out. 40 are still alive and inching closer to the top 6, 100 on the leaderboard as of now.
If you're watching this game right now sitting at home, I'd request you to stand up and bow down to Arthur. This man all by himself just shut down the offense of the Apex Predators, by the way.
King Arthur.
King Arthur once again just showcasing his gameplay.
And, well, what is his Excalibur? Well, it doesn't seem to be the S12K or anything. Doesn't use shotguns in this game.
Doesn't even matter. There's somebody jumping shot in front of you. He will still shut you down.
Well, also, if Arthur is King Arthur, well, then I think Merlin, it has to be Anonymous or Viper from this side because Rapido is not playing in this game. Rapido was the man from 40R in the previous roster when they were known as Non-X in BGI 2026. That kind of got a lot of finishes for the team, got a lot of fame for the roster, and now with this move to 40R, this is the game where Flexshot is playing, by the way. They've subbed out Rapido.
That is exactly what's happened. But 40R, it seems like they're still not looking to stop. On the flip side, this can be deadly for White Walkers. Shots coming through for WinGod Esports, and they arrive in style, overwhelming with numbers. There's absolutely nothing that Veyron could have done there. Shotgun staring at you at the face. Infinity is going to find that revive on top of Ryzen. And White Walkers have been looking to fight back. It's not going to be easy. Look at that on the minimap. Last RD as well appear into this fight. This can be a brilliant timing to actually scour off a few finish points off of White Walkers. But if that does happen, Johnny,
Yeah.
White Walkers will get pinned down to that 24th spot.
I think they are pinned down on that 24th spot already. Hope it's slipping away for White Walkers with every single game they play. And I think opportunity might have just run out. Quite unfortunate. They made it extremely far into this tournament, on the verge of getting eliminated right now. And I just feel bad every single time someone ADSs towards White Walkers, someone starts taking those shots. Now it's Lastade Karlan. He hasn't really found an opening, hasn't really found an opportunity to secure a finish, but he shoos them away from cover, and that itself is enough to ruin their day.
There's a massive cluster going on in the south, and we're in the eye of the storm. Lastade Esports is still quite safe, but a lot of damage was dished out to one of their players. Brought down to a dot HP. Myth Official on the other side, trying to make their way at least inside of the circle, but they will soon get to know that from the south side is almost impossible, by the way.
Yeah, it's impossible to breach the southern edge of the circle. A lot of teams present over there. We do see Autobots on our screens, along with them Wingard, Myth, Lastade still in the same mix. But when we get to see the circle on our screens, I think you will notice that AX still very far away from the play zone right now. The circle is between La Benedita and Los Leones, and AX, they've positioned themselves still towards Greater Fields and Power Grid.
They're miles away right now. And I believe that is going to be the only way AX would love to play this game. Just 2 men left alive. Finally, we get to see some shots coming in from Autobots as well. And this time, they are directed towards Myth Official. Now, this is the conversation that we were having, Johnny. Trying to move inside of the circle from the south side is nigh impossible for Myth Official. They can try and go around the circle, maybe try and find an injection point from the east side. But the south side, Autobots is looking to gatekeep everyone.
Exactly, and I think now Myth, they might have just made the situation a whole lot worse. Wingard, they are in tow. The chase is still on. And as you were talking about Autobots, I think the intention to move along the ridges was to do exactly what you said, to move into a position from where it was going to be easy to gatekeep these two names, moving in from the southeastern edge. And look at that shift of the circle, man. It just gets worse and worse with every single play zone. Now half the lobby pushed outside. Lastade, Higgs Boson, Rising Esports, the struggles are going to keep on going.
The main dilemma, of course, is going to be whether or not do you try and take a part in the urban warfare. This circle still has a majority of Lost Lane is under control. Majority of the teams will try and hide inside of those compounds. But you've got to have a future plan as well. How are you going to move out of that cluster? How do you try and battle out from the urban warfare as well? And all of these things, all of these factors will need to get considered by the IGLs right now. Myth Officials still moving along the blue. Meanwhile, Rising Esports, Johnny, they are moving inside of Lost Laners right now. Team Tamila's ancient home ground for this team. Of course, they know every single nooks and crannies, but Team Tamila's, will they be able to dominate the fight of the cities?
I think they have to if they want to keep the hope of the top 6 finish, because they are at 101 points right now. But if they want to keep the hope alive, Team Tamilas, they need to win this fight. But unfortunately for them, from the distance, Nebula Esports, few shots taken, and Reaper instantly loses a big chunk of his HP. That helmet is gone, Salty.
Needs to pick up one more. And the same can be said for Shadow OG as well, as Wingard, they step up above the ridge. Brilliant teamwork. 3 players shooting them at tandem. The vehicle explodes, and of course Shadow will get taken down. Autobots making a mockery of Myth Official. They just had climbed to #1 on the overall rankings. Now Daddy comes in to try and protect his comrades. Ralphie gets taken down, but Lobster, he's in a safe position right now. Myth Official, even if they do find a little bit of a reset, I believe Autobots still have an edge in this fight.
Yeah, pretty much. I agree with you on that. They have the numbers to work with, and they have the control of the edge all to themselves. Myth, they are going to be forced to tank that extra bit of damage from the blue zone. The only point of concern for Autobots is once they transition to climbing the ridge behind them, then maybe Wingard Esports are just going to mow them down. But D-Trox from the distance does spot out Lobster. Damage has been dished out. Lucifer is there to back him up. Myth, they're trying to cause a sandwich as Autobots might have just overcommitted into the action. Eggy and Lobster, can they save their lives? Can they save Autobots from that early elimination in this match? It's just down to the last man from either side. It's Eggy against Deatrox. Two men who were known for making clutch plays are now just paired up against each other to make the biggest clutch play of them all. Myth, they get to stay on top, and Autobots, they get to stay alive in this tournament.
What a beautiful storyline did BMPS give us right now. Two IGLs, vastly different experience. Of course, Eggy, who has been playing for years and years, up front is going to lead against the fight, against the 16-year-old out there who is still fighting to keep his team alive. Just one man left from either side is Eggy and Deatrox. They start making their moves. Deatrox moving in, evading away from the fight, trying to move inside of the circle. And Eggy, it seems like even he's going to disengage and try and put himself inside. Shots getting taken, and Deatrox, he finds the better of Eggy. And it seems like the prodigal son, he returns.
Patience is the biggest virtue that you need in this game. Sometimes just holding back, not doing anything, works out too well. And Deatrox, I mean, kudos to him. As you mentioned, just gets the better of Eggy in that fight, secures the win, and Myth, with that, I think, will retain the opportunity of finishing the semifinals on the first position. Although a lot of people in BGM are very skeptical about just being on top of the semifinals. So, yeah, Nebula Esports, what's your move now?
Absolutely terrific coming in from Deatrox as well. 9 eliminations in the last game. This game is turned up with a 5 of his own, and Myth official, they're still marching forward, but finally he gets eliminated. Couldn't really have done much in that position, of course. That eastern periphery of the circle is marked, is swarmed with enemies right at the edge, and for Deatrox to make it inside, it was almost impossible. But look at this right now. Boson, they're leading the judge games, White Walkers, and it seems like competition is not just heating up at the top of the overall rankings, it's still heating up at the bottom as well, Johnny.
Yeah, it's still there. I mean, the fight to avoid getting eliminated in the semifinals. I mean, it's always going to go on till the end game. White Walkers, though, I think hope is gone for them. Wingard Esports still alive. They're not lost exactly. They're third runner-up from the bottom, if you think about it. They're third last. They're sitting second, 22nd on the overall leaderboard. But anyways, a little bit of a recap of the action from the early stages of the game. TAG up against 4TR. It might have been a great start to the fight from TAG, but 4TR, the level of confidence, the level of aggression, they were able to clinch things out with. And this one moment, Arthur just turning into King Arthur, bringing out Excalibur and slaying down all of his opponents. Well, that's what we like to see.
Did you watch the movement at the end from Arthur, right? He spotted the jump shot coming in from Jonathan. He quickly, the way you explained it that day, right? The sidestep and the understep, whatever it is. I mean, it's too complicated for me. But I did spot it over there.
It is quite clearly visible. I mean, you could notice mistakes in movements and outplays in movements. Especially, it's a luxury for us, by the way, because we get to see the replays.
Yeah.
In that moment, I think there was that one instance as well where Jonathan was charging forward with his teammate, and for some reason, for a split second, they just turned around.
Yeah.
And that is when Arthur came up, and after that, as you mentioned, just like swung out, just sprayed both of them in a single go.
And again, to counter that jump shot, 4TR official have very technical assaulters in them for sure. Anonymous will be looking to lead them right at the eye of the storm. That is going to be the center of the circle for now. It is being held by Mysterious 4 and Lastade as well. Team Tamilas right around the corner. They are still dominating the city of Los Lunes, by the way. And the circle did shift a little bit on towards the right-hand side. And I believe Boson is going to be quite comfortable. Even Rapid Chaos, as a matter of fact. AX, who was surviving for such a long time. They were tanking damage from the blue. Now make an entry inside of the 5th stage. Being a two-man side, Johnny.
Yeah, and well, I think intentions are pretty clear from the side of AX as well. They are getting stressed out about missing out the grand finals, and of course, it's the defending champions. Everyone wants to see them on that stage. On our screens now, Nebula Esports, a team that's, well, a little bit more comfortable than AX are. Shots being taken on the opponents out into the open, and it's going to be the side of Wingard Esports being put under pressure by them. But here's the recap of what happened exactly to the players of Wingard Esports. An early fight against the players of Autobots. Autobots got distracted, because of which Wyld Esports is still alive, but then that engagement into the sign of myth did not really work out, and towards the end, it's just Deatrox, a difficult player to deal with, to be honest.
A very notorious iShield as well. Quite aggressive in his plays, and of course the way he leads the team, but this time is no more going to be a part of the ending stages. Nebula Esports is still going to be on the lookout. They have control of the northern turf. And it still kind of feels like Nebula Esports, they don't really want to take part in fights. They know they have done the job. The heavy lifting is done and dusted. 124 on the overalls, and now Nebula, all that they want to do is to try and retain good positions inside of the play zone.
Pretty much, I think, and it's the simplest plan to execute as well.
Yeah.
Make a stronghold and make sure it's strong enough to deter any threat moving in your direction. But I think it's the same game plan for Team Tamilas, as they have a big building under their control. Players are spread out, 2 players up front, 2 players back. They're watching White Walkers. They're making sure they keep an eye on Rising Esports, Mysterious 4, Last Stade. But what about the flanks? There's 4TR on one, AX on one, and Higbozon on the other. Nebula Esports, by the way, from Devotee's POV, you do see that Nebula Esports might have a line of fire for this broken building.
And the same can be said otherwise. Team AX is also going to have a line of sight on top of Nebula.
Yeah,
and that does mean that Nebula can't really try and go aggressive from the position. They can just hold on to
They can hold on, but Nebula has the 3 versus 2 advantage, the numbers to work with. So 2 players, if they spot out anyone, 2 players just ADS on the same angle, and well, if it's 2v1 then.
It is a universal disadvantage for AX as well. When you're down to 2 men, especially in an urban fight, you know the shots are going to be coming in from anywhere. It's always tough to maneuver around with just 2 players out there. And have a look at this. Higbozon coming in from the other flank. They've got control of the eastern turf as well. This high ground can be a big lifeline for Higbozon, but what if the circle shifts out? What if the circle shifts towards the city? Do they have a backup? Do they have a future plan?
We're going to have to wait to see what happens in the later stages of this game, but what a brilliant switch of pace from almost the entirety of the lobby. The first few moments of the match, hyper aggressive. No one wanted to back off. No one wanted to shy away from that early fight. And now there is just an absolute lull inside of this game. Phoenix, he's trying his level best to scout out players from the side of Rapid Chaos, and I believe he has spotted out those bodies moving as well, although he is still quite hesitant in taking those shots. And of course, there's one more team in the backlines, Higbozon, on top of that hill. If they have a 6x scope, then they should be able to line up all the way towards Phoenix as well.
You're talking about a 6x? Well, Bunny has an 8x. Along with the Mini 14 taps away against Rapid Chaos. Couldn't really connect those shots though this time. Rapid Chaos looking to retaliate through Boji connects. Beautiful shots to push back Bunny from that angle. He has been keeping Higbozon at bay from the cliff itself, but Rapid Chaos Esports, for them, this fight is so crucial, Johnny, because unless and until they win this fight against Higbozon, them moving inside of the play zone just becomes nigh impossible.
Yeah, pretty much. I think they need to really win this fight, and not just this fight, maybe just try for the podium in this match as well. Nebula Esports, though, still keeping the pressure on, and Rapid Chaos, I feel bad for these undergods, man. They've worked so hard to get here, but it's just a few slip-ups, and all of those slip-ups happen in the matches that we witnessed so far. They are sitting on the 9th spot right now with 13 matches played, 3 matches remaining.
They have 2 games in hand, right? Against AX, against 4TR as well for Rapid Chaos. In spite of the fact that they are in a very difficult position, I'm pretty sure they will walk out of it. Have a look at them go. Flash strikes his vehicle against the compound, gets absolutely destroyed by Nebula. Nomi finally getting opportunities to showcase his class has been shut down as well. From the distance, it was Team Tamilas.
Oh, that could have been a nasty shot over there. And even Adi has an 8x to work with. Spotted out exactly the pixels of the head of the players of Higbozon.
And I believe it's kind of like a multiverse, Johnny. There are multiple teams who have sight lines against each other.
Yeah.
It's not just 2 or 3 teams fight against each other anymore.
In a circle like this, if you have the control of the hills that Nebula Esports and Higbozon are playing, you will pretty much be able to look inside the buildings of Los Leones as well. That's how awkward the situation is. And because of that, this is going to be the game that goes down to stage 9 with over 10 players alive towards the end. I think it's going to be somewhere around 15 or 10 players.
I'm excited. had to walk off from my seat as well because this game, it is palpitating. There's so much anticipation inside of Lost Legends right now. Who's going to walk inside? Who's going to walk out of this fight? But for Rapid Chaos, these are going to be the moments where you showcase, can you reset quickly? Can you come back from those minute errors that you make? Drew finally has been given a reset, but Flash gets taken care of as Kratos finds yet another scalp for himself. Nebula, they slowly are marching towards victory. 3 finishes already, 4 players still found. Adi left in the back lines. Meanwhile, these players out in the open. Kratos finally gets a shutdown though. Revive is going to be still easy. But Mysterious 4 have been on the lookout, Johnny, for these loose stranglers.
Yeah, I think Mysterious 4, their attempt to secure these eliminations, it's quite a decent one, but they need to prioritize their own safety as well. Otherwise, they are going to be beaten down in that ditch. But that circle is such an awkward one. Hig Boson, Team Tamilas, AX, Wingard forced out in an instant. And now, in this urban warfare situation, they're going to be forced to fight their way in. And, well, things just being made worse for Hig Boson as Nebula Esports now have decided that, yeah, this game looks easy for you, right? We're going to make this a tough one for sure.
You talk about a tough one, the circle is already quite tough in my opinion. Just ditching out the buildings of Lost Linus once again, moving on to the outskirts. And as of now, Nebula want to start things off as well.
By the way,
coming on from Kratos, Rapid Chaos being stuck in that dip. They're still on the right side of the circle and Nebula don't really have a reason to push up. But Johnny, yes, you were saying?
I was saying that we saw Hig Boson getting forced upon by Nebula Esports, but they just made a brilliant move. They moved back, and from the southwestern edge, southeastern edge is where they find a breach inside of that play zone. They will have a compound, just a small building to cluster up on, but we'll have to find out if that is going to be enough. On the finish speed, I think Dreams does manage to catch one player from the side of Hig Boson off guard. It causes some trouble for them. 40 are eliminated from the game. Last man left alive gets finished out by Mysterious 4. But now finally it's go time. Nebula Esports going after Rapid Chaos.
And like you said, it is go time. It seems like Nomi for him wasn't really the best opposition to try and do this push. But have a look at that. Through in a 1v2 gets finally shut down. Nebula Esports take care of the loose stranglers. But now need to bring back Nomi into the playing 4. Speak of the playing 4, look at that from the distance. Nades coming in from Rising Esports. Noob still there out in the open on the prowl, by the way. You did spot the shots coming in from Nomi, right?
No,
Against Rapid Chaos. They're still quite brilliant.
Circle like this, Salty. Everyone's shooting at everyone. I think at this point you just spray
and
spin
pray.
around 180 and you catch someone off guard.
Well,
Not 180, my apologies. 360. You got to spin 360.
You got to spin twice, man. Make it 720.
But yeah, then you get 2 players.
Might as well pray along the process as well. But speaking of the prayers right now, who needs most of it? I believe Rising Esports. I don't kind of like their position right now. Yuva finally getting shut down by Bunny with that beautiful nade. Still going to be Zol, can provide a little bit of a backup fire over there, but is Hig Boson going to push up? White Tiger falls, and the rest of the players fall as well. Brilliant defense coming in from Rising Esports, and they keep themselves alive for yet another fight, Johnny.
And we're finally down to the top 7. 18 players still alive. Nebula Esports almost biting the dust. Their man in the back gets shut down. 3 players up front. They found some cover to work with inside of the city, but staying alive right now is the most important task at hand. On the other side of things, AX, as they continue their fight for qualification for top 6, are getting pressured by Team Tamilas, another team that today itself has closed in on that top 6 bracket, and it's down to the 2 star players. AX's Arin and Devotee up against Justy and Mr. IGL.
Time and time again, Devotee has been tasked to be the savior for Team AX right now. Once again, being challenged by the lads of Team Tamilas who are coming. They are coursing across the terrains for sure, but these 2 players, they still find a little bit of a space to fight around. As nades are being prepared, Devotee goes up top. And Team Tamilas, all of a sudden, it seems like it's a little bit of a stoppage of players. Mysterious 4 from the back lines. They bring down Reaper, by the way, Johnny. It seems like AX, their stars are lining up once again.
Well, it seems like the stars are lining up because Mysterious 4 also are putting the pressure on the players of Team Tamilas, but they're going up to Rex as well. And Aryan once again left to clutch out and get sandwiched underneath the stairs. That's the end of AX, at least as far as this map is considered. We are going to have to see. Well, I think it's the end of the journey. 16 matches done and dusted. AX, they have just become the target for everyone to take down. 118 points. Maybe that's where the cutoff is going to be.
In fact, it's not just one team, Johnny. It is also going to be 4TR as well. 16 matches played. 108 points right now. 7th position. If they can move past this team, I'm pretty sure you're going to be in the top 16. But for now, in the end game, we still have 6 teams left alive, 12 players. And this is, of course, the final circle of hell. Blue zone creeping up, teams trying to move inside. Last study, they are still having that one player left alive. And Win God at the brink of death. This time he's getting pushed on. Can he hold on to his position is also going to be a point of discussion. But for now, Nebula, look at the shot, by the way, by Phoenix. And he finally strikes, brings down Rising Esports.
And well, that's all she wrote for Rising Esports, and maybe Mysterious 4 in this tournament as well, as this is supposed to be their last game. And Goku, once again, is not just required to save the universe, but save his team. And well, what? He actually pulls it off. Both the men just ran into his face, and that shotgun just gets both of them. But what an endgame. Nebula left with 3 players. Team Tamilas, all they need is the chicken dinner to go beyond where the players of AX are and trade places inside of the top 6. But even AX bite the dust, and I think now it's settled. Nebula Esports, they get comfortable at the top. Lastade, Karlan, bye-bye. That's all you can do in this game, boy. And Mysterious 4. Well, is it down to a 1v1? I think it is.
It is down to a 1v1 right now. Goku faces a nade. It was time to go Super Saiyan, but Kratos arrives in style and Nebula snatch away a chicken dinner. Takes it away from all of them.
What an absolute dominating performance here for Nebula Esports here on the last day of the semi-finals. And with this winner chicken dinner, Nebula Esports will officially take the #1 spot. And oh my, a lot of sad faces here for some of these teams that are trying to push the top 6. In particular, 4TR, so close, yet so far.
I have a question for Ice.
Yeah.
Did you decipher what did Kratos say in the camera?
What did he say?
Said, Delhi hai laadle.
Okay, I have
Do
no
you know
idea
how
what
to
that
say
is.
that?
No. Delhi he hai ladle.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you just need to move here, man. For the last 3 years, I've been asking you to move to India.
Okay,
tell
I've
me,
been
stay
staying
with
for quite
us,
some
right?
time, but nevertheless here, a great game here coming from Nebula Esports. But again, the teamwork from Nebula was really spot on as well. They brought in something very new to the table as well, which is the Mini 14 Abonati, but they also got an MG Abonomi who's been pressuring every single team trying to rotate back into the city itself. But this last moment coming from Kratos was spot on, and it was really precise as well.
Yeah, it was down to a 1v1, and sometimes instead of just switching from a nade to a gun, it's better to just continue cooking that nade, lob it right at the feet of the opponent if you can, and then just secure the win. Nebula Esports, they have had a phenomenal run in this match, and they are going to be closing out this chicken dinner and of course the qualification of this of the grand finals as well. But my thing is that I feel that endgame was extremely anticlimactic. AX, they're there inside of the top 6 right now on the 4th position with 112 points to their name, and they're finished. They have exhausted their matches. The team to kick out of the top 6 is AX, and I think everyone's going to be unleashing the beast just like Salty.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about exhaustion. I mean, I exhausted a lot of energy in the process as well, so why not?
Okay, seems like he's going to be enjoying himself in Monster Energy, but at the same time, I think we have to talk about what the target is going to be here. But in that game, Mysterious 4, Goku, he tried his best for the MVP, but I don't think Mysterious 4 is going to be able to actually clutch things out.
Well, yeah, I agree with you on that. I think Mysterious 4, they're done with their matches. And even though Goku had a phenomenal run, I think we are going to have to wait to see what the last chance qualifiers look like for Mysterious 4. Luckily for them, the tournament is not yet over, and Mysterious 4 have done enough to stay alive. They've done enough to avoid being in the bottom 2.
Yeah, and now considering that one group has pretty much done and dusted, played all 4 games of today, we still have 2 more matches. And to spice things up a little bit as well, there is still one more Rondo match, and that is where things get a little bit tricky as well, because the Rondo points is going to get a little bit mixed up. But in case you guys all missed out on action as well, we have to talk about the highlights happen as well. The initial fight with True Rippers trying to survive and get even more points to get out of the bottom two, getting taken out. That means they are still in jeopardy for elimination from the semifinals itself.
You know, all of a sudden I just feel like every team out there is going to be in jeopardy. I mean, I never imagined AX and Meta Ninja to actually fall off after that lead in the first day itself.
True, very true. And I think it's an unpleasant surprise because, again, AX are the defending champions, and we all know those last chance qualifier matches are just going to be too brutal, man. A reminder for everyone that has been ignoring what we say all this time. Only 2 spots from the last chance qualifiers to the grand finals. Only 2 slots available out of the 16 teams that will be competing. I see we calculated the odds. They are about 12.5%.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very difficult as well here. But of course, Nebula Esports very, very happy with their performance so far. By far one of the most consistent team in the semifinals. That's yet here. The only time that they were not consistent was not qualifying in towards the grand finals. But with this performance, 21 points, that pretty much secures themselves in towards the top 6 for sure. They are sitting on the #1 spot. Mysterious 4 with 15 points, Team Tamalas with 11. Tried a little bit hard here to try and push top 6, but not enough as well. However, like you said, AX, that is going to be the target right now. They are sitting top 4 in the overall standings, but from this game, they've only gotten themselves 5 points. So there is a very, very high possibility that the AX might be kicked out.
Yeah, I agree with you. Very high possibility. But can I say something a little off topic? Just a little off topic.
What?
I think Adi is so used to having the undergod storyline for himself that he was just like, he forcefully showed up for the semi-finals.
Hey man, I mean, Adi is not an undergod himself. What are you talking about?
Exactly. But he's used to it now.
Yeah.
You remember Team Insane Adi, right?
You know what's really crazy about Nebula's journey so far? This is the first time that they have not played every single stage.
Exactly.
And what I mean by every single stage, they've pretty much played almost everything except for Survival and I believe tomorrow's matches, which is last chance qualifiers. But with that being said, the overall standings on screen, Nebula Myth still has 2 more matches to go. They are going to steal away the top 2 position as far as they can. Reckoning Esports is yet to play. They are going to be playing next though. Genesis also on the 5th and 6th position. But for Team Tamanas, for 4TR, their race is out.
AX, they have a target on their back, man. 118 just became the qualification marker for the top 6. Everyone's going to be aiming for it. And as of now, 9th, 10th, 11th, well, all right, not 11th, 12th. Yeah, it's still possible. Last started with a big, massive chicken dinner can still qualify. And there's 2 matches left. Man, oh man. I think even Wyld Fangs can make it through.
I think even Zero Arc can actually make it through.
Actually, true, yeah.
Zero Arc, Wyld Fangs, competition is still going to be there, but then if you're looking forward, I mean, there's still going to be one more name on the 18th spot. Team Apex Gaming, 77 points, 40 points from the last 2 games.
They're just avoiding
I think bare minimum for TAG, the only way they qualify here is back-to-back chicken dinners with high finishes. That's the only way.
I see one of those maps as Miramar. It's not 2 Rondos back-to-back.
It's tricky, but again, that's pretty much the maths here coming for TAG.
I'm not arguing the maths, but like the practicality of it all. 1 Rondo, 1 Miramar, and as of now, they need, what, about 50-plus points?
Yeah, they most definitely do as well. But, of course, in contention, there's about 4 to 5 teams still in the running here to try and push the top 6. But you know what's really sad? A majority of the teams in the current top 6 still has 2 more maps to go as well. So that means everybody else who's played 16 matches at the bottom has no more shots.
Yeah, that is true.
I'm just feeling sad for this guy, honestly. Cyrax, just doing so phenomenal in all of the matches that he has played. 96 eliminations and 52 matches played, but he's still going to be struggling. He might have to face last chance qualifiers tomorrow.
Yeah, they might have to face last chance qualifiers. And I just want to say, semi-finals, I don't know what happened to Cyrax in the last 2 days. Last 2 days, he has had a grand total of just 6 eliminations.
Yeah, that's a little bit sad as well, considering that the first 2 days was just amazing for Team AX. But even for Meta Ninja as well, we saw the comeback coming through, but unfortunately just not enough for them to push the top 6 here. So most likely we are going to be seeing how Myth is going to be, how Meta Ninja is going to be playing for last chance qualifier to fight for the last 2 tickets. But we also have to talk about a specific team here. This is a team that none of us expected them to make it grand finals itself in BGIS, but now They've proved themselves that they are a tier 1 team, and that is going to be myth official. This is their performance for the past 3 days. Day 1 was an absolute flop here with 5 points. Day 2, they got 37 points. Day 3, they are able to get 54 points. And while this is happening as well, today itself, myth official has been playing phenomenally well.
I think Myth Official played this tournament, the phase of this tournament, which is to one purpose, and to prove their doubters wrong as well, because a lot of them were actually calling BGI as a fluke. It might have happened once, but it'll never happen again. Them not really making it comfortable inside of Group A, constantly falling down to Group B as well, was an additional blow to that. But here they come to the semi-finals, absolutely dominate the competition.
And while the one-hit wonder from the side of Myth was there, I think, again, Deetrox, it's this man that the team relies on a little too much, because if you notice, even in the semi-finals, when Deetrox starts doing well, the team does well.
Now, speaking of another team as well, that obviously we talk about Myth being in the undergods here. Rapid Chaos Esports is the current undergods here in BMPS, who none of us expected them to go far. Dhruv has been taking the eliminators for the longest time, but this is their performance in semi-finals as well. Day 3, a huge comeback, narrowing their gap almost. Well, at the start of the day, they were in the top 6, but now with 2 more matches in the game, Rapid Chaos needs to try and chase for that final tickets in towards the semifinals here. Well, not really the final tickets, but this first 6 tickets coming in from the semifinals itself, and things are going to get very, very spicy. I hope, and I really sincerely hope here, Rapid Chaos is going to be able to do it here. I want to see a potential undergod story, but who do we kick out? That's going to be the problem.
You know, honestly, I think for Rapid Chaos, it's just about keeping your calm, keeping your nerves under pressure. I think be calm under pressure. I just missed up my words over there.
It's going to be Dhruv Unleashed along with Beast Unleashed, I think, in the next 2 years. That is what you have to do.
Hey, for all things considered, currently sitting in the 6th position here is going to be God's Reign as well. So we are going to be having a little bit of insider information. I want to see whether or not I'm going to spill some beans, because we're going to be jumping into a very, very short interview here with God's Reign, with Neo, of course, interviewed by Maisie. That is something I'm extremely, extremely looking forward to here as well. Finally, inside scoop. Whether or not are they going to qualify? Let's jump into an interview with them right now.
सेमीफाइनल्स लैन का आखिरी दिन, गॉड्स रेन एक बड़ी वापसी के साथ नियो हमारे साथ जुड़े। नियो, अभी तक का आपका परफॉर्मेंस अगर एज एन असॉल्टर देखा जाए काफी नीचे है, पर अगर ओवरऑल टीम गेम देखा जाए बहुत ऊपर है। कितना खुश हैं आप गॉड्स रेन की परफॉर्मेंस से?
आई थिंक हमने जो हमारा ऑनलाइन फेज था एंड हमारा जो लैन फेज था, हमने काफ़ी इंप्रूव किया एज अ टीम, एंड मुझे तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि मेरे सारे असॉल्टर्स टॉप फ्रैगर्स की लिस्ट में हैं। मैं भी आऊँगा धीरे धीरे, मैं भी थोड़ा स्टेप अप करने का ट्राई कर रहा हूँ। बाकी मैं तो बहुत खुश हूँ कि मेरी टीम अच्छा खेल रही है।
और जब आप एज एन आईजीएल खेल रहे हैं तो क्या दिमाग में रहता है कि आप पहले आईजीएल शिप को फेवर करेंगे, उसको ज़्यादा तवज्जो देंगे, फिर उसके बाद असॉल्टिंग को देखेंगे, क्योंकि आपके 3 प्लेयर्स हैं जैसे आपने कहा टॉप फ्रैगर्स में?
यस, बिल्कुल। लाइक ये मेरे भी नहीं है, हर एक आईजीएल के माइंड में रहता है कि मुझे पहले मेरी टीम के लिए जो लीडरशिप वाला पार्ट है वो पहले रखना है, बिकॉज असॉल्टिंग तो मेरे पास जो 3 असॉल्टर है वो तो ऑफकोर्स अपना काम कर ही लेंगे, बट मुझे अपने एंड से जो मेरा रोल है मुझे उसमें डिलीवर करना है मैक्सिमम।
पर अगर आप बाकी कंपटीशन को देखते हैं तो आप कितना खुश हैं अपने आप से कि आपने कितना अच्छे से लीड किया है पूरी गॉड्स रेन को?
आई थिंक ये हमारा बेस्ट तो नहीं है, हम और अच्छा और इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, एंड मेरे हिसाब से तो हम लोग और अच्छा खेलने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज लाइक छोटी छोटी मिस्टेक्स तो हर किसी से होती रहती है, एंड हमारा एज अ टीम एंड मेरा एज अ आईजीएल फर्स्ट लैन इवेंट है, तो आई थिंक हम अच्छा ही खेल रहे हैं। हमारे एवरेज परफॉर्मेंस से तो हम थोड़ा सा अच्छा ही खेल रहे हैं।
अभी आप कंपटीशन को कैसा देख रहे हैं? क्योंकि अभी आप रेकनिंग को देख रहे हैं, एएक्स को देख रहे हैं, बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस है, पर आज के दिन पर उनका परफॉर्मेंस उतना अच्छा नहीं आया, तो एज अ होल पूरे सेमीफाइनल्स का कंपटीशन आपको कैसा लगा?
आई थिंक कंपटीशन तो बहुत ही इंटेंस एंड बहुत कट टू कट लॉबी चल रही है। लाइक एक टीम एक अच्छा मैच खेल रही है एंड वो टॉप 6 के अंदर अच्छी खासी लीड के साथ। आई थिंक कंपटीशन तो बहुत नेक्स्ट लेवल चल रहा है एंड मज़ा आ रहा है।
एक आखिरी सवाल, टॉप 6 में क्या आप बने रहेंगे?
देखिए मेजी भाई, इसमें कुछ बोलूँगा तो नहीं मैं, आई होप सो बने रहे, हम अच्छा ही खेल रहे हैं, टचवुड अच्छा ही जाए, हमारे बाकी जो 2 गेम्स बचे हैं हमारे दिन के, लेट्स सी क्या होता है, हम अपना बेस्ट देंगे।
चलिए, ये है नियो और इन्होंने कहा कि टचवुड सब चीजें बढ़िया जाए, चलते सीधा एक्शन की तरफ।
And I believe it's not just Neo. I believe it is going to be a lot of teams out there who are sitting in the back lines and waiting for their fate to unfold in front of them. Last game, of course, last two games, in fact. What are your thoughts, guys? How much of the leaderboard do you see changing inside of the top 6? Do you see GDR making it to Jaipur, or do you think they've have to go tomorrow and play once again?
I think it is a very, very high possibility here, considering the form that Equinox is performing in the start of 2 games itself here. If they are able to maintain that kind of consistent in these 2 games, they should be able to defend. Again, like I said, a majority of the top 6 are still in the race as well.
Yep.
So the chase from the bottom 2 needs to be nothing shy of an explosive. Like teams like REVENANT XSPARK, I think, needs a back-to-back chicken dinner to try to stand a chance. Or maybe even God's-Ray getting taken out from this game.
I think for REVENANT XSPARK, Necro, the journey is going to be slightly easier because they've already done the heavy lifting in the first 2 games. We saw 30 points being secured in the first and the second game itself. Now they're still sitting in the 9th and the 10th position. Do you believe they can actually push up? They still have got 1 Rondo left.
Without a doubt, once again, moving on with that same consistency, REVENANT XSPARK can do it, even God's Reign can do it. But right now, the real concern is going to be about AX, because they've already played all their games, and right now, AX is sitting with 118 points. They're not even that secure inside of the top 6 yet. There's a chance AX can be kicked out, and that has to be the biggest headline.
You know, if that happens, I'm pretty sure it's going to happen by minuscules, and those minute changes, those minute points, it kind of hurts the most as well. Who would have thought AX started semi-finals day number 1 being at the number 1 position, and come day 4, the overall standings have switched up 10 folds. Once again, it's going to be a switch up of groups. Group C and A coming in together. I see. Last 2 games of the semi-finals. Are you excited?
Yeah, and with the Rondo in play as well, I don't know, man. The points is going to be a little bit of a mix-up here. Top 6 is going to be a little bit clear-cut here, but I'm more concerned about the teams at the bottom 2 here. Who's going to be kicked out?
Oh, wow. You're such a man with a very cold heart, right? You don't really have feelings, right?
Well, truth be told, that's how competition, right? There are some teams gonna win and some teams gonna lose. And as of yet, I feel like the top side looks very clear, but on the bottom side, it looks still very, very free for all.
I'm going to give you a little bit of a sneak peek. When I had a conversation with Adi, he said he might just grieve Genesis Esports.
Oh boy.
Did you just give us that information, by the way?
Yeah,
that's
I did.
the thing. I heard about it yesterday as well. We
did.
haven't seen it yet.
Well, it's going to be brutal. Lads, semi-finals as we bring down the curtains once again. Last 2 games. It's going to be 1 map of Rondo, 1 map of Miramar, and so many teams, so many big names on the line. The game, it's about to begin, and it is going to be the map of Rondo.
Probably one of the most important maps inside of this entire series. The second last game of the semifinals of the BMPS 2026. You need to understand how much is on the line. Lifelines for these teams are on the line. X is currently sitting backstage and just crossing their fingers and hoping that they're not going to be kicked outside of the top 6 as the plane flat path pops up on the screen, starting all the way from Kunchia towards Rinjiang. This plane flat path, it seems pretty nice.
Now, based on the Rondo rankings as well, Nebula Myth as the team that we'll be watching out for when it comes to map of Rondo, they are experts of it. And we did catch a glimpse on how Myth was playing early on as well. So Nebula, obviously, they are pretty much secured for Grand Finals itself, but they can ruin games for some of these teams. And I'm not seeing any kind of targeting yet here, pretty much a standard play. But aside from that, I think WinGod had a little bit of substitution just because of the fact that they are going to try and mix things up a little bit here. But I think WinGod is safe from the bottom 2. Technically, should be safe.
As of now, you can't say. But nothing is guaranteed, right? WinGod Esports as well can just slip down. You never know. The conversation's also going to be revolving around the teams that were supposed to move on. And as of now, if you look at the overall standings, once again, there's way too fragile. One single solid game from any one of these teams can instantly make a catapult anywhere. And as of now, WinGod Esports next to REVENANT XSPARK. That's going to be an interesting fight. White Walkers as well getting dismantled off the rip. It's God's Reign to put a nail in the coffin.
Oh boy, God's Reign, great start for them to try and pull the lead. Benchmark still very, very high here at 115 points. Amazing start, but the rest of the pack here for WinGod seems like they are going to be mixing things up here for some of these teams. Wyld Fangs also looking to make up a little bit of potential comeback, and they're running in head-in with Myth official. This is not an easy fight to take here. Detrox does have an AK, Kana with the Uzi, and the S12K for Goten. So technically, I think it's all up to Myth to drop the ball, but TAG having a little bit of oopsie here on top of the roof. Harsh, first to get dropped, still can be picked up. But they need to wrap things up. Jonathan leading the charge, trying going for the mat dash here. Zero Arc goes for the swing. And Jonathan gets the opener here. Zero Arc loses as a player.
That's an important knock as well. Team Apex Gaming with these 2 elimination points early inside of the game. That's going to give them a little bit of a stability. But once again, today's day has been an absolute flop. TAG, they need back-to-back chicken dinners to even stand a chance to squeeze themselves inside of the top 16, or inside of the top 6, that's what I mean to say. But as of now, Wyld Esports against Wyld Esports. It's going to be an interesting fight, and Wyld Esports, they do win the first duel. First man of Wyld Esports taken care of instantly. 2 more stand against Wyld, and it still can be anyone's fight. The man pushes up close and personal. Dragon OP instantly gets struck down. Now the situation is down to a 1v1, but Wyld Esports, they spring back to life.
Oh, great points here for teams in the bottom. Trying to survive this, but Myth, in the blink of an eye, they push up Wyld Fangs and they take out all the players from Wyld Fangs. Lucifer, Detrox, they single-handedly beat Wyld Fangs in a 2v3 in the pre-initial stage right from the get-go. What a pick here. What happened to Wyld Fangs?
True Rippers still now spotting out the players of Wyld Fangs. Once again, True Rippers fighting for their lifeline inside of the tournament. They just want to keep themselves outside of the bottom 2 no matter what. And the SMG up close and personal will be devastating and deadly. Punk as well wanted to almost find the second knock as well, and he did so as well. The man's down to barely any sort of HP. He's down a sliver of HP actually. Punk's going to fall back to go for that revival. Does not want to play with an extra bit of risky factor. TAG on top off this entire warehouse, and God's Reign underneath them.
Oh boy. Seems like we are seeing recalls across the map here. But for TAG, seems like they've wrapped up the rooftop fights, but are unaware of what to do next as well. God's Reign underneath them. It's hard to push them, but across the other building as well, we also have Nebula Esports. I think Jonathan is a little bit afraid to swing down low and get picked a shot from the back. So they are going to try and play a little bit sneaky here and patiently, but it is going to shave up a lot of time before rotations here. But outside the zone itself, seems like Genesis did find out the members coming from Lastade.
Gravity and Viper next to each other, and Lastade Spy still trying to find something. Genesis Esports, they've got more men compared to just that one man from Lastade, and he's going to crumble. Unfortunate for Spy, no backup available, and that's why the man wasn't able to pull off a lot. For TAG, once again, they've got 3 men standing against God's Reign. This fight is prolongating.
It's going to be very crucial here. It's going to take a lot of time, but TAG, the only way they stand a chance here is they wrap up all this fight, collect all these points, and make it to the end game. But for now, seems like God's Reign, they don't really want to engage themselves here. They know for a fact there is a team still outside. They may look at the third party this. Doesn't want to overcommit, but both sides just wasting so much time here. God's Reign catches a glimpse of Hydro, drops a nade. Almost catches him, but no connection yet. Still at the stalemate. Trying to find the opener, but no openers yet. But on the finish feed, Genesis on the warpath finds another pick of True Rippers.
Oh, TAG finally breaking a sweat. They're done playing a passive game, now making the pounds on top of Justin. He's able to find the first Hydro knocked. Hirsch is in the back lines, he's taken down low. TAG, they're losing the grip inside of the fight, but Hirsch, what a knock! Even with 1 HP, he still strikes back, but Jonathan gets picked up from the back. God's Reign, they're making it close. And for TAG, now Hirsch is the only glimmer of hope left standing. He's looking to pop that first aid, but the SMG against Shotgun. The odds of Shotgun winning this duel are way too high, and Hirsch, he might just make it happen. He's actually softened up the man from God's Reign. The situation's way too intense and way too close. For Hirsch, he just needs to connect a few shots. For the opponent, he needs to connect that first pump of the Shotgun. Anything can happen, and Hirsch, he actually makes it happen. That's just insane.
Oh my goodness, what an outplay there from Harsh. Forces Equinox out and open, jiggling the way through, ciphering out all the bullets, but eventually he wins the fight. What a clutch, but Nebula Esports having a little bit run in here, will try and play cleanup. Could not find the members of TAG, but they did hear shots, but they will find the members from VXT instead. Seems like they will continue to be on their merry way, to be on the hunt. But TAG with Harsh coming up the top. How will they approach this? Because there's still so many teams within that vicinity. But speaking of the fights here, seems like on another vicinity, we do have down the south side of Recall Towers. Reckoning going head-to-head with White Walkers, who's trying to get out of the elimination zone.
White Walker's survival right now seems way too bleak, but still Dreams wins that duel, but eventually had no idea that Pro was right next to him. Even Pro was down to sensitive amount of HP, and he still wins that fight. He was way too fragile in that one. And as of now, you've also got Nebula Esports looking to take that fight up close and personal against TAG. The fact that TAG is able to survive that entire Wrath of God's Reign is just insane to me. Anu's 2OP now making that fight up close, but the man from Reckoning Esports, even he's dishing out way too much damage. Anu's 2OP down to some sliver of HP. There's also going to be a Ryzen around the spectrum for White Walkers, but is the Ryzen really up for the fight? That's my question. Levi now spots out the man fading away, and he's not going to do anything about it.
Yeah, seems like he's going to try and regroup his teammates to try and go for the fight. Nebula still going to play clean up here into his New York's factory. Seems like they don't really care about their position points anymore. They're way ahead of the pack, guaranteed to the grand finals. Now they're just going to try and train up their fights. Druve now, again, Rapid Chaos, currently in jeopardy from not making the top 6. Has to take the full brunt of Nebula Esports as of yet. And we talk about anti-heroes. Nebula Esports is going to spoil the games for a lot of these teams as of yet. As the hunt continues, Nebula Esports trying to soak up some serious points from the rest of the lobby itself. Nades being cooked up. Kratos going to try and find an opener here, but Drew scouts him on the off angle, catches him, and now this time Nebula will be the ones that messes up. Drew from the top confirms the knock. Almost finds the second too.
Confirmations instantly happening from Dhruv. Rapid Chaos Esports, they're not out of contention yet. Still a chance to fight back and still a chance to make it inside of the top 6. Rapid Chaos Esports eventually do nail that last man down of Nebula Esports as well. And now the job is done. Rapid Chaos Esports, a solid start for them. 6 eliminations off the rip. That's going to be an exact start they were searching for. Genesis Esports now close and personal. And Neo falls apart. That's a big knock against God's Reign. Big man taken care of for Genesis Esports. They get away unscathed.
Yeah, but they're still outside the zone though. But for God's Reign, losing Neo, this is going to hurt them in the long run. But the rest of the pack have already made their way into the zone. Genesis still has a 4-man army, racking up some decent amount of points for now. But for Lastade, who's looking to try and make a bounce back here, is now or never. However, we have a little bit of alteration here. True Rippers and VXT fighting for the bottom 2, go head-to-head against each other.
True Rippers, as of now, they've got 2 men in the front line, Sham and Omega. And Punk and Termi a little bit in the back. Both the players trying to hold the off angles, but VXT, if they do manage to find isolated duels, the fight's already done. Lost Toddy as well from the back. Now they're trying to create a big sandwich scenario on Reckoning Esports. Still the fight against White Walkers continues. Hunters 2OP finds an important pick. The big thorn in the way has now been eliminated from the game, but you've still got a man like Roman against you. The IGL, the man with the big brains from Reckoning Esports, can any day turn out and change the entire situation in his own favor. Nades were tossed from White Walkers, but not cooked to perfection. And Roman, what are you looking at? Spots the opponents moving up, and he still does not react.
Oh my goodness, he was caught in the animation with the first aid kit. Just like that, White Walkers claims 2 points. Their rise out of the danger zone begins now, but they still need more numbers. And now True Rippers, however, getting picked from the sides. Wealth was able to get the opener. True Rippers still stuck at his stalemate. This is a very, very crucial fight here for both True Rippers VXT. Whoever goes down first will most likely have a chance to fight for survival in towards the last chance qualifiers. Lastade being a thorn inside of VXT. VXT cannot take this fight head on. Has to be extremely careful. Zone not in their favor as well. Still has a lot of time, still stacked in the middle. Seems like a majority of the center control of the zone itself has been occupied by the teams at the bottom. Dermy still knocked out for True Rippers, needs to be picked up, but seems like True Rippers, they're just so paranoid. They can't even regroup with Dermy. They need Punk to kind of back things up.
And I'm not really a big fan of that separation as well from True Rippers. 2 players in the back, 2 players in the front. Especially when all the men from the opponents are right next to each other and they can pounce on top of the opportunity anytime. Things can be down to milliseconds. Circle shifting right on top of Lastade Esports. They found themselves in the prime spot. It is a great spot to be in, but looking at Lastade Esports and their performance so far, Lastade, they're probably going to be pinning themselves down in that spot for a long time. They might not be searching for any sort of smoke just yet.
Yeah, for Lastade, True Rippers, VXT, there's no reason to fight each other right now. They still have zone. They need to play for placement points. They need to get every bit of crumb of points that they can get to survive out of bottom 2. But for Wyld Esports, however, the chances of top 6 pretty much done and dusted. Unless they have a high Frankie game. Seems like it is going to be practice in order here for Wyld Esports. They do have the eastern approach for themselves, but seems like zone not in their favor. On the north side, they did catch a glimpse of Rapid Chaos there, who is eyeing for the top 6. Still very close yet so far. Godstream is still in the game as well. Needs to find a way to take him out. And on screen now, we have the anti-heroes. Once again, they will run into his TAG. This is going to be round 2 all over again here, Necro.
Yeah, but TAG's on the move as well. And they just want to be extremely slippery. But the moment I say so, Hirsch, big man taken out. And TAG does not even have recall available for Hirsch. That's just unfortunate. That's got to sting the players of TAG as they're taken down to a 3-man squad. Especially if you are going to be someone who does want to take a fight against a team like Genesis Esports, it's better to scratch that idea. Because TAG right now is struggling way too much in the overall standings. And I feel like at this point, there's a chance that TAG might have just accepted the fact that they might not be able to make it inside of the top 6.
This is such a tricky spot here for TAG. It seems like, I think Harsh still has his recall because he was the only one that survived the initial ordeal in Neox. And they are actually heading towards the recall tower up north. And I think this is going to be a risky gamble here. Genesis may have spotted this out. And they've heard all these commotions and they may look to try and pick him up. Very, very tricky spot here. And seems like they're actually slowly inching away. Or are they going to take this fight here? Seems like we do not know yet. But for Genesis Esports, they're trying to keep tabs on what TAG is going to do. But they are going to defend the northern compound for now. Meanwhile, Revenant XSPARK on the south side here seems to be taking a lot of heat here. They've got 4 eliminations, but they are on the edge of the zone. Reckoning Esports, a lot of stray bullets coming through. Revenant XSPARK doing a fantastic job defending this compound. And Reckoning Esports can't seem to find an entry point here.
Reckoning Esports, a man is taken down a critical HP. That's not a lot of HP to try and play this game. He needs to reset first. Revenant XSPARK Trace so far, the man's literally heavy lifting his entire team. Trace has got the only 4 elimination points that currently Revenant XSPARK has. Next circle is going to be important, and Myth, they've found themselves in the advantageous spot right next to Lastade. White Walkers down south. I highly doubt White Walkers is going to be making a dent inside of the lobby. Genesis Esports, TAG next to each other. This is going to be an interesting scenario.
Yeah, such a stalemate here. Seems like you're right. TAG may not be able to pick up Harsh here. Seems like that last recall is going to be Jelly himself. And the rest of the pack is forced to move on here as the zone shifts out in the open, starting in the middle. But for everybody else, the east side, look at this cluster. Everybody needs to push out into VXT. And for the south side, it's going to be everybody pushing into Zero Arc here. Myth Official, however, in the middle of the zone. Scouts of the members of Nebula. Goes for the spray. But it's going to be White Walkers that gets the drop on Adi.
Yeah, and Myth, unfortunately, they're just not able to find the confirmation that they're desperately searching for. The man is knocked out, but no confirmation on the knocked player. So for Nebula Esports, this is also going to be a bit of a saving grace. Knocked player's going to be back upon his feet. It's not a problem. Herschel, though, these utilities from Zero Arc now doing too much damage. Herschel gets knocked out. Detrox as well follows up that same fray. 2 players instantly hitting the deck. Myth Esports in a big world of trouble. Lucifer and Daddy next to each other. These players can be instantly eliminated, but Zero Arc is also getting shot at from the back lines as Chundan gets knocked out. Situation now down to a 2-on-3, and eventually Lucifer as well hits the deck. Zero Arc with a quick sweep against Myth Official.
Great pick here coming from Zero Arc. But third parties come through. It's going to be Revenant XSPARK that chimes in.
And Revenant XSPARK, they're already losing out on a few men, but it does not even matter. They've got a man like Trace in the lineup, and he's there as the Guardian Angel, as the savior for Revenant XSPARK, who do mop the floor.
Oh my goodness, Myth, they set up one of the best bunkers so far, but wasn't expecting a mad dash through. Now the third parties are still piling up. Revenant XSPARK are the victors, but they haven't gotten the reset yet. Reckoning Esports goes for a fadeaway shot and still decides whether or not if they want to commit. Seems like they are going to go for a little bit of a drive-by to cook up some nades. But Revenant XSPARK, they're responding in kind, but Reckoning Esports, they back off instead.
What is TAG doing? Mistakes after mistakes. Jelly falls down as well. Individual players getting picked off. First it was Hirsch who got picked off. Now it's Jelly who gets individually picked off. TAG with the final 2 men standing. Hydra and Jonathan, these guys literally need to make a miracle happen. The nade was way too close. WinGod Esports, a man is knocked out as well. Another nade tossed out from TAG. That's going to be the confirmation on the knock player. It's a 2-on-2 scenario between WinGod Esports and TAG. And within the blink of an eye, WinGod, they hit the deck.
What a nade from Jonathan to eliminate them. And White Walkers and Wingard eliminated here, still fighting for survival in the bottom two. But for TAG, the chance of making the top 6 slowly at the blink here. With only Hydra and Jonathan remaining, the only way for them to stand a chance is a chicken dinner and wipe the lobby right here, right now, which again feels almost impossible, especially with Genesis in the mix. Fury finds the first one, and that's going to be another ban down here for TAG.
TAG just so split apart. All the players, they seem lost, and now Jonathan, the only string left alive. One last man. TAG, they gave it all they had, but the possibility of them qualifying now is just down the drain. Jonathan is catching too much hurt on the back of those utilities. As of now, he's going to be safe, but when every single player from the side of Genesis Esports collapses on top of Jonathan, defending this one's going to be next to impossible. Jonathan's got no idea that he's also getting pushed from up top. And there we go, well-placed nade from Gravity. That's going to be the nail in the coffin.
So much pressure from Genesis Esports to cut out his exit. Jonathan had no way to run out, and Genesis Esports plays one of the most calculated takedown ever. Like a snake wrangling at his victims, taking him out. Just like that, 8 eliminations, only all 4 players alive here from Genesis Esports. But they do need to make inside the zone. They cleared out the north side. But teams on the south and the northeast corner, with Wyld Esports still struggling to try and scrap their way into the zone. Wyld does have a nice roadway to work with, but he's not exactly in zone. Rapid Chaos has been pinning them here. Both teams needs to push up, and the pressure from Rapid Chaos getting a little bit annoying here, but a far-free shot from Lastade may have opened things up here for Wyld Esports.
Yeah, and Wyld Esports, even that's another one of those teams that's fighting for the survival, and what a nade! Dragon OP, second man Flash as well, taking out Rapid Chaos Esports. They might just be taken outside of the game pretty rapidly. They need to try and fight for survival. Keep this thing in mind. Rapid Chaos Esports, they're not inside of the top 6 yet. They've got 110 points in the overall standings. They need a few more to try and place themselves inside of the top 6. Right now, God's Reign are the gatekeepers with 117 points.
Oh boy, rough start here. God's Reign still somehow hanging on by a thread. Revenant XSPARK has managed to close the distance. And this time, Genesis is going to be the ones that go head-to-head against them. Teams at the top fighting for survival, fighting for the ticket. And now with the opener from Viper, Ninja Jot has been dropped. But can they go in for the reset? Revenant XSPARK getting pinned from 2 directions at the same time. Genesis still piling up with those nades, making sure to make it hard for Revenant XSPARK to go in for the reset. However, a far-free shot once more from the Lastade may have stopped Genesis' aggression as they try to make their way into the zone.
Oh, Genesis Esports, they're also getting backstabbed by Nebula. Hadi was able to find some nice frags, some nice knocks. Revenant XSPARK down to a 3-man squad, and meanwhile, you've also got a fight brewing up between God's Reign and Wyld Esports. And God's Reign, 2 players are already knocked out. Neo and Justin not in the game anymore. Delta PG's down low as well. His HP's way too critical, and on the opposite side as well, you've also got Revenant XSPARK taking a fight against Genesis Esports. Players pushing up close and personal. Viper, he's taken down low, but even Viper is able to fight back pretty well. Revenant XSPARK has been eliminated from the game by Viper. Genesis Esports and their heroics keep them inside of the game.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch from Viper to keep the dream alive. Now in top 3 with 120 points. But the third party still pile on. Lastade and Nebula has heard all these commotions. All these fadeaway shots is going to be tricky. Reckoning Esports finally joins in the third party, but it's only 1 player. Viper almost dropping that player itself, but the nade will clean him up, and Genesis has been taken out. And on the far free, on the other side of the map, Wyld wiping out God's Reign as well. Seems like the floodgates are still open here for the top 6.
True Rippers. Oh no, unfortunately for them, the floodgates are now opened up against him. As Sham gets knocked out, Punk is still squeezing in that revival, and he actually gets it as well. True Rippers now finally looking to play in tandem, and this is exactly what I was asking for such a long time. They should have been playing the same way before. And Rex now pushes out, and he still gets a knock. Unbelievable, VXT. They're actually making it heard, rubbing the salt on top of the boots, and now True Rippers, they want to pull off some weird shenanigans as well.
Let's be careful. Both teams risk getting eliminated. The doors open. VXT sprays it down, but the Molotov separates them from pushing up. True Rippers making them work for their money. Punk down low in the outskirts. VXT still somehow defends this, but all this fight has attracted a third party. Wyld is going to be chiming in, and I don't think True Rippers realize this. The nades are pushing through. Wyld going to go in for the push instead, and True Rippers, they let them stack, and VXT is the ones getting against piled on.
And True Rippers is getting absolutely dismantled. Final 2 men standing for True Rippers as Termi's knocked out as well. Wyld Esports with this third party, they thought they were brilliant, but VXT, they're actually making it hurt. Wyld Esports, it seems like they're hurt, extremely hurt. Dragon OP and Goku, the final 2 men standing, and now the situation just seems a little bit weird. True Rippers, they can actually stand a chance to wipe out the existence of Wyld Esports and actually win this entire scuffle, and that's what True Rippers is aiming for as well. Dragon OP does have his hands on the shotgun, and what a shot that was! Smoker put to sleep. Wyld Esports still in the game and fighting back. Dragon OP, he's got a lot to live up to. Those 2 remaining men from True Rippers are now applying a lot of pressure. And what am I watching from Dragon? He almost converts it. But True Rippers, they save themselves in this game as the iQOO Punk steps up.
Oh my goodness, True Rippers, they somehow hold on, they defend, and they are still outside of the danger zone. And now the full reset commences. Rapid Chaos looking to try and scout out the situation, but he's all by himself. It's going to be a tough ass here, but True Rippers, they should be able to get all 3 players up to try and go for the big one. Meanwhile, Wyld Fangs in this game somehow surviving the top 5. They need a chicken dinner, but they've only got 2 elimination. Are they still in the race for top 6? It seems like it is very much possible. God's Reign currently sitting on 117 points. It's a do-or-die situation here for Wyld Fangs, and they need to pull the big one. But with the zone not favoring them, they are pinned between 2 teams, and that's going to be Reckoning Esports and, of course, the compounds where True Ripper were.
I'm so scared for AX. They're only sitting with 118 points in the overall standings, and I'm pretty sure in this game we might just have someone who's going to take over that slot. God's Reign is pretty much going to try to place themselves around that block. But as of now, for Rapid Chaos Esports, Through G, the only person left alive, the only glimmer of hope standing, and for True Rippers, there's 3 men still alive. True Rippers, they just want to claim that last man that's around the block.
Wyld Fangs trying to go for placements once more. They're trying to farm up all these fights. They know this fiasco coming through. Rapid Chaos eyeing for points, but Wyld Fangs, Goten finds an off angle, gets the drop at Dermy, and now Droop is going to try and capitalize on this situation, but there's so many footsteps. Decides to back off. But with the zone forcing through and the Molotov to try and deny those exits of True Rippers, Drew is going to make work of all this chaos as of yet. True Rippers, they're still stuck in those compounds, can't really get out of it.
Tossing out those Molotovs to try and deny that breathing space that's available. And True Rippers doing the same thing as well. Right now, Drew is trapped inside of this little shack. Omega in the outskirts, he's just waiting for the Through to make an exit from that one, and there we go. Eventually eliminates him from the game as well. The moment he exits outside of that shack, he was eliminated. And right now, Wyld Fangs, they're looking to take a fight against Reckoning Esports. Lovish is up close and personal, and these nades! Oh, tossed in tandem. Lovish does not even stand a chance. He gets absolutely blown to smithereens. And Reckoning Esports now surviving with a 2-man squad. Roman and Pro next to each other, and Pro is now trying to pull off some shenanigans.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here coming from Wyld Fangs, but with the zone in the backs here, they're not exactly in zone. They have to make a bad dash, and Spray Konakana is deciding to go in for the slam. They need backup, and Reckoning Esports is going to be expecting hit. The shots are coming in, but they do not find a trade, and somehow Wyld Fangs gets shut down instead.
Wyld Fangs, what a blunder! They could have actually stood a chance to win the entire game. They should have pushed together. Wyld Fangs, this blunder, you cannot afford it. And the fact that now you've only got 2 men standing will actually just make that one. Even Sensei gets knocked out. It's the worst case scenario that can happen to Wyld Fangs, and right now Goten is the only person standing. How can you throw so many scenarios?
Oh my goodness, what a defense there from Roman and Pro. Somehow hanging on by your threat. And now the zone gonna force them all out in the open as well. Goten, last man standing, has to pull a big one. And of course, in prime position is going to be Lastade with 4 players here who had center control. Same can be said for True Rippers, who just got out of the vicinity, but it gets spotted out instead. Omega gets dropped. Shadow is able to find a pick here. But this chicken dinner for Lastade is going to secure themselves for sure, but are they still in the race? I don't think so.
Last time is still way too far back in the overall standings. This chicken dinner is going to reignite the possibility, but they won't be inside of the top 6 just yet. And Last Time Esports, they need a lot of elimination points in this game itself. They need to claim every single remaining elimination point to be in the race. They can definitely do it, but a man is knocked out right now, and it's just burning through too much time. True Rippers as well, they've got 2 men standing. Reckoning as well with 2, and Wyld Fangs, they've only got 1. And Golden's position is also spotted. Golden is taking too much damage. Last Time is the only team with the biggest man advantage right now.
Well, getting pinned here from True Rippers. We know for a fact that True Rippers can actually spoil the dreams of some of these teams. They're fighting for their own survival as of yet. They're a man with a mission, and that is going to be survival. But Goten, he wants his revenge. Gets a nice knock, and that's going to be the drop. And now here's going to be the wipeout here from Goten. Even more points here for Wyld Fangs, keeping the dream alive for top 6. Goten, what a player.
He needs to win the game for Wyld Fangs. That's the only possible way they can actually make it around the top 6. If that's not going to be a possibility, well, then Wyld Fangs needs another game, which they do have in their pockets. As of now, they're lost out of esports. They're currently the biggest thorn in the way for even True Rippers. And True Rippers, they need a momentum before they head on towards the last chance. They need to try and find a victory in this game as well. As a big man, Termi gets knocked out. Punk the iQOO himself, the man with the big brains as well, gets softened up way too low. And now these nades, they're going to make sure that Punk will be biting the dust. As the man gets eliminated from the game, now it's just 1 man standing from Wyld Fangs with the chances next to none to secure the game as well. He wants to deny the elimination point, and he's going to do that as well. Last Time Esports with a chicken dinner. The chances of them pulling off a comeback now have been reignited once again.
Oh boy, but what a game as well for Wyld Fangs as well, with Goten surviving the top 2s, trying to ignite the possibility to sneak in the top 6. It will come down towards one final game to decide which 6 team will make it into the grand finals.
This is cutting edge, lads. I can't imagine the amount of pressure all of the 24 teams out there is going to face as well. Last Saturday, once again with the last stage performance. I think this happened yesterday as well. Last Saturday, the entirety of the day, they were somewhere around the mid-table, and the last game arrives. Last Saturday smacks a big chicken back on the top 8.
Wyld Fangs actually could have also done a lot better in that game. I do believe that it should have been Wyld Fangs chicken dinner, but the way they pushed against Reckoning Esports, just 2 men pushing them close, that should not have been the call. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Just 2 men pushing against Reckoning Esports, and for Reckoning Esports, it was so easy to shut down Wyld Fangs. And then Sensei as well gets picked up out in the open like that. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate just because Sensei was the only one who was distracted as well. Goten was the only one providing cover fire from a long range, but he could not find the opener. But fortunately for Goten, he was able to revenge for his teammate, but at what cost? Losing 3 players. That is just so unlucky. But at the same time here, great Valorant 7 here coming from Goten, getting some decent amount of placement points, a decent amount of elimination. But this one last game for Wyld Fangs here is going to be tricky because a lot of the teams who are safeguarding the top 6 all the way to the top 8 right now got eliminated early from this game. So that means it is still a free-for-all for at least 3 to 4 slots available here.
All right, guys, we have talked about one end of the spectrum. Let's just go down to the other.
Oh,
True
boy.
Rippers, with that performance, I think has pushed down VXT and White Walkers to the brink of death. Any chances of them coming back?
I mean, of course, there are the chances, right? There, of course, are going to be chances that they might just do it. But True Rippers right now is safe, and that's the most important thing.
Yes, I agree. I think True Rippers is safe. But for White Walkers, the only way they get out of it is chicken dinner with 20 finishes at least in order to try and survive this.
It's very surprising because the competition at the top is very brutal, by the way. It's very cutthroat. We can't really predict. But the competition at the bottom, it seems like it's just widening up right now. VXT as well did try to put up a fight against True Rippers. We saw that fight as well. It was so cramped in, but the way True Rippers handled that, I think is brilliant.
Of course. I mean, True Rippers, they were also getting third party by so many teams around that one compound, right? It was also Wyld Esports pushing on top of them, and somehow True Rippers, they managed to keep themselves a little bit quiet, let those 2 teams duke it out against each other, and then in the end, they also managed to shut down Dragon OP from Wyld Esports, and that's how they got the conversion of that entire fight, right? But guys, once again, back towards the main deal, there's a chance AX can be kicked out in this game itself, and the chance is way too massive.
Actually, because of this game or how split the points were between the top 6 teams here, I think AX is going to be kicked out here.
Yeah, it'll happen.
Unless all of them got taken out right from the start in the next game.
All right, guys, refresh my memory a little bit. Do you guys remember how many points did AX have? Because I just spotted God's Reign and Revenant XSPARK tied up on 6th and 7th with 117 points.
AX has 118 points.
Boy, oh boy, my, oh my. So basically the win condition for AX right now, somebody from Kotzrin and Revenant XSPARK needs to get shut down at 0 points, right?
It's really close. Like, considering that Godsrain has been holding for the longest time, they messed up in the previous game. This Rondo map was a very important map for them as well. They have a decent amount of elimination, but them getting wiped out by Wyld, oh my goodness.
All right.
This is...
All right, your prayers have been heard, Icy. Let me hear his prayers right now.
This is literally the win condition for AX right now. No matter what you do, you just need to pray. Because only God can save you from a scene like this. There's no way God's Reign's going to be eliminated with no points in this game. There's no way the teams underneath God's Reign are going to be given up that easily. We've still got Rapid Chaos in the race. Now in this game, Last Tade as well makes a comeback a little bit. There's so many teams with a chance, and all those teams needs to be eliminated right now, which is just not possible.
Joining all of the dots that came from all of you guys comes down to just one conclusion. The cutoff is going to go sky high, by the way.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be way, way much higher here. And to mess things up, Nebula Esports is just ruining so many games here.
I think Nebula is just chilling, man.
I'm really sorry, but that game of Rondo, both times, TAG got messed up by Nebula. First initial encounter, well, technically Harsh was able to somewhat win that fight. But the second time, it wasn't Nebula, but it feels like Nebula was just side by side. I don't know. I think it's definitely going to be convincing this year because Rondo, you can't really plan to try and stop people, right? Because of the recall, the timing is just a little bit off. But it really felt like that. It's just, I don't know, it's luck or what. Of all the teams you meet the #1 team right now.
Once again, I was having a conversation with the players of Nebula Esports, and me and Kratos were having this deep conversation. Yeah. The conversation is also there in my vlog, by the way, which is going to be uploaded tomorrow. Wow. And everything is going to be revealed there.
Yeah, shameless promoting, but at the same time, I think I know this, right? They have been eyeing for Genesis for quite some time because BGI's Grand Finals, they absolutely hate Genesis. For some reason, every single fight, they were picked by Genesis.
You know what? I think Genesis Esports as well is going to be feeling the nerves down there, somewhere down the line. I'm pretty sure all of the teams around the top 6, they will feel the pressure. As we do have a look at the highlights once again, I almost thought that, did we start on the last game of the day, man?
You wish, you wish. Well, unfortunately for the last semi-final, there is no Arango here, so it is going to be the map of Rondo itself. This highlights is going to be a little tricky as well. WinGod Esports got taken out rather early as well. So when we talk about teams in the bottom, WinGod is also in the mix that may or may not be kicked down by VXT. So it's still a fight. Crew Reapers, they did their best, but this clutch from Harsh was phenomenal. Taking down one of the players from Nebula, and then when
God's Reign as well.
God's Reign come through. The Equinox with the last 1v1 was just phenomenal. Harsh completely outplayed Equinox.
Yeah, somehow TAG was able to survive that, and that was not supposed to happen in the first place, by the way. And even Reckoning Esports and White Walkers, right? This entire scenario between those two teams, it was a scuffle that should have never happened. And then we saw TAG once again losing out on an individual player, Wyld Fangs making a big mistake, and this mistake literally just costed them the entire game. If Wyld Fangs would have won this game, they would have already been inside of the top 6, and AX would have been kicked outside, by the way.
You know, I think Wyld Fangs kind of fumbled a very important opportunity for themselves, but I still want to understand how far are they from the top 6. Can 30 points in the last game put Wyld Fangs back in contention to the Grand Finals?
Easily.
I think Wyld Fangs, if they get the chicken dinner, they should be able to sneak in the top 6. Like, there's only 1 or 2 slots left available here, and right now defending is God's Reign. And again, I think AX, God's Reign, AX is pretty much done and dusted, and it just comes down to mistakes, right? Like, that Rondo completely shook things up just because of the fact that there were a lot of teams that made mistakes to a point that the cutoff has been stopped for a while. And now the teams at the bottom are starting to pile up here. So it will come down to whoever takes the chicken dinner for the final 2 slots.
It kind of feels a little bad for teams inside of Group B as well, the ones who had to actually watch all of these games sitting from the sidelines. They are watching their lives, their careers being snatched away from them right now.
I mean, just imagine the players of AX right now. How are they going to be feeling? And you know what? There's just so many questions in my head on what exactly AX might be thinking, on how things might be looking like for them in the backlines, because I'm pretty sure they're definitely praying.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, speaking of all of these, I think there are a little bit of players who definitely want to talk about a little bit more as well. I would love to hear from the lads from Wyld Fangs as well. What are they thinking about? What is Spraygod thinking about? But for now, there's still going to be a little bit of time before we start the final game of the day. This is going to be Day of Decisions, ladies and gentlemen. The game is going to start soon, but for now, an interview.
competitive. I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne of the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the semi-finals of BMPS 2026 as well here. One final match and one final day for the semi-finals as well to find out which 6 teams will be taking their tickets into the grand finals in Jaipur and which 2 teams is going to be eliminated here. One final game will decide all the fates of the teams as of yet. My name is ICBaby12 at your service and we have Salty and Necro to talk to you through the commentaries itself. And things are going to get a little bit spicy here. Teams
Just
at
a
the
little
bottom.
bit?
Well, it's going to be extremely
Extremely
spicy as well
spicy.
here because, I don't know, it feels like there's just about 2 more slots available here to try and fight for the ticket itself. And do you think any nominations here? What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, I still do believe that, once again, I'm going to think that AX is already kicked out because there's no point in saying that AX is going to be qualified.
Yeah.
And instead of AX, we might just see Wyld Fangs take that spot over. We might see Lastade do it as well. And there's also a lot more names who are right there on the 7th and the 8th spot as well.
I think it's going to be God's Reign, man.
Oh, boy.
They are the ones who seem to be the alphas inside of the lobby right now. Some way they are just super consistent.
Oh boy, and that is something that I'm looking forward to as well. But again, I think the ones that are having the little bit of a nerve wreck right now here, and like you said, I think Necro did brought up a very solid point. AX, they've pretty much done all 16 games. They are still defending the top 6. And I feel like we should jump into a very short interview with them here to try and figure out what they're thinking about. And like you said, do you think they are going to be able to mental reset for tomorrow if they're going to be playing in Last Chance here?
I mean, look, they definitely do have the prowess. They definitely do have the caliber. And mental reset, I don't think so, man. It's going to be a rough one day for them.
Oh, that is going to be a little bit tricky one here. But you know what? Without further ado, let's jump into an interview here with Aryan, with Team AX to see how they're feeling right now on screen.
हेलो एवरीवन, मेरे साथ अभी मौजूद है टीम AX के कप्तान आर्यन। आर्यन, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है। 118 पॉइंट्स, डू यू थिंक इट विल बी इनफ?
लक बेसिस पे ही है पूरा। मुझे तो लगता है कि मुश्किल ही है, हमको सर्वाइवल स्टेज ही खेलना पड़ेगा, पर क्या पता गॉड्स प्लान और कुछ चमत्कार हो जाए।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल एक मिरेकल का ही अब इंतजार करना पड़ेगा सिंस आपके मैचेस भी खत्म हो चुके हैं। बट अगर कोई 1-2 चीजें आप बदल सकते पिछले मैचेस में जाकर के, तो वो क्या होता? बिकॉज अभी अगर हम आज के दिन को हटा दें तो टीम बढ़िया ही परफॉर्म कर रही थी ओवरऑल।
बस मैं रोंडो जो मैचेस जो हमने खेले रोंडो, उसमें हम थोड़ी सी चेंजेस करते हैं स्ट्रेटेजी में, जो वर्कआउट नहीं करी। मतलब हमारे रोंडो बहुत खराब गए, जो नहीं जाने चाहिए।
डू यू थिंक कहीं पर भी टीम थोड़ा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो गई? बिकॉज आई जस्ट वांट टू नो कि कल रात में डिस्कशन क्या हुआ था टीम के बीच में, एक बढ़िया मोमेंटम के साथ टीम आगे बढ़ रही थी। आज क्या प्रेशर थोड़ा ज्यादा ले लिया टीम ने?
प्रेशर तो कुछ नहीं था, बस हम जो स्ट्रेटेजी सोच के आए थे वो वर्कआउट नहीं करी और हमने कुछ एक्स्ट्रा कर दिया। जो आप बोल रहे हो ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस, प्लेयर को ज़्यादा ही एक्सटेंड कर रहे थे, उसकी वजह से कैजुअलिटी हुई और हमारा मैच कन्वर्ट नहीं हो पा रहे।
साइरैक्स को हमने देखा कि वो द एलिमिनेटर लीडर बोर्ड पे भी सबसे ऊपर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। डू यू थिंक कि वो टैग एक प्रेशर भी ऐड करता है किसी एक प्लेयर के ऊपर? व्हाट इज योर ओपिनियन?
नहीं, मुझे तो नहीं लगता ऐसा कुछ होता है, उससे कॉन्फिडेंस ज़्यादा बढ़ता है प्लेयर में, प्रेशर तो नहीं बढ़ता है।
चलिए आर्यन, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। अब तो आपको खैर बस वेट करना है एंड आई होप कि आपकी टीम यहाँ से भी क्वालिफाई हो जाए, हालांकि चांसेस थोड़े कमी नजर आ रहे हैं। तो ये आर्यन और इन्होंने बताया कि आज के दिन पे गलतियां आखिर हुई क्या टीम AX के द्वारा।
Very, very interesting timing to have this interview as well here. Obviously, you know, luck is going to be in the factor right now. And again, their fates are pretty much sealed. But the fates of the other teams that is fighting for the survival or maybe even a chance for the ticket towards the grand finals is on the line here. One final game in the map of Miramar. And we know in the map of Miramar, there are a certain teams that are doing really, really well. And so far, after their second game today, Nebula Esports has been dominating every single game, and even in their Miramar maps today itself has been extremely, extremely annoying for some of this team. Do you think the trend of the anti-hero still continues here for Nebula Esports?
You know, I personally feel like for Nebula, there's going to be no incentive, no extra incentive. But knowing Adi, knowing these players, they like a little bit of notoriousness, I believe, and it doesn't really harm, right? You can choose who you want inside of the grand finals, and if you have the option, why wouldn't you do that?
But at the same time as well, I think, you know, when it comes to choosing as well, Necro did brought up a little bit of inside scoop, and that's going to be targeting onto his Genesis. And so far, they haven't found Genesis, and currently Genesis is sitting in top 3 with a decent amount of points. Do you think that this is it, where Nebula will finally drop past Genesis and then force them
But
out?
I do believe the fact that Genesis Esports is already safe. I don't think Genesis Esports can be kicked outside of the top 6 right now. They've got decent amount of points to work with, but there's a possibility that they can actually go against God's Reign. And I've had a conversation about this as well. There's a possibility they might just be able to do it.
Now, of course, you can see they are still laser focused here from Nebula Esports here. One final game for them before they actually make their way into Jaipur for the grand finals. But for the rest of the pack, it is going to be mental preparations for tomorrow's last chance qualifiers to qualify into the grand finals. And that is going to be brutal. Teams like Lastare, teams like Well, most likely have to prep themselves for it. But again, Genesis, they look very comfortable here. They have a decent amount of lead. And I think you're probably right as well, Necro.
Yeah.
It's very unlikely that Genesis gets taken out right here, right now.
You know, if I was Genesis, I would just focus on my basic gameplay, just my own strategies, because knowing Gravity, this team has gone through so much together. You imagine Gravity as an IGL has been 5th on an official stage, he's been 4th, he has been 3rd, he has been 2nd. But not for once he's actually touched the trophy as well, and I'm pretty sure now that he's feeling the pressure of even qualifying to the grand finals,
Yeah,
the best of Genesis, I think, is yet to come.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on for sure, some of this team here. But again, for God's Reign, they are the gatekeepers. They're looking pretty okay, but it seems like something is up. We're going to be having a little bit of a issue happening here between God's Reign. Hopefully, we are going to make sure that things are going to be okay for them, I'd say.
Guys, look, we're just talking about Nebula Esports targeting, but there are also a lot of those teams on the latter half of the board who do not stand a chance to make it inside of the top 6. For example, True Rippers. And even they can do the same thing because they've already given up. And if they do want someone else to come with them to the last chance, they might just be able to do it once again. Or they can also choose the teams that can be eliminated from here, that can take an exit from the BMPS 2026.
You know, this man, since he actually brings up this point, I feel like there are a few less slots to actually get eliminated.
You know what? I'm actually want to hear from Adi himself whether or not he's going to target the
team Nebula Esports का. हमको पता है कि थोड़ा हमारा परफॉर्मेंस अप टू द मार्क नहीं आ रहा है, जो लोग एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं वैसा नहीं आ रहा है, क्योंकि थोड़ी चीज़ें हमको लगता है, मेरे को खुद पर्सनली लगता है कि हमारे गेम प्ले में थोड़ी चीज़ें मिसिंग है, कि एग्रेशन है पर वो हमको ट्रॉफी तक नहीं ले जा रहा है. तो हमको कुछ चीज़ें डालनी थी जिस चीज़ के कारण हम ट्रॉफी तक पहुँचे, वो चीज़ हो नहीं रही है एक्चुअल में. तो हमने वही सोचा कि थोड़े अपन नई चीज़ें डालते हैं, थोड़ा कंट्रोल्ड एग्रेशन लाते हैं गेम में, और थोड़ा जो अपना गन पावर है उसको सही जगह पे यूज़ करे. ऐसा नहीं कि अंधा कहीं पे भी जाके यूज़ करे. पर आई नो वो चीज़ें भी फेवर में नहीं गई, पर ठीक है, पता है क्या करना है. अर्जुन को नहीं खिलाने का रीज़न एक यही है कि पहली बात तो नो डाउट वो बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर है, तभी वो लाइनअप में है, तभी हमने लिया है उसको. बट दिक्कत ये हुई कि हमारी उसके साथ सिनर्जी नहीं है, हम उसके साथ खेले नहीं हैं, हम उसके साथ प्रैक्टिस नहीं करें. तो एकदम से ऐसे स्टेज पे आके वो डिसीजन नहीं ले सकता हूँ कि मैं जिसके साथ हम ने प्रैक्टिस नहीं करी उसको मैं लाइनअप में डाल के रिस्क ले सकता हूँ. तो मैंने वो रिस्क लेना अवॉइड किया. वही परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आ रही है, हमने वही उसी बारे में हमने सोचा भी कि परफॉर्मेंस क्यों नहीं आ रही है. अपन ने मतलब एग्रेशन कम करके थोड़ा अपन ने दूसरी चीज़ें भी ऐड करने का ट्राई किया. तो मेरे को यही लगता है अभी जो इतने दिन यहाँ आने से पहले, सेमीफाइनल के लिए आने से पहले मैंने यही सोचा कि अपन कहाँ पे लैग किया, कहाँ गलती हुई. तो आई थिंक मेरे को पता है, मेरी टीम को भी पता है कि कहाँ पे अपन ना जो मेन पॉइंट है जहाँ पे अपन गलती कर रहे हैं, कहाँ पे ओवरकम करना है. तो आई थिंक वी नो दैट, और अभी सेमीफाइनल में वो बिल्कुल नहीं होगा. हाँ मैं मानता हूँ कि नेबुला का परफॉर्मेंस डाउन हुआ है तो न्यू एडिशन के बाद, एनालिस्ट के बाद, कि थोड़ी चीज़ें जो वो सिखा रहा था हमको, हमने भी हमारे गेम प्ले में डालने का ट्राई किया। पर ठीक है, ट्रायल था, थोड़े दिन ट्राई करके देख लिया। अपने पास एक मौका है अभी भी कि अपन उस चीज़ को इम्प्रोवाइज़ करके कैसे बेटर कर सकते हैं, और हमको पता है क्या करना है अब। क्रेटोस और फिनिक्स का कोई मतलब ऐसा रोल स्वैप तो नहीं किया है, दोनों अपनी जगह पे सही है। बस BGMILIVE के जो डे 1 पे हमने उसको बेंच किया था, वो एक डिसिप्लिनरी इशू था, बस उसको एक सबक सिखाने के लिए कि ताकि वो गेम में सीरियस रहे, बस और कुछ नहीं। बाकी वो सब एकदम सेट है अभी, सब एकदम सेम पेज पे। होप फॉर द बेस्ट। यार टॉप 8 तो मिस करने का मेरे को लगता है एक ही रीज़न था कि शायद हम थोड़ा और प्रिपेयर होना चाहते हैं, कि हम लोग शायद अप टू द मार्क नहीं थे, इस वजह से हम टॉप 8 क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाए। कि अगर हम हमारा बेस्ट गेम प्ले खेलते या हम वो डिज़र्विंग होते टॉप 8 वाले, तो हम डायरेक्ट जयपुर जाते। पर अभी शायद डिज़र्विंग नहीं है, थोड़ा और मेहनत करने की ज़रूरत है, इसलिए यहाँ पे आए। यार बस इतना ही बोलूँगा कि जितना भी सपोर्ट किया उसके लिए थैंक यू। थोड़े अप्स एंड डाउन्स आ रहे हैं, बट हम लोग हमारा बेस्ट फॉर्म ला के दिखाएंगे इसमें BMPS में।
Hello everyone, welcome back as well here. I was hoping for some spicy insider news, but it was a very generic answers here coming from Adi. I want to hear who's going to be targeting, but nah, did not get it as well. But of course, what? You know, we know he wants to target Genesis, but that's what
we don't know that yet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We'll find out.
Yeah, it's not an official broadcast as well.
This man always gives out spoilers.
Yeah, I know, right? But at the same time, let's talk about the overall match ranking from the previous map as well here. It took us a little bit of time here to get those points, but now it's up on screen. They started with the Chicken Dinner with 15 points, Reckoning Esports with 15 points to defend the top 6. Wyld also doing pretty okay, and Genesis also having a decent amount of points for that game itself.
Certainly do. I mean, on the flip side, Revenant XSPARK with just 8, Myth with 7. Doesn't really matter for Myth and Nebula, but for Wingod, for teams like Revenant XSPARK, this game was so crucial. Overall rankings on our screen. And well, Revenant XSPARK, they actually make it inside 6th position for them.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, here it is going to be a close battle as well. Lastade has somehow snuck their way into the top 6 with 125 points, but Nebula Esports does have a 10 points gap, so it is going to be very close because God's Rain is also in the situation to try and contest this.
I want to ask you one question, can I?
What? Yeah.
What?
Genesis is beyond Nebula, by the way. Do you still think they're going to target them?
Nah, not anymore.
Look, at this point, it does not even make sense, right? Nebula targeting Genesis Esports is just going to be for warm-up for the grand final.
Yeah,
for sure.
But AX has already been kicked outside of the top 6, guys, by the way, it's official. And now you've still got teams like Revenant XSPARK in the race. You've got Lost Toddy as well, extremely close. Anything can happen.
Oh boy, without further ado, we have to jump into the game right now because this is going to be the one last game for the semifinals itself. It is going to be the map of Miramar, a fight for the ticket into Jaipur on the line for the grand finals on its way. Match of Miramar itself.
Exactly, the plane's going to be in the skies this time, starting all the way from Creative Fields towards Impala. It's going to be the final map of the BMPS 2026 semifinals. A lot of lives on the line. The overall standing still pretty fragile. A lot of teams looking to breach inside of the top 6, but only 2 slots are up for grab, my friend.
What a closure to the day of decision, huh? 24th match of the semi-finals, and so much is going to be at stake right now. The flight path, it is going to be basic. It stretches from Trailer Park towards Puerto Parasio. This is going to be fun. Really want to find out what the teams are thinking right now, but the only way you can get inside their head is if you are inside of the game right now. As we do spot majority of the teams take their drops. Necro, we're still going to be focusing on the couple of ones who might just be close to the top 6. We're talking about Lastade, Revenant XSPARK, God's Rain, teams like Rapid Chaos as well.
Yeah.
There's going to be so much pressure on these lads.
Yeah, around Los Leones, you definitely do see a decent amount of teams just taking an exit. TAG as well, heading around Chimacera region. Inside of Picado, you've got Revenant XSPARK. Towards Montenovo, you've got Reckoning Esports, VXT around Power Grid. Nebula Esports towards El Pozo, but there's also going to be Lost Toddy and Zero Arc right next to each other. And there's a chance that these two teams might just collide. Keep this thing in mind for Zero Arc. They've got nothing to lose. For a team like Lost Toddy Esports, though, they've got everything to lose.
Everything on the line as the circle does drop in front of us. It is on towards the eastern part of the map, and we are going towards Graveyard. It's so ironic, actually, the center of the circle being on top of Graveyard, Necro, at the end of the semi-finals.
Never seen this, right?
We've never really seen this, but it's also very ironic as two of the teams they are going to leave us from the competition, and the rest, they're going to be fighting for survival in the last chance qualifiers. But like you mentioned, initial collisions on towards El Pozo kind of seem like a reality. Last start in Nebula, Zero Arc, they're still going to be in similar proximity, but still no shots being taken.
Zero Arc official. I mean, for them, as I mentioned, nothing to lose once again. They've got everything going great for themselves. Well, if you try and look at a team like Last Tide Esports, right now the pressure is going to be all-time high. And Last Tide Esports, they need a chicken dinner no matter what. Even if they do end up getting a 15-point chicken dinner, that's going to be more than enough for Last Tide to push themselves in the top 6. But once again, the possibility of that happening when you've got teams like God's Reign around the fray, Revenant XSPARK next to you, the chances just go down lower. And the fact that Shadow is just out in the open, man, it's making me anxious.
It certainly does. I mean, knowing how much of a big possibility is going to be you getting third-partied if you venture out in the open. But Shadow, I believe he's still going to be comfortable. No shots being taken as of yet. I am looking at God's Reign right now, who have found Impala for themselves. On the right side of the circle, they can start creating ways for them. But they can pave a chicken dinner maybe in the final game of the semi-finals. It's going to be tough. And the same can be said for TAG as well. Necro, it was a valiant effort from Team Apex Gaming, especially inside of the survival stage, where they absolutely broke open the competition, but inside of the semi-finals, couldn't really see that same brilliance, huh?
Where it mattered the most, that's where they crumbled. TAG should have played the same way inside of the semi-finals. But this can also mean that TAG, when it comes to the groups constantly shuffling, they might be struggling. TAG right now, they just need to try and find a stability for tomorrow's day. They need a mental reset. And in this game, if they do end up getting a chicken dinner, that's going to be a great start for Last Chance.
It certainly will be a great start. But as of yet, it's going to be tough for them to find out that there are no teams around them. They need that initial bit of aggression maybe to give them that kickstart that momentum really, but it really seems like for the majority of the teams out there, it's going to be a very calm and a very patient map of Miramar. You've got to be patient, I guess, Necro, especially in such slow maps. Your patience is tested all the time, your trigger discipline is tested all the time, and majority of the times, you're taking fights out in the open, long-range battles, and I believe it's also going to be a test of time as well.
It indeed will be. But instead of being a patient, you can also be a doctor. And you can just slap everyone down that's next to you.
You put that adrenaline syringe in you and try and go aggressive.
Yeah.
Fight everyone.
And for True Rippers, they can definitely do it. Since they're not going to be eliminated from this tournament just yet, things have been extended. Their stay has been extended. So for True Rippers, if they want, they can actually make sure that someone gets eliminated in the bottom 2.
But what a surprise it was for True Rippers as well. I don't believe anybody would have hoped that True Rippers would have struggled this much inside of the semi-finals. I mean, imagine this. They were absolutely flawless in all of the rounds that they had played before. Come the LAN stage, where Punk is such an experienced player. He's been on multiple LANs. Omega, Cheyenne, these boys have shined on the LAN stage before. I still remember BMSD as well, where Omega was just popping off with Higg Boson. Cheyenne under Hector has done such brilliant stuff, has been on the grand final stage time and time again. And then, of course, Termi, who is again a brilliant player. It just seems like you connect all the stars, put them in one team, it still doesn't work out.
I wouldn't exactly say True Rippers were flawless in the online stages, because once they pushed themselves inside of the Group B, True Rippers were not able to push themselves in Group A.
Yeah.
We saw a big dip in the performance, and since then, True Rippers' performance was going down.
Yeah.
But then once again, you move on to the next stage, which was the survival stage itself. True Rippers were actually dominating that entire instance. So yeah, that was a great thing coming through from their side. And right now, looking at the DOA status, you've got the overall standings over there as well. Nebula Esports with 150 points, top of the charts. My eyes are going to be on God's Reign with 117 points. With these updated points, it means that AX has not been kicked outside of the top 6 just yet. They're still going to be in the top 6, but on the 5th spot.
Yeah, I mean, slight technical glitch out there, which has been fixed right now. So majority of the teams, they find themselves positions where they deserve. Revenant XSPARK on the 8th spot, 114 points. Up top is going to be Lastade on the 716 and on the 6th spot marking the teams moving to Jaipur. It is going to be God's Reign sitting at 117. Necro, it just comes down to every single point. Basically means in the last game, even a finish point is going to be extremely crucial.
Circle once again. It is pretty much centered around Minas Generalis. And as usual, a classic game of Miramar, it's extremely slow. Nothing else to expect. True Rippers in the proximity of Nebula Esports, and for Nebula Esports, if they want, they can definitely inflict some pain. But as of now, it's still the early phase of the game, right? Where teams are trying to get used to things, where teams are trying to place themselves in good spots. And right now, Wyld Esports, oh, they might be caught off guard. Wyld Esports, though, they still do open up the fray. As Nebula Esports, they're losing out on too many players.
Oh, wow!
As even the second mat's going to hit the deck. A bit of a back and forth going on inside of the action. It's even Wyld Esports has lost out on one of the players, but it's not going to make any difference. Nebula is now down to just one last man, and that last player, he might just be on the run.
It still doesn't really matter for Nebula Esports. They have done more than enough. 150 points on the board. This is something mammoth, by the way. They fly in, fly out of the fight. This time, Wyld Esports taking them down as well, but True Rippers from the distance. There was an opportunity for them to try and go in for a third party, but Punk decided to back off. Nebula Esports decided to back off as well. And Wyld simply preparing for tomorrow.
Hands down. Circle shifting on top of Graveyard. Reckoning Esports towards San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. Zero Arc as well is right around that same block. And Wyld Esports, they do get the complete reset, so it's all good in the hood. For Nebula Esports, it's just Adi standing, and Adi's right next to Genesis Esports right now on the map.
Absolutely. Talk about the map right now. There's massive clusters going on as well. I mean, Revenant XSPARK marking the southern side of the play zone. Wyld Esports right at the smack center. Nebula, they're still in contention, but my eyes are going to be on Wyld Fangs right now. Coming in from the north side of Impala, they are starting to make their presence on towards a play zone. But before we talk about that, it seems like White Walkers, it can be the start of redemption. Can they keep themselves alive inside of the competition? It's about your career, it's about your entire life. All the hard work, all the grind, all the prep for the past few months, it comes down to last map of Miramar.
It indeed does. And you gotta feel bad for White Walkers, right?
Yeah.
They've been trying so hard. But yeah, one thing is for sure, even though you've got lineup filled with veterans, even though you have players who are experienced, if team synergy is just non-existent, you are not going to be able to make it to the LAN finals, my friend. You have done good enough to last till the semifinals. And VXT, by the way, they have been the biggest surprise to me. You move on towards the LAN stages. For some reason, the performance that we saw wasn't even close to what they showcased us in the online phases.
And honestly, Necro, I would actually put Wingod in the same boat as that as well. We will talk about them, but for now it seems like the fight is on the cards. Reckoning Esports caught out in the open as Sahil still taking in shots, and on the other side is an M249 waiting to scream the songs of death this time. Zero Arc putting pressure. Nade does fly in, a chip damage on Sahil, but Zero Arc now, it seems like they're adamant on getting that finish, and in fact they will.
I mean, once again, even for Reckoning Esports, do they even care? That's the question we should ask ourselves. And the answer is going to be no, they don't even care. Reckoning Esports have already made it, Myth have already made it, even Genesis Esports have already made it. It's just going to be about that 5th and the 6th spot, the final 2 slots that are opened up right now. And anyone else underneath them can instantly capitalize. I'm speaking of Lastade Esports and Revenant XSPARK. For Rapid Chaos Esports as well, the chance is going to be there. Wyld Fangs needs a chicken dinner, nothing else.
Along with that, a lot of finishes as well. I mean, I'm looking at their scoreline. 105 points already secured, but they're still about 12 points shy. And trailing by 12 points means you not only have to get 12 points in the last game, but you also have to get potentially 10 more, because the teams, even they are going to move on forward. Lastade, a last chance for them, this time on the map of Miramar. Yesterday, when it was a day of comebacks, Lastade made sure on the last game itself, they put them in sight of competition right now.
Rapid Chaos lost out on a man, and oh no, this is going to be a big stinger. Rapid Chaos Esports clashing against Myth Official. This fight That's not going to be a good one. Rapid Chaos Esports, they stood a chance to qualify, but now with a 3-man squad, it gets even tougher. The chance is still there, but Rapid Chaos Esports, they need a decent amount of points. And with Myth Official constantly guarding them, gatekeeping them, it might just not be possible. I'm pretty sure Myth now, since they've already drawn the blood, they probably do want the elimination of Rapid Chaos Esports from this game. And if that does happen, Rapid Chaos Esports will be heartbroken, and it's not going to be a good start for Last Chance.
And speaking of getting heartbroken as well, Psycho has been an important man for Rapid Chaos as well. This time being thrown towards the edge of the blue and up against Myth Official. This is going to be a do-or-die fight for Rapid Chaos, in my opinion.
It indeed will be.
There's also Revenant XSPARK in the clotheslines as well. And for Revenant XSPARK, problems really haven't faded away. We thought that they were inside of the top 6, but they aren't. They are in the top 8. Meanwhile, on the flip side, White Walkers, they chime in against True Rippers as Omega is healing himself up. Derby finds one, gets instantly traded off as White Walkers. They're still fighting to keep that life alive, and it seems like True Rippers, they've fallen.
Dreams with the Molotov as well. He was able to thread an important needle. And White Walkers, at least they have survived this wrath of True Rippers. But once again, they haven't been completely eliminated from the game, and that's going to be an important point as well. True Rippers is out of danger as of now, but they are not completely out of danger. If everyone from the bottom starts performing, True Rippers will be kicked down to the 23rd or the 24th spot. And they do not even have that big of a lead. It can happen instantly.
Yeah. 100%. 63 points from the 15 matches that they've played so far. Necro can literally feel the tension inside of the lobby right now. Every single move is getting calculated. Look at Pain. Going through so many dips and corners, trying to find out if he can get that TPP advantage, because in the backlines, he can sense a little bit of presence. Reckoning Esports finally deciding to bring Lovish back in the lineup. Can this man be the shining star? Can this man lead Reckoning Esports towards Grand Finals with a big chicken? Big question.
Reckoning Esports is already there in the Grand Finals, right? So, Lovish, the substitution happened in the first place because they're already safe. Reckoning Esports, right now I'm pretty sure they just want to rip things apart for the other teams. They just want to be a destructive force to the other teams and grief their games. Circle moving away from Myth Official. They're also in a big fight against the players of Wyld Fangs as Godin as well. He instantly gets traded off from the game. Myth, they've got nothing to lose. They've already qualified, but for a team like Wyld Fangs, everything is on the line.
Yeah.
Godin taken outside of the game, that's just even worse. And now Wyld Fangs, this nade, it's not going to connect.
It's still a good start to the fight for Wyld Fangs right now. Harshal has been knocked out, and look at Ayrton as well. Myth Official making a little bit of changes, giving a little bit of playtime to everyone. They don't really care about this fight as Ayrton gets out of position to take a fight this time. A dot HP on this man, shots coming through. Wyld Fangs really won the finish for themselves. But the man still escapes. Vehicle smoked off. Finally, Kana lands a strike, and yet another point for Wyld Fangs. And every point is important, Necro.
One bullet is all they needed. And finally, they connect that shot. Wyld Fangs, every single point that they can get, they need to go for it. And right now, that's what Spragon is trying to go for as well. Myth Official, the last man's on the run. He gets the confirmation on the fallen player as well. Wyld Fangs, 3 elimination points scooped up so far. Looking at the circle, that's all it's going to be favoring Wyld Fangs a little bit. White Walkers in a good spot. Wyld Esports as well. They've got a solid spot to play with, but there's still so much open terrains inside of the circle. And right now, Wyld Esports, they kick things off against Reckoning Esports. First man already put deep inside of the grave as Pro is taken down low, and Rapid Chaos Esports, they come in with a quick third party, eliminating that final man of Reckoning Esports. Rapid Chaos Esports, they're down way too low, and Wyld Esports now doing much damage. Rapid Chaos Esports, they can all withstand all of that damage as another man from Rapid Chaos falls down, but Through-G's the only person left standing.
A 1v1 for this man, stayed in position, but he gets destroyed. Rapid Chaos Esports, it is going to be heartbreaks for them as this team leading the semi-finals through, and now one blind push and they get shut down onto the last chance qualifiers.
Imagine what Rapid Chaos Esports are going to be feeling right now. Such a major heartbreak, my friend. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be kicking themselves after this one. But as of now, TAG and VXT in a big fight. And keep this thing in mind, VXT is fighting for survival inside of this tournament. They just want to extend their stay. And for TAG, with nothing to lose, they can actually wipe out the existence of VXT. VXT with all the pressure on top of them. TAG, they've got the advantage technically, if you talk about the mentality. But these nades from VXT, they're going to find the most crucial opening. Hydro knocked out. The main playmaker from the game taken out for TAG. Jelly's now the only person up close. And Jelly, if he wants to find some sort of conversion, it needs to be right now. He whiffed the opportunity to try and find the first opener, but Jelly as well gets taken down real low.
Spartan is quite low on HP as well as VXT. They're looking to press on the trigger. Smoker finds a bit of Harsh. Outside of the compound, the flank wasn't expected by THE. Now Jonathan is going to be the only man who can bring it back as Jelly. He's going to be struggling. He's overwhelmed by numbers, Necro. It is going to be a 1v2 in close quarters. And I've never really seen Jelly survive situations like this. Dot HP on this man as Smoker from the backlines is bringing down death and destruction. And for THE right now, once again, it is going to be the big man, Jonathan, who needs to save the day for Team Apex Gaming.
Jonathan repositioning himself. But VXT knows exactly where the man's positioned right now. Smoker's going to move out in the open, and Jonathan, now he needs to win this duel no matter what. Two players of VXT in the open.
Nice!
VXT have already taken too much damage, and Jonathan, he threads the needle. That's probably one of the most crucial knocks the man could have found. That's going to keep the players of TAG at least alive for now. And TAG, now they've already taken too much damage, and Jonathan, he gets eliminated from the game. With that, TAG as well gets eliminated and thrown outside of the lobby.
And VXT survive as well. That was a very crucial fight coming in from Versatile. And now they are 4 points away from securing a slot tomorrow. As the crowd applauds the efforts that Team Apex Gaming have showcased in front of us, they bow out of the competition and will have to come back to the arena tomorrow as well. But here comes the interesting stuff, Necro. God's Reign back into fight. It seems like Genesis Esports will have to shake them away from their fortress.
VXT. Players on top of that hill. God's Reign and VXT, I mean, they were locking horns for a second, but then VXT disengaged. As I mentioned, for VXT, everything is still on the line, by the way. They're fighting for too much, and everything is at stake. Their survival, most importantly. They do not want to place themselves at the end of the day in the bottom two. While God's Reign, he shots against Wind God Esports. They seem a little bit too close. God's Reign from the top. They're trying to create as many troubles as they can. VXT, they just want to push up close and personal against Revenant XSPARK. And this man from Revenant XSPARK, he can actually be the main damage dealer as well. There's also going to be Wyld Esports from the sidelines constantly doing damage against Revenant XSPARK.
Yeah. And VXT can actually be the villains in this fight as Proton finds the first one, finishes him off as well. Keshu has been picked off and VXT instantly disengaged from the fight. Spartan and Smoker, they're on the move, they know it. This game is so crucial for VXT, and the same can be said for Revenant XSPARK as well, as they are battling survival, they are battling qualification, they are fighting for their legacy right now.
Revenant XSPARK as of now playing from the edges because they do not really have that good of a spot to play with. Genesis Esports on top of that hill, and even Genesis Esports is in a tricky spot. Conversion seems rough, but considering they've also managed to acquire 130 points in the overall standings, I count them as safe. Gravity knocked out, Viper as well in the back line. Viper's already taken too much damage. He's down to critical HP. Wyld Fangs, one more connection on Viper can actually seal the deal, but no, it's going to be the answer. He still gets away.
That is an opportunity missed for Wyld Fangs out there. There's Aquanox out in the open. Viper might just get picked off from Genesis Esports, but he still manages to survive. But elsewhere, have a look at this. Revenant XSPARK still taking shots at Smoker. Spain does have that angle, and what a beautiful space he's found, by the way. Bringing him down to quite low HP, and now getting him knocked down as well. This is smooth operator Pain, inflicting pain and hurt on VXT, and I'm pretty sure now they're going to be trembling. Just one man left alive, Necro. And this man stands in between them and their dreams.
The man was just tapping away. Circle shifting right on top of Wyld Esports. They're destined to win this game no matter what. But even if Wyld Esports do end up winning the game, it's not going to do anything. They won't be able to push themselves in the top 6, but instead they will just be stealing this chicken dinner away from a team that's deserving. Last Tade, even they're still standing inside of the game, and Last Tade is currently outside of the circle, which means there's a chance they might need to go for the fight against True Rippers, which will be third party by either White Walkers or Zero Arc.
It's weird. You've got 4 teams trying to fight for that last slot inside of the top 6. Last Tade up north, Revenant XSPARK on the west, Wyld Fangs on the east, and God's Reign on the south. Revenant XSPARK, they put an end to VXT. Smoker has been finished off, Spartan is still left alive. Like we said, it's just one man. Revenant though, they're gonna spot God's Reign out in the open. Shots getting taken. Now this can be huge, by the way. Trace uses up his entire magazine, but yet to find a knock for himself. This is unlikely. Yo, Trace! What is going wrong for Revenant XSPARK? As not a single knock has been found, but finally, Proton strikes.
Yeah.
One man down for GDR, Necro.
Proton was able to thread that needle. The big man Justin taking care of instantly. Revenant XSPARK. Since they know God's Reign is now down to a 3-man squad, I highly doubt Revenant XSPARK is going to be looking to pull off any sort of weird shenanigans. Focus on your own game and focus on placing yourself inside of the circle safely. Wyld Fangs eliminating that Remnants of Myth. One man taken out. Wyld Fangs now with 5 eliminations on the board, but still lacking a chicken dinner to place themselves in that spot.
Birthday boy did find 2 already, but he's still waiting for the birthday present for Wyld Fangs. It can be only one thing to move towards Shepo.
Last Tade was in a world of trouble. And for some reason, it's just by standing Last Tade, they had the chance to qualify, but they messed up big time. The players wanted to pull off a rotation and they got caught off guard. I mentioned this as well a while ago. Last Tade was outside of the circle. They got beamed by everyone around them, especially White Walkers. Such a massive blunder from Last Tade.
Now it's just down to one man Spy all by himself, but it's not just them, even Wyld Fangs. It's going to be a very big problem for them as both the players have fallen. It's just Kana. Can he be the god tonight?
Oh
not anymore as Wyld Fangs. Their fangs have been buried 6 feet under.
White Walkers are literally griefing game for everyone. First it was Last Tade, now it's Wyld Fangs, White Walkers. They're on a revenge spree right now, they don't care. White Walkers is just ruining and shattering dreams for everyone that stands a chance to make it inside of the top 6. And White Walkers might just be the only reason why AX might be able to sustain that spot. Last man of Last Tade as well gets eliminated. The chance of them moving on has now been taken care of.
Ice cold coming in from White Walkers once again. Their nerves don't feel pressure. Yes, for sure they are going down. But they have decided on one thing. We are going to give it our best shot. And White Walkers certainly en route in doing that. Look at the number of finishes, Necro. 9 eliminations being found by White Walkers already. And they still have got 4 men standing. On the flip side, Revenant XSPARK, it seems like they have put up pressure against God's Reign as well. As GDR, by the way, it's just a 2-man lineup right now.
White Walkers should have played the same way before. And they could have actually been inside of the top 6, maybe. What is this? They wake up late, but they choose absolute violence. They are trying to fight for their life inside of the tournament. And White Walkers right now sits with 9 finishes just off of this game. White Walkers can actually push themselves outside of the bottom 2. There's a chance, my friend.
But there's still going to be the hunt to find the 6th team. Moving on to Jaipur as well. Revenant XSPARK can be one of them. God's Reign, they are inside already on the overall standings. 5th position, 120 points. But now the 2 players who are still left standing will have to do something to try and make their way inside the play zone. Look at the crosses on God's Reign as well. You know, everybody wants a piece of their head.
Circle shifting once again right on top of Wyld Esports as they've got the biggest advantage and also a well-fortified cover. God's Reign, Revenant XSPARK next to each other and the fight is inevitable. And whoever wins that fight will survive and move on. If God's Reign gets eliminated over here and if Revenant XSPARK moves up in the overall standings, it's done.
Oh my god.
And there we go, Revenant XSPARK now finally looking to chime in against a fight with God's Reign.
Aquinox in a position where he needs to save his team from the brink of death right now. Revenant XSPARK still lingering around the corner as mobility is going to be there. Ninja finds a connection. In fact, it was Trace with the shotgun. Now he's moving ahead to Neo as well. Shuts him down as GDR bow out, but Revenant XSPARK, they're still going to be fighting for their life as White Walkers is coming for their heads right now.
Revenant XSPARK have made it. They're on the 5th spot in the overall standings. This is something RNTX was waiting for. And they do it as well. The other teams don't stand a chance to push themselves in the top 6. Now the focus is going to be on the bottom 2, Salty. Who's going to be eliminated? Is it going to be Wyld Esports or White Walkers?
You doubt them. You throw them under the bus. You put a shade of hesitation as well, but Revenant XSPARK, they're still gonna find the better out of you as well. A player has been knocked down, Trace holding down the back lines as they still want to carry on the fight and not give up. On the flip side, White Walkers really fighting against the brink of death as the knee comes through. Zero Arc, they're marching forward. It's just one man, Anush Tiopi, and a shotgun and a shot at Dreams, but he gets shut down as well as White Walkers. They are done and dusted.
The two teams that are going to be eliminated from the BMPS 2026 are going to be White Walkers and VXT. Major upsets from both the teams, and we do still have that one man in the eliminator list from VXT, by the way.
Wow. What a day so far. The day of decisions becoming a day of chaos as everyone tried their best. White Walkers bowed out of the competition, but in style. Fought for glory, fought for pride, and they did really well in my opinion. Zero Arc is going to do the same thing as well. Revenant XSPARK making their entry, and I'm not sure if GDR have done enough. Such topsy-turvy day, Necro. I am really high on emotions right now.
And with this, we officially have the top 6 as well, my friend. Revenant XSPARK and God's Reign, they
Let's hold on to our horses. Let's hold on to our horses. Let's not jinx it, please.
Revenant XSPARK and God's Reign, they've already made it, and AX has been kicked outside of the top 6. Heartbreaks for AX, but tomorrow the journey extends even longer.
Honestly speaking, I can't even process what just happened down there. Revenant XSPARK, God's Reign, duking it out for one slot. And in fact, they both make it. On start, they shut down AX. What a brilliant run it was from Rapid Chaos as well. What a valiant effort it was from Wyld Fangs either. But still, somehow, it lacked something. It was the X factor, which is there in RNTX as well.
4 teams still standing, my friend. Wyld Esports being a part of it. And this chicken dinner was supposed to be Wyld Esports', by the way. They had this compound completely on lockdown. But Wyld Esports lost the grip to this compound, and because of that now, they've got the least chance of actually winning this game. WinGod Esports got so close to be eliminated, but they still survive. They still make it towards the last chance. True Rippers, even they survive. White Walkers, VXT, gotta feel bad for them. And what a nade from Revenant XSPARK. That's gonna put the nail in the coffin. Now it's gonna be the ultimate standoff between Revenant XSPARK and Zero Arc. Man advantage in the hands of Zero Arc, and this can't be their Kane. But what a nade that was from Pain.
Enough of submission, Revenant XSPARK. It seems like the spark is back in them once again. Brilliant nade coming in from Pain to destroy the other team. This time Zero Arc as well. Couldn't really do much as Morty gets taken down, and Revenant XSPARK keep on pummeling those throwables on top of each other, stacking utility after utility. And now they're going to be out of nades, by the way. Zero Arc is out of smokes. They only have that one Molotov. Shots from Trace from the back lines. It's Revenant XSPARK. They're fighting for the chicken, but Chandan strikes back. Trace has been brought down, Necro.
That's such an important knock as well. By the way, Trace taking down. That's going to keep Revenant XSPARK with only a 2-man squad inside of the game. But even Zero Arc, they lose out on the player. Now the situation is down to a 2-on-3. Zero Arc with 3 men still standing. Servar taken down pretty low. Chandan peeks out in the open. He had no other option. Revenant XSPARK, the man just moves out in the open. Maybe that was not the right option.
Oh,
and eventually Revenant XSPARK, they do it in style as they close out the game as well. Revenant XSPARK, what an absolute banger of a performance. A champion-worthy performance from them in the last game when the pressure was all-time high.
Commit the R, Commit the man himself, Ninja, the leader of Revenant XSPARK. It makes sense why they are celebrating to land that final nail in the coffin, to take away the chicken dinner, and to get to Jaipur in such style. This is Revenant XSPARK back in for their legacy.
What a bounce back indeed here. Revenant XSPARK making things really, really tough for the rest of the pack. But what a clutch indeed to deny Team AX their opportunity for the grand finals itself. But still, it was a very, very valiant effort here for the rest of the pack. And even for Zero Arc as well, they had a chance to potentially qualify, but only if they got the chicken dinner and wiped the entire lobby itself. But instantly, the denial from Revenant XSPARK means that God's Reign will also be part of the team to possibly make it to the grand finals.
I mean, the winner chicken dinner team stats for Revenant XSPARK, this performance, it was needed. But in the middle of the game itself, the moment they took a fight against God's Reign, the fate was sealed. They were going to be the grand finalists of the BMPS 2026.
Yeah, it was pretty much who is going to be the gatekeepers at that point as well. But again, a very, very unfortunate run here for teams like Lastade, teams like AX. They have to continue their journey here, but it's not going to be from the grand finals itself. They will start their journey from the last chance qualifier, where only 2 tickets to the grand finals is up for grabs, and it's 2 days of insane action between those 2 teams. However, it's sad to say we also are going to be eliminating 2 teams from this bag, and White Walkers somehow almost got out of the danger zone, but for some reason were taken out a little bit too early, not enough points, and Wingard was somehow able to hold on.
You know, I'm just going to say one thing for White Walkers down there. The way they played this game, had they played this throughout the start of the tournament,
Exactly my point.
start of the semi-finals, White Walkers would have been a threat, my friend.
Hands down, without a doubt, White Walkers have been playing it pretty passive. But in the last game, they finally let the guns loose, and they were able to secure so many points. They should have played the same way before as well. And this game was supposed to be Wyld Esports, by the way. They had the circle on top of them the entire time, but the way they lost the control to Zero Arc, and even the players of REVENANT XSPARK, is just something that was never supposed to happen. And White Walkers ruined dreams for so many teams there.
Yeah, and not just White Walkers as well. I think Wyld Esports kind of also fit the same narrative, I see, because the way they took down Rapid Chaos, the way they took down Wyld Fangs, both the teams had a shot to actually making it inside. They were playing really well, but these 2 teams were like, you know what, we are going down, we are taking you down with us.
Exactly, and that's going to be a little bit tricky one here as well. But we saw a little bit of comeback from White Walkers, which was very, very impressive. But like I said, from the start here, Wyld Esports, this was something I wasn't expecting at all when they actually collided against Nebula and taking out Nebula right from the get-go. I thought for a second that maybe Nebula might have just ruined games for some of the teams, but instantly gets denied. But this clutch here between Wyld and Rapid Chaos was just phenomenal. Groove almost dropped the last player from Wyld. If that would have happened, Rapid Chaos would have still had a chance to potentially push into the top 6.
I mean, White Walkers literally eliminated Lastade Esports and Wyld Fangs. And both the teams actually stood a big chance to move on towards the top 6. Just imagine Colin. I mean, he's already a big guy. He's got a lot of muscles. And imagine how angry he's going to be on the players of White Walkers.
100%, but you know what? I still believe that for Lastade Esports, the strategy to try and make a comeback in the last game didn't really work out. We saw them pick a chicken dinner in the game before this, but they still had an opportunity in the first 2 games. But look at the celebration of these lads. These are young guns, my friend.
Yeah, this is very, very impressive as well. People were expecting them to fail, but they were able to push themselves and redeem themselves into the grand finals. But when we talk about the initial journeys of how BMPS started as well, in the qualifiers in Group A and Group B, REVENANT XSPARK, White Walkers, these were the teams that were fighting between Group A and Group B, but White Walkers getting eliminated at this phase, and REVENANT XSPARK trying to prove themselves that they are a top contender is a very, very impressive story here in the semifinals.
Salty, do you remember you said you were doubting me when I said that this is the new meta? You don't need an IGL. 4 assaulters and the job can be done, and I clearly remember you said you are wrong.
I think Ninja I think Ninja showing a finger to the camera was kind of directly pointed at me as well. I kind of felt that in my heart. Necro, you were right. But you know what? I'm not happy. I'm not sad. I'm very happy with the fact that REVENANT XSPARK actually made it.
So you're not happy and you're not sad at the same time. So what are you?
It's kind of weird. Right?
I'm not happy because I got proved wrong, but I would have loved to be proved wrong if it was RNTX.
Well, fair enough here. But all things considered here, the ticket to Jaipur has been secured for this 6 teams. Meanwhile, for the teams at the bottom here, True Rippers actually surviving the danger zone, so they will have a shot to try and fight back again. Genesis has pretty much done their job, but for Rapid Chaos, for Lastade, it's going to be a little bit difficult here. But now the official overall rankings are up on screen right now. The 6th team making their way into the grand finals is going to be Nebula Esports, Myth Official, REVENANT XSPARK, Reckoning Esports, Genesis, and of course, God's Reign. And the cutoff was 120 points.
Undeniable. The creme de la creme from semi-finals, the absolute best of the 24 have actually made it forward.
Yeah.
I don't really think I would have actually asked for anybody else than these 6.
Absolutely. These guys are deserving. Talk about Nebula Esports. They have been qualifying for the official grand finals for a long time. Myth official as well. They've been doing great. Revenant XSPARK, Reckoning Esports, Genesis Esports, God's Reign. All of these teams deserve to be there in the grand finals.
Exactly, and we talk about Cinderella runs as well. Team AX almost did it here. They started at the bottom of Group D, climbed their way through the semifinals, almost pushed themselves into the grand finals, and now they have to do it all over again here. And it is going to be through the last chance qualifiers. And on screen as well, Rapid Chaos, Team Dominus, Wyld Fangs, Zero Arc, 4TR, Autobots, Mysterious 4, and Uso, of course, Meta Ninja, is going to be given a second shot in life, or in this case, in the last chance qualifier to fight for that ticket. And it's going to be 2 teams here. TAG also not going to be able to do so. Hick Boson, Rising Esports, True Rippers, Wingard, Welt, all these teams, they still have a chance for that final 2 tickets for the grand finals. But unfortunately, for VXT and White Walkers, their journey ends here for the BMPS 2026.
I just feel really bad for Smoker, right? The man is there inside of the Eliminator leaders. He's still sitting on the 2nd spot. And the fact that he was just not able to maintain that first spot, his team was not able to keep on moving on to the front. It just feels bad, right, Salty?
Yeah, it absolutely does. But you know what? For the other 16 teams, there's still going to be an opportunity tomorrow. And I believe, you know, it's again a belief that I've actually learned from different sports from the world of football, that the best athlete is not the one who is always the most prepared. You have to have memory of a goldfish. You forget what has happened in the last 4 days. Tomorrow, you reset and you come back once again giving your best.
Again, and of course, there's going to be 2 days of back-to-back action as well, 12 matches in total, and only 2 tickets into the grand finals. It is going to be a free-for-all. And of course, it is going to be a game of stamina, game of endurance, game of strategy, and most importantly, a game of consistency. And of course, now on the screen, the Eliminator is going to be Smoker as we bid farewell for one final time here on the screen with Smoker. 96 finishes as the Eliminator. Will eventually get taken down, but Cyrex is actually tied with him.
Yeah, Cyrex is definitely tied with him. And tomorrow, Cyrex is also going to take that spot over. It's not even a question, right? But the Eliminator now gets eliminated from the tournament. Jonathan as well is right there with 94 finishes, by the way. Even there's a chance that tomorrow Jonathan as well can move up to the first spot. Even Dhruv is right there with 93. D-Trox as well for Myth. He's moving up even better. And yes, he's also going to be the performer of the day. D-Trox was popping off on a crazy level for Myth today. And he's the main reason why they've also qualified.
Agreed.
100%, man.
And of course, for D-Trox as well, he's undeniably the young gun. He's proven himself once again and why he is a top contender in the grand finals as well. Myth Official may not have done well in the previous grand finals, but this is going to be the 2nd time again for Myth Official to be in the grand finals for a big official. BMPS 2026, once again, going to be a banger. They've proven themselves why they deserve to be the top 16 best teams all around India once more.
These numbers don't even feel like that of an IGL anymore, to be honest. D-Trox is as good an assaulter. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the day summary in front of us. Hick Boson will, of course, miss out on the rest of the action from grand finals. But tomorrow they come back to play the last chance qualifiers. They won the first game itself with 18. Genesis, Myth Official, Nebula, Lastade. All of them came in with their respective victories, but only Lastade miss out as Revenant XSPARK with that final game snatched it all away.
I know, right? Revenant XSPARK, what better time than the final game itself to secure that slot towards the top 6 and surprise all of us, right? And once again, talking about what's going to be happening tomorrow, what can we expect tomorrow, guys, understand this, only the top 2 move on. And just imagine teams are going to be so desperate, it's going to be an action-packed day, and I just can't wait for it to begin.
I agree, but one thing's considered here, here's a little bit teaser for the grand finals itself here. Revenant XSPARK, are they going to have a little bit of revenge here with Vasista Esports? Ooh.
It is already set up for the finals already, right? You need storylines for Jaipur, and it seems like that hot city, it's going to get hotter.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Picado is going to be the ones to watch out for it. But for now, we're going to be closing the show for today here. But before that, we will have a little bit of interview here on the stage with Maisie, catching up with things here on site. See you guys.
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स और यस निंजा जॉर्ड हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन निंजा, आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में पहुंच चुके हैं. और जब इंटरव्यू चल रहा था, जब मैंने आपसे पूछा भी था, आपने वहां पर कहा भी था कि रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क कोच प्लेयर सबने बोला है कि पहला BMPS क्वालिफिकेशन होगा तो रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क से ही होगा. कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप?
बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि यार लास्ट तक आके एट द एंड वही था कि मतलब हो जाएंगे. तो पहला डे में फर्स्ट एक्सपीरियंस तो बहुत ही मज़ा आ रहा है. मैं तो बहुत ज़्यादा ही खुश हुआ है और मैं प्राउड सबसे ज़्यादा अपने लाइक टीममेट्स पे हुआ एंड कोच वगैरह सब अपने उन सब पे प्राउड हो कि लाइक उन लोगों ने इतना मोटिवेट किया और हम फाइनली जयपुर जा रहे हैं।
अब अगर आपने कोच के बारे में बात करी है तो एक्सप्लिसिट का कैसा रोल रहा, क्योंकि कल थोड़ा गुस्से में वो ज़रूर दिखाई दिए थे पर आज के दिन पर हंसता हुआ चेहरा भी हमने देखा है। ओवरऑल कैसा रहा है अगर आप एज अ कोच उनको देखते हैं?
मतलब मैं एक तरफ से सही है कि हमने कल मैचेस बहुत ख़राब खेले थे, तो वो भी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था कि जबकि वो बोल चुका है वो चीज़ तब भी हम वो चीज़ कर नहीं रहे थे, कुछ अलग कर रहे थे जिसकी वजह से हम लाइक जल्दी मर जा रहे थे। तो हमने वही ट्राई किया कि उसका गुस्सा होना बनता है, क्योंकि अगर वो जब हम सबसे अच्छा खेलेंगे तभी वो सबसे ज़्यादा खुश होगा, और वो इतना बोलने वाला अगर नहीं हो रहा तो कोच है भाई, उसका काम है गुस्सा होना और प्यार देना, तो चलेगा।
और मेरे हिसाब से वो ज़रूरी भी था और उसका इम्पैक्ट दिखा भी है कि आज सब खुश थे। पर इन सब के बीच में पेन एक बड़ा पार्ट रहे रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क का, क्योंकि आज के दिन पर उनके ग्रेनेड्स बहुत बढ़िया रहे, फ्रैग्स उन्होंने बहुत बढ़िया निकाले हैं। उनको आईजीएल करते हुए आप कैसा महसूस करते हैं? और भाई टॉप फ्रैगर हैं आपकी टीम के, कैसा खेल कर गया वो प्लेयर?
मतलब मैं हैट्स ऑफ करूँगा उसको कि मतलब बहुत सारे मैंने कम प्लेयर्स देखे कि इतने कम उम्र में आके ऐसे टाइम पे लैन पे बड़े स्टेज पे कोई लोग बहुत प्रेशर ले रहे थे, बट उसको मैं वही बोलूँगा कि मतलब बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है। उल्टा वो हम लोगों को मोटिवेट करता है कि कोई ना ये मैच कर लेंगे, दूसरा मैच कर लेंगे, और जिस हिसाब से वो खेल रहा है और जिस हिसाब से उसका कॉन्फिडेंस है तो बहुत बढ़िया है। मतलब क्रेजी प्लेयर, बाकी दोनों भी सेम टाइम के ही प्लेयर, मतलब मैं बोलूँगा मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि मतलब इतने अच्छे अच्छे प्लेयर्स मिले हैं।
चलिए अब एक आखिरी सवाल रहेगा कि आप अपनी खुशी अगर कुछ अलग तरीके से जाहिर करना चाहें, क्या आप कहना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि ये पहला BMPS है निंजा जॉट का लैंड फाइनल्स।
तो खुशी तो क्या ही उससे करूँ कि मतलब लाइक मेरे को एक टाइम के लिए ऐसा लग गया था कि हो कर लेंगे लास्ट मैच तक, क्योंकि हम सब पूरा पम्प्ड थे और वही बोल रहे थे, सब बोल रहे थे कि आप तो जा रहे हो अपना पहला लैंड, ये सब कर रहे थे, मतलब ट्रोल टाइप कर रहे थे मेरे को। तो खुश मैं बहुत ज़्यादा हूँ और लाइक मैं अपनी फैमिली को भी बोलूँगा, उन लोगों ने मेरे को कल बहुत मोटिवेट किया था, तो वो लोग भी देख रहे थे, बहुत खुश होंगे। मैं कुछ बोल ही नहीं सकता यार खुशी के बारे में भाई।
चलिए
बहुत मज़ा आ रहा है।
चलिए निंजा, थैंक यू सो मच वंस अगेन एंड कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस कि आप लैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंच चुके हैं। ये थे निंजा जॉड और सच में खुशी होनी भी चाहिए कि अपनी टीम को एज एन आईजीएल उन्होंने लैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचाया है। और अभी भी पूरा माहौल खत्म नहीं हुआ है, क्योंकि 2 और टीम्स हैं जिन्हें पहुंचना है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में। उसके लिए लास्ट चांस अभी भी बचा हुआ है। कल के दिन पर 6 मुकाबले, परसों के दिन पर 6 मुकाबले, तो आज का दिन हम लोग यहीं पर करेंगे समाप्त। मुलाकात होगी कल एक बार फिर से इसी समय इसी जगह। तब तक के लिए अपना ख्याल रखिए। गुड बाय एंड टेक केयर।
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the hard, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, with an ace, gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. insidious voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city is voicing, I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city is voicing, I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city is voicing, I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my serious voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bankroll. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bankroll. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bankroll. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah. close. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time.